I believe it's been a while, at least since we've joined together.
This is true, yeah. Just a little bit of a while.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get into some flesh and blood action. It's all CC all day for these competitors as we are exactly halfway through Season 4 at AGE, the Open Series. Before we get into all that, though, let's take a quick look at our standings. This is our top 16 reigning supreme, at least for now. I do want to point immediately to Mr. Ian Shu at the top of the list. The Vynnset that could has been down and out, at least if you ask the Purple Discord from time to time, but he is showing that he's a master of the Shadow Runeblade, and he's back trying to do it once more. I also want to mention seat number 14, Peter Budensick, at exactly 30 points, which can be accumulated naturally, or it could be indicative of what Peter has done. Come out to one event, the first one of the season, win that sucker, and don't play again.
That's true.
So it's entirely possible that he goes home with a second win today. He has brought Acilio, and so the swan song of this meta could bring some fireworks.
This is all true.
We move to weekend stories now. First of all, I do want to talk about the Brazilian blowout that we saw last weekend. Cadu Amaral da Silva taking down the second of 2 callings in Sao Paulo. I do have to represent, of course, the Bordas Brancas, because while my body is here, my heart, at least for this weekend, is still in Brazil.
I see, Bryce.
And did you get a chance to watch any of that coverage?
Yeah, I was actually watching all weekend whilst at work. But it was great energy again to see Cadu win again and be a 2-time champion of the calling. And honestly, another send-out for Acilio before he loses his original Volzar this weekend.
And, you know, I think Cadu was the person to do it because he was able to, I guess, put an argument against the people that might call Acilio no skillio or other monikers that, to me, don't ring true, because Cadu was just, while Acilio does wield immeasurable power, Cadu did show that sequencing is also important in that deck, and there is a very high skill ceiling when it comes to piloting it.
I was going to say, with the deck that arguably runs the most instants ever in Flesh and Blood, you tread a very fine line between victory and like utter crushing defeat.
Yes, and it's the hands that don't cooperate, the ones that aren't your very easy gone in a flash combo that make a great Acilio pilot, and I think Cadu has been the person to show us exactly why. So we move on now. We talked about the swan song of Acilio.
Yeah.
That's for the entirety. That goes for the entirety of this meta. That all depends on how much these 3 new Omens of the Third Age heroes actually impact our CC meta. But right now, you might think, well, this meta is not all that interesting. I'd rather disengage until I have some new toys to play with. That is just not the factor for the people sitting behind us. We are halfway through the season. We've shown that the top 16 standings are coalescing and getting ever tighter. And so they've got to play the meta that is before them. Right now, that is the final weekend of the pre-Omens of the Third Age classic constructed meta, and so these players have to contend with it, have to do well in it, despite the fact that they might be looking toward the future already.
Yeah, it's still all to play for because, like you said, Bryce, it's halfway through our competitive season for all parts of the regions.
The regional regions.
Pardon me, slip of the tongue. We have 3 different regions this year for our AGE Opens, so everybody has to play by these meta confines.
Now, at the beginning of the month, that's when New England took center stage. Shout out to Nick Reuter for taking that one down on Vynnset Iron Maiden. It does seem like AGE is the place for off-kilter heroes to shine, and Nick is making that no exception. So congratulations to him. But they did get to contend in this meta. I guess when there was still like a little bit more on the line, people maybe weren't quite as burnt out.
Yeah.
In this case, it's literally the last weekend that this is a really playable format. I guess you could count it next weekend for pre-releases, but ain't nobody going to be playing CC then. It's going to be limited all the time.
Yeah, the sentiment is truly felt that some people will check out, like you said, because the meta is known, it's expected. You've played it for like a couple months, and like we also had a ProQuest season that had most of it as well. Like the same familiar faces of Marionette, Acilio, winning the Pro Tour as well.
Don't forget Victor.
Victor, I had not forgotten Victor. I was just getting to him. But there's still a lot to understand locally because a lot of our local heroes, as we see, bring their pet decks and are sometimes specialists that, despite the field that looks hostile because of the expected meta, like if you went to a calling, for instance, they still pull through because they know everything that they're doing on their chosen hero.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Marcus, because if we can call back one more time to calling Sao Paulo, only 2 Aracne Marionette in the entire room of 265 players converted to day 2, and one of them was Jacob Clements, one of the best Marionette players in the entire world. So that's what I love about the game of Flesh and Blood. There's always something to learn. If we were to play this meta another month or 2, which I don't think a lot of people want to do, myself included, but I still think that there would be more to be discovered.
Yeah, of course.
And so we move into, of course, the Silver Age bans. Before I depart, though, another thought just occurred to me. I do want to shout out Arcane Games and Events Open Series in St. Louis, which is happening concurrently to the one here in Los Angeles. They are playing the exact same meta that all of these competitors behind me are going to be taking on, and it's an exciting field. It's developing quite well. I believe we have exactly 40 players in St. Louis doing battle at Mystic TCG.
Okay.
Pretty solid, eh?
Yeah, pretty good showing.
Yeah, indeed so. I'm really curious to see what their metagame shows. It will probably be in very stark contrast to the one behind us because, as you mentioned, Marcus, local regions do it differently than when you bring a ton of players from around the world into a calling or a pro tour. And so, do you expect to see any surprises here today based on the players that you know from your local scene?
See, I heard a few murmurs because after I said locals, like, oh, I'm actually doing coverage for this one, some of them said, oh, okay, so I don't have to run into you this weekend. So that might influence some people's decisions, but I think for everybody else, their mind was probably made up. Because it's the end of this format, I feel like there's still room for people to bring like wildcard heroes that just throw people completely off because it's not what they sideboarded for. It's not what they built the entire core of the deck to do. So there's a lot of room for like oddballs at the end.
And you know, while Acilio remains an incredible force that I think you'd be crazy not to pick up and give your show at before he gets hit with a very substantial ban hammer, we've talked about how the skill ceiling for that deck is very, very high. It's not something that you can flippantly pick up the day before and hope to perform well with. So I think that scares a lot of people off of the hero. In addition, when you're at the tail end of a meta, I do think there is something that happens with, you know, even players that know Acilio very well. They might ditch him knowing that he's going to be at least less of a factor in the future in hopes of trying to learn something to protect themselves for tournaments of tomorrow.
Yeah, it's never too early to learn a new archetype entirely to get yourself steeled for the next format. We are, of course, staring down Nationals right after product release of Omens of the Third Age, and then not too far after that, around a month, is Pro Tour Vegas as well. So all to play for in the future.
A very exciting time in general for Flesh and Blood, the return of limited new heroes injected into the meta, and also a huge shakeup for Silver Age, which finally brings me to our next topic. The community bans for Silver Age will be ongoing this weekend. I believe it starts tomorrow U.S. time, and then the 25th, technically, for New Zealand time. Be on the lookout in your gem profile. That is where you can find information on how to vote. Granted, it will only show up there if you have participated in a Silver Age event. Only players that have engaged with the format are allowed to vote and influence its future. But we have, let's call it like a North Star, maybe a South Star here and there, with which to guide you. If you are a little bit unsure about how to use your vote to engage with the democratic system coming to our game, then, well, AGE Premium has got you covered. The Silver Age Smear campaign is an ongoing column, shall we say, at AGE Premium. The good thing, though, for you at home is that it's 100% free to engage with. It would be silly to launch a smear campaign and hide it behind a paywall. So this is 100% free, and we bring to you the most illustrious content creators and players in our game to try to sway you into a particular direction. Carolina Alvarado, the famous cosplayer, is all about ditching Kano. He's right under her boot in the thumbnail right before you. And then the brand newest edition is brought to you by Mr. Boosting Spendog, Spencer Horton himself, who is very sick of Ira. If he hears Harmonized Kodachi for 1, Harmonized Kodachi for 2 again, he might jump off a bridge.
He would hate our Team AGE. He would hate Moises.
Yeah, well,
so much.
Moises does love his Ira, he loves his Kodachis, hates Valiant Dynamos in his own right. There's one more that I want to bring mention to that we don't have a picture for. That is, of course, the Silver Age Smear campaign written by DM Armada, who has been on the ban train for Briar, and that was even before people caught on to this whole Sigil of Voltaris variant. So he has had her in his sights for a long time, and I think a lot of people will agree that she is a major meta contender and definitely at least worth considering for bans.
Yeah, she's also worth a bit more considering because of the new cards that will be brought into her card pool because of Omens of the Third Age. All of these Quick Strike cards and like Lightning Rune Blade new cards that you can find. Unsure how it will really change the deck. Maybe it will like fundamentally overhaul what she even does in the first place.
I mean, I do think there are a number of healthy injections. The card's name is escaping me, but Two Paths, Same Story, I want to say is the name of the card, where you can give it go again at instant speed with a resource, but it is also a 0 for 4 with 3 physical damage, 1 arcane, might gain go again from that. And that is just at home in the Briar deck, especially because, say you just have to throw that as your 1 card per turn. If that arcane connects, you still get that embodiment of Earth.
Yeah, it's very good because it's like a flexible arcanic crackle.
Exactly right. It is literally Arcanic Crackle, which I believe Briars were already considering running here and there in Silver Age, but it's got extra text.
Yeah, exactly.
So Briar could be a huge force in the Silver Age metagame. If you don't believe us, then consider when has a deck ever gotten worse because more cards were added to its pool. And so, Marcus, we now go to our last talking point. There's a hush behind us, except for now. There's a big applause.
Just interrupted us.
I think Justin probably just made an exciting announcement, perhaps asked, as is tradition, whose first AG event this is in the room. That's something we like to do, honor all of our newcomers. But we proceed to AGE Season 4. We're right smack dab in the middle of it. Both this region and St. Louis have already completed 4 of the 8 total events that round out the Open Series, and then, of course, proceed into the Players' Championship, which is an invitational event only for the top 16 competitors, which is exactly why we flash these Player Championship standings all of the time. It's so exciting to see how the race distills into the best players in each of the regions. And I know, Marcus, you being a one-time qualifier of the Players' Championship, can you tell us perhaps how much that means to you?
I mean, it was a great milestone. I will put it like there's like several milestones you get out of playing Fab competitively. Specifically, I would say like first Armory win, first like ProQuest top 8, RTN top 8, and then this would be like one major step above it because like you have to perform consistently at the season to even qualify, and then to even get a respectable finish out of your Players' Championship, you still have to fight everyone else that earned their points the same way that you did. So it was kind of an honor to finally get to that point. I was like, okay, maybe I'm a decent enough player at this point, you know, after spending like almost 5 years playing the same sort of class that I've always played.
Exactly, and it's right here in the middle of the season when perhaps some of the players on our top 16 have gotten their first top 8 at what would be considered somewhere around like a PQ or an RTN level event, even if they've done it first here at AGE. And all of a sudden, that mentality is infectious. It's like, oh my gosh, I could actually do this.
It's a great confidence boost. I'm not going to say it's going to feed your ego in a negative way.
No, definitely not.
It's more like a self-assurance that like you can compete at this level and like not to get too many butterflies when like you sit down for Swiss and go, oh, I'm just going to go 0-2 and then drop and stuff like that. No, like I see a bunch of faces on our like current top 16 that are like all locals that started playing within the past like year and a half or less, and they're doing really good this season, which is always great to see.
That would be number 5, number 6, Kai Sickler, Kosei Shitana, both members of the Crazy Knicks community, a little bit further south than we are now.
Not forgetting my man Noah, who's a big fan of Marionette right now.
Yeah, number 15, Han V, who we saw on stream, I believe in the finals just last month, and several times before. Han has been grinding AG events the entirety of our...
Actually, probably longer than me, actually.
Exactly. I think since Season 1, and has finally found his place in the top 16 for the first time. It's just an exciting thing in general to see, and I remember during the first season when I was in the running, that was, like you said, a major confidence boost, and in general just made me play better because I felt like I belonged in the room playing against the best, and thereby allowed me to open my mind to a lot more viable decision points, I think, during the game.
And now you've given me this small soapbox, Bryce. I will say that I think it's emblematic of the things that we want to center at AGE, because it's the grassroots nature of tournaments and competition that you start to gain confidence at the local level, slightly more of a spotlight because we have a good stream going. It gets more eyeballs on like the local scene and how things go. And then you take that to callings and other higher level events. Like, I've got another example to shout out, will probably be Luke Gilmore, who off the back of like doing great at AGE and ProQuest level stuff, is out competing at Pro Tours and stuff now.
Really impressive stuff, and you're exactly right, Marcus. This is the mission of AGE, to give a spotlight to the people that deserve it but don't otherwise get it. And playing on stream, as we've seen at Pro Tour and calling level events, is a very stressful thing if you have never done it before. But if you happen to have an AGE circuit in your backyard, you get that opportunity. You are able to build confidence in situations that are lower stakes and hopefully bring that success through your flesh and blood journey. And that is something we are so passionate about.
Exactly.
So now, folks, that concludes Weekend Stories, which means that round one has been paired. There's a bustle of activity behind us, and we have got flesh and blood games ready to be served up to you. So keep your eyes glued to your screen, your ears wide open, because Flesh and Blood starts in mere moments. Don't go anywhere. The tension is mounting here at the AGE Open Series. This is, of course, May edition for Los Angeles. Happening concurrently, though not on stream, is the event in St. Louis. We are exactly halfway through our season. This is the 5th event of the year, hence, you know, May being the 5th month. It's the 5th event. That's kind of how it goes here at the AGE Open Series. Bryce Platt's back with Mr. Marcus Brown, and we are ready to give you your first feature match. And boy, is it going to be an interesting one. I want to talk first about our competitor, Richard Truong. He did fill out a player profile for us. Many people at home will have come to know him as a Dorinthia stand. It's very weird to see him without a Dawnblade in his hand. In this case, he's got himself, I actually don't know what he has, but bottom line, he's playing Rhinar Reckless Rampage, which is a very different flavor for Richard.
Yeah, we were mentioning earlier that he's probably been in no small part influenced by John Kim from Turn Zero, who loves Rhinar, and so it's probably infected him with a bit of the Blood Rush fever.
Speaking of Blood Rush fever, Richard Truong apparently is a major fan of wine, which runs of the same color as blood. That's the way I'm connecting these two things. But there's a picture of him at Marjoram. It must be Marjoram, like the fake butter. Is that how you spell Marjoram?
No.
Anyway, at Marjoram Winery in Santa Barbara. Now, I all of a sudden want to make a quick weekend trip just so I can see Richard's picture on a wall of a winery.
Yeah, I can see it.
What do you say we call it quits here and head up to Santa Barbara?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay, fair enough. And the upcoming events for AGE, many other, even though we're halfway through, and I'm talking about like the Players' Championship is right around the corner, there are still 4 or 5 events to be played depending on your region. Happening right now, as I've mentioned several times, is AGE St. Louis. That's at Mystic TCG. They are well underway because, of course, they are playing in future time, because that's how time zones work. We have ourselves June 6th for the next event at Los Angeles, a very quick turnaround indeed, and that'll be the first AG event where Omens of the Third Age is legal.
It's going to be very interesting because it'll be like early into the Omens format, so one to watch.
Eat your heart out, U.S. Nationals. We've got it first.
Yep.
And then at the end of the month, New England will get its say. That'll be June 27th. But for the stream, we turn our eyes to St. Louis, which will be happening on the same day. We'll be back at Fantasy Books and Games to see what Lucas Oswald and Kin have cooking. And there's so much more on the horizon, even if it's not listed here. I do want to talk very quickly about our sponsor of the day. That is Top Deck Keep Cards and Games. They are our in-person partner here on the West Coast. This is where we have our butts in seats. The facilities are fantastic. And also, you're going to see they've got a facelifted feature match area. If you want to support Top Deck Keep, go ahead and go to the link on your screen. That's ebay.com/something something something. I will let you go ahead and type it into your browser because it's a little crazy to say. Or you can find them on their socials at Facebook and Instagram at Top Deck Keep. The players are now ready, so we turn back to our ugly mugs before very quickly going into a beautiful game of Flesh and Blood. What do you say, Marcus? Are you ready to get this on the road?
Yeah, let's get started.
All right, that sounds great. Hit the button, Maxx. Down to the feature match area we go, where Reese Uberstine is on Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn, trying to break the unstoppable force that is Rhinar Reckless Rampage in the hands of Richard Truong. What do you know, Marcus? Is Has Richard actually played this deck before, or is this just kind of a flavor of the month for him?
I mean, I would hazard a guess that he's probably played it at locals when no one else has seen, unless you're part of the Turn Zero crew. But at least at a rated event or something that features you on camera, no, I haven't seen Rhinar attached to Richard before.
Now, the loadout tells the story for Richard. We've seen two very different flavors of Rhinar on stream of late. One, of course, sports this Ravenous Meat Axe, which is a much more value-oriented game plan. There's no scabskin leathers in the foot slot, so it's not really as much about high roll like we saw from Eugene C in the Pro Tour. It is much more about turn-over-turn value, and that Ravenous Meat Axe is going to allow the maximum amount of value to be generated by Rhinar's hero techs, oftentimes getting an extra bit of intimidation out of a swing of the weapon. But on Reese's side of the board, of course, it is all about charging the soul and going for those big Lumina Ascension turns. Now, you have dabbled a little bit in Boltyn. Am I wrong, Marcus?
No, this is correct.
Yeah.
I play Boltyn from time to time.
Okay, now, have you played him into Rhinar all that much?
A couple times. The key things to look out for is that Rhinar, like most brutes, being beholden to Blood Rush Bellows, some of the burst damage that you have to contend with can be quite scary. So you have to know your windows to really push your own damage, especially because Scowling Fleshbag can be kind of a thorn in your side if you want to send a full turn like they try to do, because it can int a whole card for you on a like V of the Vanguard turn, or it might just snipe your Lumina that was in hand, so you have to be very careful about how you play.
It's a pretty good start for Reese Uberstine. Goes ahead and sends an Engulfing Light, charging a Banneret, generating a Quicken token for their trouble. So it's one card in Soul, but back over to Richard, who blocked with an Erase Face on turn 0 and now sends one on turn 1. Is this a backbreaker card against Boltyn?
It can be somewhat difficult, depending on if your hand has Lumina or V of the Vanguard in it, and you wanted to like full send and say no blocks. At this point, Reese only has Tunic coming into 2 because she went first, of course. So V of the Vanguard isn't really the consideration on this turn cycle. We'll probably just do like a mid-range hand, play a card, charge a card, swing Raiden, and then prepare for the Tunic turn to really go wide and powerful.
Got to mention Reese specifically because her AGE journey has only recently started. She has only played 2 events with us so far, and they didn't go particularly well. I do wonder if she's, in general, somewhat new to the game, although I know that she is a Hidden Fortress local, which is a significant way away from Riverside, and sometimes that can definitely be a factor. Reese does go ahead and take the full brunt of Erase Face, and thereby the on-hit as well. So we'll lose all talent identities from the cards, and lest my eyes deceive me, is that a V of the Vanguard in the hand?
There was one there, yeah. So
Okay.
I think she's honestly just going to either charge this away or pocket it for Arsenal to spend on the Tunic turn like I was mentioning earlier.
Beaming Bravado is the first action here, charging a Banneret of Courage. Courage token going to be left behind here, and Beaming Bravado is going to go ahead and get a cheeky +1. So now it is a head jab with Go Again. No need to banish a card from Soul with the Boltyn hero ability in order to give Go Again.
Yeah. This is also a good spot for Reese to be in because like she's got 2 soul already and doesn't have to spend much of it to take this turn wide after like choosing to keep all of these cards and taking the Erase Face on the chin.
Vigorous Smash Up gets in the way, does give a +1 to Beaming Bravado because, of course, Reese has charged her soul this turn, revealing a V of the Vanguard versus a Savage Feast. Richard now has the not reciprocal opportunity to put that Savage Feast to the bottom of the deck, but because Beaten Trackers is there and is usually just a Savage Feast enabler, I think Richard is going to be all too happy to leave it there, especially if he's got more clashing to do this turn. 1 damage should be leaking through here.
Yes, because that's only a 3 block there.
And a huge follow-up for Reese Uberstine. This is Duty Bound Blitz, one of the biggest upgrades I think Boltyn has received in a very long time.
Yes.
A hugely above rate 0 for 5, 0 for 6 now with Go Again, thanks to the Courage token that was generated by Banneret of Courage. The rub with Duty Bound Blitz is, of course, that you have to have charged your soul this turn to even legally play it.
Now it's going to go back up to 7 because of blocking with this Bear Hug.
This would have been 4. Yes. So one from there.
Both
and
players
then
confirming life totals are accurate. Yes, there we go. And Richard happy to take the additional 4. It should have been on that duty-bound blitz. You are absolutely right, Marcus. That should have gotten an additional +1 because of the charge that came before. Richard adjusts it right there in kind. Engulfing Light is the follow-up now.
no go
This is interesting that Reese first went for the Engulfing Light at the end of this chain and not for a Raiden swing, perhaps indicating that she wants to keep some soul to cash in on the larger turn that she's about to have next turn.
Because we know that V of the Vanguard is coming, of course, and Tunic counter will be online, which might as well, in Boltyn, be the V of the Vanguard enabler.
Yeah. This is honestly one of the things that you'll find from the Brute Boltyn matchup is that no matter the Brute, they're really looking to leverage some of their armor suite, like some of their big fridge that they get nowadays, to keep these larger hands and do their best to remain unimpeded and burst down a warrior.
Vigor token pops at the beginning of Richard Truong's turn, now at 35 to Reese's 34. Vigor token not going to get a whole lot of value here because it's just a show of strength, paid for by a beast within. So one resource going to be left floating, but Richard is fine because show of strength is likely just going to be a swing big cosplayer against Reese.
Yeah.
Highly efficient play here, accessible only to the Brute class in Flesh and Blood.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see because I think in this hand, Reese is going to beat Richard to the punch for the first really wide, powerful turn with the V of the Vanguard. So we'll see how Richard wants to block and reassess his next hand as a result.
We know about the V of the Vanguard for Reese. We know that the Tunic counter is going to be online. One of the other cards in the hand is Roaring Beam. I do wonder if this is just going to be soul fodder for the V of the Vanguard. It's a card that is incredibly useful on turn 0 for getting soul online as quickly as humanly possible. I do wonder, though, when we are in the mid-game, or basically whenever you have cards in soul, is this just there to be charged?
Effectively, yeah.
Okay.
Because it is yellow, I draw a card.
And we also see Reese here is using it to filter and draw a new card, perhaps looking for some better threats to throw that are bolstered by the power of V of the Vanguard.
And as quickly as we said, Roaring Beam is charged fodder. Reese goes ahead and charges it after blocking with Helm of Halo's Grace. So an additional card going to be drawn there. Didn't quite catch what it was. We have our V of the Vanguard. There's the Duty Bound Blitz, which I think was there before.
Drew a Soul Shield,
And
apparently.
I know that Courage of Bologna was there as well. Or I'm sorry, Angel's Grace.
I am going to use Tunic to gain.
Perhaps, maybe it was a duty-bound blitz, because I think there was a yellow one before, and now I see a red in the hand. So this turn could be absolutely huge.
Yeah.
The only way I think it could get better is if Reese was able to start with an Edict of Steel or something like that.
Things with this.
So this is interesting because I believe there is a V of the Vanguard in her arsenal.
I think so too.
And so she's going to just stow that one for another future turn.
I'm charged. So this
Not bad at all. Looks like only one card charged to V of the Vanguard. Reese, of course, has the opportunity to charge as many cards as she would like, and then she'll get plus X, where X is the number of light cards charged this way for the remainder of the turn. In this case, because there's two duty-bound blitzes in hand, this is more efficient. I think it's common for us to see a V of the Vanguard that gets 2 charges, but when you've got supremely above rate cards in the hand, you might as well just throw them instead.
Yeah, she honestly has a lot of soul for this point in the game, and I think that's not a mistake. That's not a bug. That is a feature of Boltyn nowadays because you don't have to spend soul so much on action points because of new cards like Duty Bound Blitz. Like Boltyn is actually running it in multiple colors of red and yellow because yellows function just as well because they're a 0 for 4, and they also charge really well with the yellow matters nature of Boltyn.
Go again given by a Sir Boltyn Breaker of Dawn activation. 1 card out of Soul, which is Blessing of Bologna, not Angel's Grace. I don't know where I got that. Now given way to the Duty Bound Blitz, which doesn't need any cards banished from Soul. Exactly why you said it is a function of this card that Soul can stay where it belongs. Now 5 go again, to be followed up by 6 go again into, of course, Raiden, which then recoups the value of having to charge Blessing of Bologna at the beginning of the turn. And we were wrong, Marcus. It was a Celestial Cataclysm in the arsenal. This is absolutely huge from Reese. All of a sudden coming in for 8, and then 6, and then 4. This turn is out of control. But the downside, of course, is that Reese is left without any cards in Soul. Will probably have to take another off turn down the line in order to set something up to protect the future.
Well, this opportune arsenal did actually pay off because we spoke about how much Soul she'd already accrued in such a short amount of time.
Right.
So this is a good payoff, honestly.
And furthermore, it's an even better payoff because of this card, Duty Bound Blitz, which, man, even though it only blocks 2, is making this turn and probably Boltyn decks a bound sing. Because all of a sudden you can donate those extra cards in Soul rather, instead of action points, they can instead be sent to supremely powerful attacks like Celestial Cataclysm. So Richard is blocking for 6 here. The Savage Feast that we saw revealed to a Clash earlier, and also a Vigorous Smash Up, will leave behind a Vigor token. That Clash won handsomely by the Beast Within on top. The follow-up for Reese is Duty Bound Blitz, going 6 go again. All of a sudden, via the Vanguard, that 1 charge is going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 value because, of course, the Raiden swing is going to come after.
Yeah, this is a really good single V charge right here.
Yeah, Reese is thanking her lucky stars. I believe her last match in the feature area was less than stellar. She was playing Fi and got hit by an erase face very early on. And
Richard is taking all of this on the chin, despite the fact that he blocked 2 cards.
Yeah. After blocking 2 cards, he still finds himself at 13 after Reese's second affirmative turn of the game. But Richard is an unflappable guy. Knows that he is discarding this Beast Within thanks to the Clash. Bare Fangs going to do its dirty work, gain some extra power, and Beaten Trackers cashed in immediately. 2 resources left floating. It's not the perfect draw for Richard unless the card in Arsenal is something that he wants to play. It was a Send Packing in the hand. Does look like... Oh, interesting. Had to reveal it to Reese, of course, to the Beast Within trigger, making sure that she knows.
This is still public information.
But this is still essentially 8 go again, because an action point was generated from the pop of Beaten Trackers.
Yeah, have to wonder if this is just going to be another resource card for his turn, and he's going to deploy the arsenal that we don't quite know about.
And Reese, with a fantastic opportunity to refill that soul. There's a soul shield on the left side of her hand. There's also another Blessing of Bologna, which can do a little bit of pseudo-charging by just being put into the soul at the beginning of the turn if Reese decides to establish it. It would be hard for me to believe that she's not going to get at least a little bit on blocking duty here. Warpath of Winged Grace gets in the way of this Bare Fangs. Card is going to be charged into Soul, so a Quicken token will be left behind. 6 damage should be leaking through here unless the Soul Shield, yes, is coming out to play. So completely blocked out is this Bare Fangs, and Reese says, you get to go next, and I am doing my setup when it is probably most influential on defense.
Yeah, this is fantastic for Reese because she's going to refill Soul, wait until Tunic probably comes around on 3, and then press that advantage because she has so much of a life total lead over Richard now.
And now Bolt of Courage jumps in front of this show of strength. 5 damage will leak through. Reese now down to 25 to Richard Truong's 12. A huge setup turn for Reese, but now passing the tempo 100% back to Richard ultimately. And if Richard can find himself the first blood rush of the game, he could really punish.
Oh,
and there it is.
A namesake card.
But there's 2 in the hand.
Oh.
All of a sudden, this is less than stellar. Richard has the opportunity to go ahead and pitch 1 blood rush to play the other, but would then risk discarding the 1 blue in the hand. And I think
a Splatter Skull.
It's a reckless swing.
Oh my goodness.
He's going for it. There is a miss in the hand. It's a 50-50 shot. Richard Truong apparently has a little bit of Eugene in him. It's a 3-rolled. Is it the blood rush?
Oh,
no, it's the Splatter Skull. All of a sudden, Richard, and he doesn't even show any sign of relief. Just stares stone cold daggers into Reese. Uberstine gives nothing away. And the first Intimidate of potentially more happens on this turn. 12 plays 25, but Richard, after getting...
Oh my god, there's a
beast
within this
there's a beast
hand.
within there, and now the second blood rush comes out to play. Now there's a 50-50 shot to be way up for Richard, and he's going to find it. Oh, it's the agile windup.
Still another 2 cards, though.
Still unflappable is Richard Truong. He doesn't have the bailout of beaten trackers anymore, though. So he needs something with natural or subnatural go again, like a pulping, in order to make this turn work. There's a Song of Sinew now in the hand, so another form of pseudo go again. Sand Sketch Plan, Wild Ride, Savage Feast, and Swing Big are the cards revealed. So 3 out of 4 are 6s or above. Next Brute Attack is going to get +3, but the action points are the issue for Richard.
This is quite an interesting turn to think about because he's come this far, but unless it's something in Arsenal that provides go again,
yeah,
it might just be one mighty swing.
It's still going to be a good amount of damage because we're representing +7 on the
Yes.
next attack, but Blood Rush turns are all about how many chain links wide you can go. Just like Reese Uberstine's V of the Vanguard turn, you get multiplicative value the more chain links you can establish. And with only 1 coming through for Richard, at least on its face, this could be a very lackluster double Blood Rush.
I think he has a send packing in Arsenal, actually.
Which is also not great. No action points able to be generated by that from go again or otherwise.
I think Richard honestly expected Reese to Arsenal pass after taking her setup
Right.
turn and blocking a bunch.
Honestly, I would have too if Bolt of Courage was the last card in hand.
Very premium red to punish on the end of a V of the Vanguard chain.
Especially after a Quicken token has already been established. The hand for Reese, at least right now, doesn't look great. I think she's very happy to block with these 2 cards if Richard gives her the opportunity to. The other 2 cards in the Intimidated Zone are really what will spell the difference. But when you are stranded with cards as Boltyn, oftentimes that means, okay, I have a card I can play, I have a card I can charge, and I can recoup that value on Raiden, especially when there's already a Quicken token there, there's already cards in Soul.
I think actually because of the life total that Richard has sunk to because of Reese's turn before last, he's honestly going to have to probably cash in that Scowling Flesh Bag just to stay alive.
Reese turns the card around, send packing on the combat chain, says, this is the Arsenal Disruption one? Oopsies, I forgot to Arsenal. So this is only 13 from Richard after 2 Blood Rushes and a lot of risk taken on this turn.
It would put him down to the same life total as Reese, or put Reese down to the same life total as him, pardon me. But she has a whole hand to just send along with a Quicken token here.
And this is the weakness that people ascribe to the Intimidate keyword. Ultimately, if your opponent is not interested in blocking, then who cares about what you're doing?
Yes.
And now it's 12-12, back over to Reese, who kept this full 4-card hand, no Splatter Skull or Send Packing able to represent any disruption to this turn, and now it's 2 cards in Soul, 4 cards in hand, and a Quicken token already established. I know there's a Battlefield Beacon.
Yes.
That yellow Beaming Bravado seems to be jumping in first, and then there's one of those majestic bannerets. Banneret of Courage. You're going to leave behind a Courage token and gain some extra value for later.
I think the one awkward thing about the Intimidates that did slightly matter is that Reese has 2 bannerets in hand, and she doesn't have a second charge card in this hand, so one might just be destined for the Arsenal to cash in the Tunic as like a opportune Arsenal. Like, it's not the best. It's not really the reason the card is in the list, but you'll take it when you can get it.
Because, of course, Battlefield Beacon doesn't allow you to charge. It just gives you extra benefit for the number of cards you've banished from your soul this turn.
Yeah.
So, that being said, I do wonder, is there any merit to Reese just going ahead and banishing a card from Soul anyway, even though she's already got Go again, in order to get some extra value from Battlefield Beacon?
That might be something to consider, actually. I also, considering the Celestial Cataclysm, pardon me, slipping on my C's, is a card in the main deck. I would honestly be looking to keep a little bit of Soul if you can, because that's a great extender for Boltyn, even when you don't charge that turn.
Or even if it's just the 1 card that you get to send for the turn. 1 card 7 is huge in the game of Flesh and Blood. Battlefield Beacon does come out after Beaming Bravado. Reese doesn't decide to charge, so it's just a 1 card 4 here. Does have power greater than its base, so Reese will be able to banish a card from Soul and then come cracking in with Raiden afterwards. Still not going to be threatening lethal, though. If Richard takes all of this, he'll be down to 2. I do wonder if Reese is trying to tempt out that Scowling Fleshbag.
Yeah, I think this is a heads-up approach because while Fleshbag is still on the battlefield, you want to be conscious of something that gets intimidated is good to Arsenal still.
We'll use Boltyn to give it
And that's like regardless of hero or class that you play, that's always how you have to treat Fleshbag.
Even if that's a heads-up play, Richard does not bite. Goes ahead and accepts all 4 of that damage. Another factor there is that Richard knows he loses value by blocking. And so, yes, that extra banneret is still going to get some value. It's an activation of Iron Song Versus, which means that the Raiden that comes after will generate a Courage token if it connects, which is almost assured unless Richard wants to throw equipment in front of this because 1 card from hand will beef it up to 4.
Actually, I like how heads up this play and
get the +1 if you do block.
considered is from Reese because she already saw every card from Song of Sinew in Richard's current hand, and she also knew that the last card remaining for Arsenal was a Send Packing that Richard put in there.
Raiden, Dustbane, out on the combat chain. And Reese
Yeah, this
refusing to Arsenal and play into the disruption of Richard Truong, who is now holding a Savage Feast, Sand Sketch Plan, Swing Big, and I have forgotten the last. Oh, Wild Ride. So finally, Richard has gotten himself a copy of more or less natural Go Again, though it's not 100% confirmed in Rhinar like it was in KO Armed and Dangerous. Now, Richard in the Blender very likely can represent lethal on the next turn cycle, especially because Reese is completely out of blocking armor except for Fyendal Spring Tunic.
Yeah, if he can make the turn difficult with just 1 or 2 intimidates, it can threaten the way Reese wants to crack back. And stay alive, for that matter.
And so now, talk to me about the Boltyn endgame. Oftentimes we see decks in Flesh and Blood gain their strength based on their ability to send 1 or 2 card hands in the endgame. Is that something that Boltyn can do well?
Yes, because even if you consider a simple 2-card hand of, let's say, like a Beaming Bravado, so it's Go Again is without question when you charge. So that's 4 into a Raiden swing for 3. Your opponent, if they have no defense reactions or, let's say, armor left on the table, they're going to have to give you 2 cards to the first chain link and 2 for the next one if they're at 1.
Richard Truong starts the turn off by popping Savage Sash, sending Wild Ride by only paying 1 resource. Card drawn, card to be randomly discarded is Swing Big. So small silver lining for Reese here. Yes, Richard is going to get his action point back, but I really think that he wanted to keep that above rate attack where he wants it, and that's on the combat chain. 6 Go Again now for Reese to contend with, though.
Yeah, he kind of wanted the peak value play here.
Oh, wow. Wild Ride.
I'm sorry?
Before even attacking, Richard seems to be discarding Agile Windup out of the hand. Doesn't bode well for the remainder of the turn. Can send packing, so it will be lethal on the stack, but Reese has 1 more block on Iron Song Versus. I did misspeak earlier because it was on the combat chain showing that it was activated. Reese could go down to 1, and then right as Fyendal Spring Tunic is coming back up, she's drawing up yet another V of the Vanguard. Yeah.
Is a discard.
I mean, even a single charge V here is good because like you guarantee that the breakpoint on Raiden gets more uncomfortable, especially for decks that have loads of attack action cards, so they have no choice.
One other thing going on here is that normally going down to 2 or below against a Brute is a risky proposition because of a little card called Reckless Swing. Reese has already seen it. Richard already pitched it away on that double Blood Rush turn. So if Reese was paying attention, she might know that that card is at least a little bit less risky to contend with.
And this is how the Intimidate for the turn has made it uncomfortable for Reese because she has a Beacon of Victory and a Roaring Beam intimidated, and the 2 attack action cards in the hand, V and E-Strike, are left here as the blocking.
So you're saying she is much less obliged to block with these because those are the ones she wants to be sending back on the next turn.
It's like a difficult decision. So for now, she's like, oh, I'll take the damage, see what you can give me.
I think you've got to. And, ooh, Richard is only following up with a Ravenous Meat Axe, so it's going to be yet another Intimidate, but no lethal represented no matter what. Huge for Reese here. I think, for my money, I think she's taking this straight away and going next.
I think this is mainly because Richard had the 2 floating, and he doesn't want to just send 6 from Arsenal. He wants the second Intimidate. Or the third, pardon me.
But I don't want it.
Ravenous Meataxe to contend with is coming in for 5 because, of course, a card with 6 or more power was discarded, exactly why we saw the Intimidate. And Reese now squirming a little bit. I think she knows that it's right to, yes, just shove this Iron Song versus and go for the kill, but it's uncomfortable.
Going to 2 is always unsafe against Brutes.
It's so scary, but sometimes you just got to do it. She's going to take a look through the graveyard one more time to see if there's a Reckless Swing there. Does she remember the one that was pitched? Such a tense moment here.
I think the one that was pitched was in that double Blood Rush.
It was. So your eyes might have been peeled to the double Blood Rush rather than the pitch zone.
You got to pay attention to all parts of the battlefield in Flesh and Blood.
Exactly why I think my #1 advice to people just getting into the game or who want to play it at a high competitive level is to stay curious. Notice everything that is going on the board. Reese is not afraid. She goes down to 1, takes the full brunt of the Ravenous Meataxe. 2 is exactly the same as 1 when you're considering Reckless Swing, and it is just not in the hand of Richard Truong. So it's full steam ahead for Reese Uberstine, who has a Tunic online and a V of the Vanguard in hand. I think Roaring Beam is going to be the one charged to pay for this V of the Vanguard, and then, of course, Beacon of Victory is there to back it all up. With 3 cards in Soul, 1 needed to be used to the Sir Boltyn hero ability, Reese has the kill shot locked and loaded if Richard does not respect the overage of Beacon of Victory. V of the Vanguard now coming in, likely for just 4. Yes, 1 card charge, that is Roaring Beam. V coming in for 4. Go again will have to be given by the Boltyn hero ability, but Richard, I do not want to be in his seat right now. There's a lot to contend with here. Scowling Fleshbag could do a majority of this work. It gets in the way straight away, but will Richard commit more cards here? Just by blocking with Scowling Fleshbag, he is insulated from death due to Beacon of Victory, but that's if Reese can hold on to it.
Yeah. This is a troubling sort of hand because the E-Strike has been kept, but if Reese is intimidated here by Fleshbag, has no card to bottom to actually send it this turn, so it will be an intellect penalty of 1 no matter what happens.
A rough situation, without a doubt, but there's no answer. She tried her best to bait out that Scowling Fleshbag earlier in this game. Richard remained unflappable. The card rolled. Can we see it? Oh, the strike is finished! This is huge for Reese right here. Beacon of Victory is still in the hand, which means that she can banish 2 cards out of the Soul in addition to the one that she'll need to give V of the Vanguard go again, and also be able to fetch out a Lumina Ascension to continue this turn. That Raiden Dustbane is going to be coming in for 2 instances of 5 after V of the Vanguard resolves.
I don't even know if...
Maybe you just banish 1 card at that point. Oh, yeah.
I don't think Lumina's part of this turn because she doesn't have Spirit of Arena out, so she can't play at instant speed to get full value from V of the Vanguard. She's probably going to go for a 0-cost card. I would hazard something like Beacon of Victory, or pardon me, not Beacon of Victory, Bolt of Courage, or Battlefield Beacon, because she's going to spend all of her soul and throw it on the end of the chain.
Okay. I see what you're saying. She does go ahead and banish 2 cards from Beacon of Victory, which means that she's going to leak 1 damage through.
Yep.
Excuse me, 2 damage through because an attack action card was blocked with, and she has charged her soul this turn. Can we get a look at what she's looking for? My worry about banishing the entirety of the soul here is that don't you not have an ability to give whatever you find or Raiden go again?
True. Like, you're forsaking it to... go heavier on 1 chain link. I think Reese's assessment is that I know that it's uncomfortable for you to block me because you have so many attack action cards. So maybe I will just send a bigger hit on chain link 2.
Maybe you just get your last copy of Duty Bound Blitz.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, that's actually a really heads-up play.
I'm still thinking in the mindset of
old Boltyn, right?
Old Boltyn.
Boomer Boltyn. So here we go, Duty Bound Blitz. Gosh. If this game has not been a advertisement for how useful Duty Bound Blitz is in Boltyn, then I don't know what more I can say.
This card is a common house.
Is it a brick house, perhaps?
Given that it's warrior, it's pretty hardy. Yeah, I'd say so.
And here we go. Duty-bound blitz coming in for 6. Go again. Richard has to fold the hand. And then the follow-up is going to be Raiden. Dustbane for 4. Richard now able to just block with the last card in hand.
No, he can't. It's a wild ride.
Oh, it's a wild ride. That's it. The fist bump's extended. Reese Uberstine takes down Richard Truong in the feature match area. Last time may have been a disaster, but this, it's all glory for Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn, in a massive display of just how influential one card can be in the upgrade of a new set.
Yeah, that was a fantastic show with 2V of the Vanguard turns and lots of duty-bound blitz, being that middle of the chain that's like extending the turn and ensuring the turn is so wide that like people can't ignore it.
Okay, well, that was one heck of a start to our day. I mean, if round 1 gives us something like that, I'm excited for what comes next.
Exactly.
It's only going to be more exciting as the competition and, of course, the level of play heats up throughout the day. Before we leave you for a break and a winner interview with Reese Uberstine, new champion of the feature match area, even though it's only her 3rd event at AGE, we do have to talk about our sponsor here at AGE. Today's AGE Open event is brought to you by Fabtcg, who very recently have put up full pre-order suite of products from Omens of the Third Age. That's right, you can also get a common playset or a playset of all non-foil Majestics, prepackaged for your playing pleasure. And you can go to fabfoundry.co to get exactly what I just described. You can use the QR code at the top of your screen. That's just going to take you to the website. But when you get to checkout, please enter AGELA10. That will tell them that they sent you and also give you 10% off of your order. So get over to Fabtcg and support Flesh and Blood players like you when it comes to the vending space. Thank you to Fabtcg for all you do to support the work that we do here at the AGE Open Series. We are a grassroots tournament, an independent tournament organizer, one of the few that still survive in Flesh and Blood, and it's all thanks to our sponsors and, of course, our subscribers at AGE Premium. Put a pin in that. We'll be talking about AGE Premium here and there throughout the day. We are going to go ahead and take a break. We'll get Reese Uberstine into the booth, and what do you say, Marcus? Do you want to talk some Boltyn with Reese?
Yeah, I'll hash it out with her.
All right, hash it out, indeed. Perhaps she can make you abandon your old ways as a boomer of Boltyn and bring you into the new era.
I mean, I was already planning on it. I just haven't upgraded the deck lately.
Well, Reese Uberstine coming at you, and then more Flesh and Blood after that. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Good morning, everybody. I'm back here with round one winner, Reese, showcasing the power of Boltyn. So Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn, against kind of a little bit of a challenging hero, you might say, like a brute that's going to intimidate your whole hand, so you have like
A little bit.
less blocking agency. What made you pick Boltyn today?
I was tired of dying on 5.
Okay, that's fair enough.
So we decided to try something a little bit different. Haven't played them since Monarch, but decided to... We did a little wheel where you spin the wheel and you choose between 2 heroes. We did that at breakfast today, and it was Boltyn.
You span the wheel.
We span the wheel.
You did not do a duck race like Chris Iali and some of those.
No, definitely not a Steven Nemeth move.
Yeah, that was actually a point that we brought up in the booth, is that like it's a stark contrast where Boltyn has come from in Monarch, like you mentioned last time piloting him, to what tools he has now, because like he's received multiple expansion slots and a slew of really good cards in Compendium of Wraith, like Roaring Beam and Duty Bound Soul.
Yeah, so Duty Bound Soul definitely helped, especially in that last match where I was stuck between choosing the Lumina Ascension or that card. There's too many misses in the deck to where I was a little bit too nervous that I would hit a whiff off the top. So we went for something a little bit more safe, did the 5, and then did the Raiden to be a little bit more safer and conservative.
Yeah, because Bryce called out Lunar Ascension. I did have to remind him, like, no. There's no Spirit of Arena out on the battlefield. So if we break the chain, we lose our Via the Vanguard buff. So why would we do that? Let's not throw value away. I thought, like, oh, Bolt of Courage would be really good here, but you'd already been intimidated your E-Strike. So I thought a draw will just go to waste. So maybe the... what is it? The one that banishes or counts the amounts of banishes.
The attack reaction?
No, Beacon.
Oh, yes. I played that.
Battlefield Beacon.
Yeah, did that the turn prior, I think. And I didn't have anything removed from Soul for the whole turn, so it just swung for 3. But it's definitely a great tool to use, especially if you have removed cards from Soul.
Yeah.
Where you're going to get the Vigor, the Toughness, or even the Quicken.
It's a really good follow-up because you did deploy a Celestial Cataclysm fairly early in the game, which is just a good way to cash in Soul. Yeah,
you definitely tried to, in that kind of a matchup, try to race in the start, try and get as much Soul as you can. Then you're going to start launching a lot of your bigger attacks, try and get the Celestials out. That way you can use your Soul more effectively, because towards the end, you're not going to have as many opportunities.
Yeah.
Especially against Rhinar when your whole hand's being intimidated, or you're scared of the defense reaction that can deal 2 damage to you.
Exactly, yeah. And there are a certain amount of defense reactions that Boltyn still runs, like Soul Shield. So if you get that intimidated, and then, like we saw, he was packing, Send packing.
Yes.
So... if you ever get intimidated and you stick a defense reaction in Arsenal, it can be frustrating for it to just be banished and threatened by intimidates. So it's an awkward matchup to like walk the line on, but it's good that you found the way, just being like aggressive and proactive. Yeah,
definitely was a little bit shaken. Didn't see a Rhinar here last time, and I was surprised to see one here today. So I was stuck between choosing Saving Grace from the Armory deck or the Soul Shields, and we decided to go for Soul Shields and 1 Saving Grace, I think. Yeah, I think that's what we did, just to be a little bit more aggressive, that if I can block, I can get another charge, get something in Soul, and that way for the next few turns, I have something to give something go again.
Gotcha. And because you're kind of new on the AGE scene, Reese, tell me a bit about the local scene that you represent in Simi Valley with like Xander's Game House and Hidden Fortress.
So I play at a Hidden Fortress. We play every Wednesday. I think he's somewhere here. Gary Grind. He's taught me how to play the game. There's also Oscar right over there.
Yep.
Used to play with more well-known people like Craig Pollock, Tiffany Lee, all those types of people. Great environment. Couldn't say anything better than that.
That's good to hear. you have a nice local scene up there. I honestly don't get to drive up as much, but I come to ProQuest and RTNs when I can. You have anything else you want to say? Any shout-outs before we say goodbye for this round?
Just don't be afraid to try new heroes. I haven't played Boltyn since Monarch, and turned out okay, I think.
Yeah, it went pretty well. Okay, we'll be back in just a short break, so don't go anywhere, everybody.
With a bolt of courage, we continue into round 2 here at the AGE Open Series. This is May edition for the Los Angeles region. Not the only region that is competing in the AGE Open Series right now. St. Louis trundles on, not on stream, but still #1 in our hearts. Bryce Platt's back with Mr. Posh Pummel, Marcus Brown himself. Marcus, how about that first game?
It was really electrifying, honestly. Like, big power turns from both sides, but ultimately Boltyn beat Rhinar to the punch on that one.
And, you know, it was kind of interesting because Boltyn was definitely having the power turns that they dream of. Rhinar, however, was falling very much behind, but shows that Brutes can play the value game with the best of them. It was ultimately 1 life point that made the difference.
Yeah.
Really impressive stuff, both from Richard Truong and from Reese Uberstine. Now, though, we turn our eyes to the metagame here in Los Angeles. Now, we said before the stream in our pre-show that local metas are something that can defy expectations. Yes, we have our Arachne Marionettes, our Acilio Constella Intelligence, 5 copies represented there, 13% of the total meta, respectively. But then all of a sudden, Vynnset Iron Maiden is there, and I think that is definitely the indication that we are in SoCal.
Yeah, it's the Ian effect.
The Ian effect is real, has brought a lot of members to the cult, and I don't think Ian's actually here. I misspoke earlier. He is not
He
playing.
decided to stay home and do some errands, he told me last night at Locals, but he's resting on his laurels, you know, rightfully so, after 3 top 8 finishes, sitting at 60 at the very top today.
Even though the Ian effect is real, it's not just Shadow represented. It's 2 copies of Sir Boltyn Breaker of Dawn, one of which we saw in the previous feature match. The next you can view in our backup feature match of round 2. Alan Chavarin is going to be on display there, but you can only get a hold of that if you subscribe to AG Premium, where extra matches and articles from the top players in the game are your bread and butter. Kai Sickler is on your screen. Why? Because he is one of the featured players in round 2 that we're going to see on stream. Kai, a huge proponent of Marlynn Treasure Hunter, exactly the hero that he took to a victory just last month.
Yeah, it's true. He really showed his prowess on the hero, especially because he's been an up-and-coming local that spent a lot of time on Azalea, and then unfortunately, when she rotated, kind of was looking for a new deck that was filling the same niche, basically.
Also a huge fan of Long Island's Jack and Cokes and AMFs. Tell me you are just turned 21 without telling me you just turned 21.
I won't speak to the Long Islands. They're not really my taste, but Jack and Coke never goes wrong.
You're an AMF guy, though?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Or Sex on the Beach.
Okay, fair enough. Apparently blue and pink is the way that Marcus Brown likes to drink. But we're going to go down to the feature match area now because we've got 2 illustrious competitors ready to do battle for your viewing pleasure. Skylar Waidhofer on Vynnset Iron Maiden, one of the Cult of Ian, and we know that for a fact,
yes,
Marcus, because he was asking us if he should deviate from Ian's sideboard plan right before we went live. And on the other side of the screen is our previous reigning champ, Kai Sickler on Marlynn Treasure Hunter. It looks like the beginning of the game is definitely going Skylar's way. Has the opportunity to go first, goes and banishes a Cull, a fantastically influential card in pretty much any matchup it can be played. An additional rune chant generated by Grasp of the Arcanite, and then Funeral Moon to follow up. So a whopping 3 rune chants established right away for Skylar Waidhofer. Outside of a Malefic Incantation, that's probably the best you can hope for.
That's actually what I was about to touch on. Aside from Malefics out on the board turn 0, he's got 3 rune chants. He's got a Colin banished to loom over Kai's head. He's set up pretty good here.
Looming over Kai's head, which is donned with a Honing Hood, one of the de facto tech pieces, I think, for Marlynn Treasure Hunter, especially in this local SoCal meta. Cheating Scoundrel, the first action resolved. And shortly followed up by a 3 of a kind. I think exactly why Kai didn't go ahead and pop Honing Hood on that turn 0, which is the most commonplace use of the hood. Kai will have the opportunity to go ahead and load one of these drawn harpoons straight away, thanks to the fact that 3 of a kind is drawing several cards, and that's the passive hero text of Marlynn. However, the only juicy one I see is Shallow Water Shark Harpoon.
I mean, he's got 2 red fins in his hand. The real question is, does he want to target a key red that he might envision in Skylar's hand, or will he go for the safer option and the bit more damage of just going for the arsenal?
Seems to be the red fin harpoon as the chosen option. And the red card's in the hand for Skylar, though. There's a red Deathly Whale, lest my eyes deceive me, but then it's 2 blue Runegate attacks, which are going to be online just to the passive banish of Vynnset. So there's nothing stopping from Kai from blocking with one of those reds, and in the damage step, playing out that Funeral Moon at instant speed.
Yeah. Also the option to snipe Kai's arsenal by playing out the Cull at instant speed.
And Kai is posturing to go ahead and arsenal that Shallow Water Shark Harpoon. May not be an option if Skylar decides to utilize Cull. 11 overpower represented now, though. Kai will have the opportunity to go ahead and discard that yellow card in hand to generate a gold token if he loses the clash, but based on the context of Skylar's hand, I think this one's hitting. Kai wasn't 100% confident, though. No activation of gold-baited hook, which would not have been risk-free.
Yeah, I think that's fine, honestly. You don't want to create unnecessary risks so early in, especially because hook hasn't blocked here.
Small mistake from Skylar here. I think he's unawares that there is an priority window where he can go ahead and play out the Funeral Moon before
you can respond
Kai
to damage.
activates
Exactly.
Go Fish. Okay. Something that I think players got really used to in the days of Enigma. That was a trick of her own. You send a red in the ledger at her, or excuse me, a command and conquer or something like that. She plays out a chi card from the arsenal.
or it responds to weakest link by pitching chi away, stuff like that.
It's an activation of Honing Hood for Kai Sickler. Exactly, I think, when Skylar activates Cole out of the banish zone. Oh, a massively expert play from Kai Sickler. Able to say, oh, you want to banish a card from my hand? I'll respond and put it in my arsenal instead.
But this is a prime example of like Kai knowing exactly what he's doing. Has seen this matchup probably a good couple times because of sitting across from Ian locally as well.
Knows every out, does Kai Sickler. Pockets that shallow water shark harpoon in the nick of time. And out of the arsenal comes a Beseech the Demigod from Skylar Waidhofer, perhaps showing Kai that Shallow Water Shark Harpoon was the one to send on that previous turn cycle. Deep Recesses of Existence, the follow-up. And I think it makes sense from Skylar because he's got a Cull in the graveyard, he's got a Funeral Moon in the graveyard, and the thing about Deep Recesses is you have to have taken damage in order to get the reciprocal banish effect.
I thought he'd immediately go Windmill Slam for Annihilation here to get some interaction across into Kai's end. But yeah, I guess so. He wants to recur that Cull to threaten more disruption. So
3 Rune Chants blocked. 1, of course, does leak through because it was unpreventable. There's a blue, a Frail Swing Line in the pitch zone for Kai Sickler. An interesting inclusion that I don't think I've seen in Marlynn as of yet. And it's a total of 9 damage, physical now, that Kai must contend with. Damage has already been received, so the on-pain effect has gone through for both players. Will Kai donate more cards to the cause? He's posturing, blocking with a King Shark Harpoon, which I think is particularly prescient if he's expecting Kyler to go ahead and recur Cull.
Yes.
Because at least then it's in the graveyard and ready for a Codex in the future.
Exactly.
No blocks chosen here, though.
But he did say no blocks. Okay. I think I actually know what he's going to do here. I think instead, in advance of the Cull getting recurred, Kai will actually activate and tap Marlynn to make the Golden Harpoon so that he has a virtual card to banish to Cull and then pocket the King Shark instead.
I don't think it's an instant speed ability, unfortunately, on Marlynn. So Cole banished here. Cole played by Skylar Waidhofer.
Pardon me. I guess he can do it that way.
So it is King Shark Harpoon banished there, and I think it's the more obvious thing that Kai needed to protect. He needs to protect the disruption that he can send on this turn, which means that the 2 blues in hand are required in order to activate Hammerhead and send Shallow Water Shark Harpoon.
Yeah.
The unfortunate bit, though, is that Skylar has not arsenaled the card, so it's no real disruption. It's just Kai trying to stay ahead of the game in the damage race. So Shallow Water Shark Harpoon coming in for 9 overpower. No real threat of on-hit, especially because Gold-Baited Hook once again left at home. So not even a gold token can be generated for Kai.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate, I guess, because Cull takes it in response to the damage step on Skylar's turn, but Kai's still ahead in this race.
Just by 1 resource. Definitely going to be more once this turn is all said and done. And now, Skylar does
succumb to temptation in that.
There is a succumb. Skylar does now have to contend with the fact that he's got a 4-cost Rune Gate attack in the Banish Zone, and no real means of generating Rune Chants, at least for the foreseeable turn cycle.
Yeah, it's true. He might just be taking off turn here.
Widespread Destruction blocked with here. Prescient because Kai will be bereft of an arsenal at the end of this turn. 6 damage leaks through. Skylar now down to 23 to Kai Sickler's 30. But the blood debt could be ratcheting up. There is a Deathly Delight in the hand, banished to the Vynnset ability at the beginning of the turn, Rune Chant left behind. If there's a blue there, can be pitched to Grasp of the Arknight in order to make Deathly Delight playable, but there's not. It's a yellow and a red.
It's really unfortunate because he's just going to sit with dead cards on a turn where he's not doing anything and took overpower damage to Marlynn.
Which makes me wonder if the suboptimal play is the correct one to pitch both of those cards into Grasp of the Arknight.
No, he's going to pop his Grimoire.
I like this a lot better.
I think this is the use case that you want.
Just a get out of jail free card.
Exactly.
So Beseech the Demigod pitched, and that's the sticking point, right? Grimoire of Felling Song will generate 1 Rune Chant token, whether or not, whichever card that Skylar pitches. So Skylar had the opportunity to send a Shadow non-attack instead, but wants to hold on to the Succumb for the high roll chance of completely wrecking Kai's next turn, which doesn't require a lot of help. It's nothing but blues in the hand, so I think Kai was blocking with this hand anyway.
Good time to draw a bunch of these 3-bot blues when it's kind of an off turn for Skylar.
And Skylar didn't even have the opportunity to play out Succumb at instant speed, even if Kai hadn't blocked out the physical, because no Rune Chance got through. But
exactly.
Skylar has set himself up for another turn of disruption, which is, I think, exactly what you need to do as Vynnset. Roll it over time and time again, especially against the biggest, baddest aggro decks in the meta, like Marionette. In the hand now, a go-again enabler, widespread destruction.
And Deadwood Dirge as well.
Thank goodness for that Deadwood Dirge. Going to make
this turn would be dead in the water.
And now, because that's a redundant blue on the left-hand side, right?
Yes.
So Skylar could even end up sending widespread annihilation. Could go ahead and banish the widespread destruction for later. Activate to the Vynnset ability. Pay a blue into Grasp of the Arknight, then Deadwood Dirge up to 4 Rune Chance.
Exactly.
And there it is. It's pitch of the blue up to 2 Rune Chance, Deadwood Dirge up to 4.
Just like we drew it up.
And then also a Succumb to Temptation backing this entire turn up. The only issue for Skylar at this point is no Shadow non-attack. So it is possible that Kai blocks this out in its entirety. Mauvrion Skies is played out as well. I think Skylar just has to hedge for the possibility that Kai blocks everything and gives himself the opportunity to hold back the Succumb to Temptation if he so chooses. But I think this makes it so that Kai is going to block out the entirety of the physical, because if he doesn't, 3 Rune Chants are left behind and widespread destruction will follow. You can't let that happen.
I think this is still a good opportunity, actually, to use Trench to get that additional resource to pay for the 4th Rune Chant, especially because Skylar didn't have a Shadow non-attack, like you mentioned, so it's free to pitch for.
Especially because Kai probably hates the card in his arsenal. It was a yellow fin harpoon, which, while it is a harpoon, does meet that condition for Marlynn. It's one of the few that you just don't want to send at Vynnset. There's not a whole lot of yellow cards.
It's often not the card that you want to send at just about any hero in this game. Save maybe, I don't know, Prism or Boltyn.
Yep, fair enough. Maybe even Rhinar. I mean, Brutes run a lot of yellows.
That's true. Take away the Blood Rush.
And just like you called it, Marcus, a Trench activation blocks 1 of those 4 Rune Chants. A blue, sure to follow in the pitch zone. Will insulate Kai from hand disruption, at least from widespread annihilation. But I do think that this hand is yet another one where Kai is going to block out entirely and force Skylar to convert on the next turn cycle.
I think he's just putting that King Shark into Arsenal here.
It's going to eat up a block on equipment, though, because...
Yeah, I just saw it. It's the 2
Gold
block.
to Tip. Gold to Tip will block 2.
Unless he's thinking about putting that in Arsenal instead and saving some armor.
Breakpoints aren't as common in Vynnset as most other Rune Blades, at least in the physical. I think more often than not, they're trying to send breakpoints in Rune Chants.
Yeah.
Just like Skylar did on this turn cycle.
Yeah, that's correct. Because the only real breakpoint that gets presented physically by Vynnset is when you play Shadow Puppetry.
Nevertheless, Kai does protect that gold-baited hook. One of the few forms of breakpoint prevention. And now the follow-up is Flail of Agony. Perhaps now it's time for gold-baited hook to get in the mix. Gold-baited hook staring at that Flail of Agony. Gold-baited hook blocked on Flail of Agony. No Rune Chant generated, and also...
Skylar will bleed for 1 because he still has that widespread destruction in Banished right now.
The very important part of Flail of Agony there was that if it connected, yes, a Rune Chant would have been left behind, and Skylar would have been happy about that, but that would have turned on the on-pain effect of Widespread Annihilation, and then Kai would not have been able to Arsenal gold the tip.
I was about to say, this isn't the greatest hand for Skylar to just have, like, Arsenal passed back to him, but at least he has a defense reaction to stick in Arsenal at the end of this.
There's also, because of the Deadwood Dirge in the hand, there's also another way to send a Rune Gate attack, and it can be more disruption. Widespread Destruction could be huge, and there's also a Cole to back it up. I honestly don't hate it at all, as long as he's able to clear that Succumb to Temptation. That's the really important bit here, and he doesn't have the easy Shadow non-attack to get it done. Going to be sending more Rune Chants and more physical, but no break points to be had. And honestly, with the number of blues that Marlynn has, ooh, I don't... How do you feel about Deathly Wail instead of Widespread Destruction here?
I think Skylar is aiming first to get a bit wider, see if Kai finally wants to be a bit greedier and just like eat some of this. And then because of that, play out the Succumb. Even if Kai like took the Rune Chance and just blocked cards physically, get the turn going wider. You've dealt some Rune Chant damage, but I don't think it's enough Rune Chants to actually fund Destruction, because it'll only make 2 at the end of the day.
No, and it never would have, and it wouldn't have even made 2 because there's no Shadow non-attack, unless, of course, Kai took some damage and allowed Cole to be played at instant speed. But right now, Kai Sickler remaining stalwart in his defense, stranding Skylar Waidhofer with more cards in hand and more blood debt to pay. So down to 19 goes Skylar and is forced to leave 2 cards in hand, pass back over to Kai, who remains at 30, doing a lot of bloodletting, but not really on offense. Seafloor Salvage deployed here. There is 1 yellow card in the bin for Skylar.
Turn it over.
Turn it over. Up to 3 gold is Kai. And now all of a sudden, with 3 gold tokens, as long as you can line up the blues, Kai has 1-card plays that could lead to something really rough for Skylar.
True, and he also just drew a 3 of a kind. I think maybe to place myself in Skylar's shoes, he's noticed Trench as the chess piece for Kai here, and is looking at Widespread Destruction. It's just
Fair.
like, this will never disrupt you in the way that I want, so I am less inclined to send it. Go ahead and banish one of those culls.
So my only issue with sending Deathly Wail in that position rather than Widespread is that Deathly Wail really needs a Shadow non-attack.
Yeah.
In order for it to gain maximum value, especially against a deck like Marlynn that can very easily block out Rune Chants without breakpoints when they're unpreventable. So that's my main concern with sending that instead of Destruction. And, you know, to play a little bit of devil's advocate, yes, Trench is a way of protecting the arsenal, but in a game that is not going to go to second cycle, it's not actually protected in a way.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's entirely possible that Kai's main strategy here is just to starve Skylar out.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, Deathly Wail is a key connective piece to Vynnset, and especially for the turns where you threaten to go 2 or 3 chain links wide with just Rune Gate attack action cards, where you need the floating of Rune Chants into successive chain links, and being mindful of when chains actually break to facilitate that as well.
It does seem like Cole has been utilized by Skylar. Because no hero has taken damage this turn, that will eat up the action point. And finally, Skylar finds his first copy of Maleficent. He is vibing as a result. Feeling really good about that. I think Skylar is noticing just how defensive Kai has been, especially with the banish of a King Shark Harpoon. While it made sense in the moment, that could signal to Skylar, I am going to have to treat this match like it's somebody trying to take me to fatigue.
Yeah. And Kai popping a gold just to get a little bit more off the top. I think he's trying to lay down some buffs before he rips the 3 of a kind.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, because he's
It's an activation of Marlynn because big game trophy shot is in the hand. More cards to be drawn, and it's not just from 3 of a kind.
He's contemplating just trenching in his own turn. Would put him up a resource.
But no, it's a pitch of the blue. I like that a lot better here. So it's going to be draw a card, likely discard Goldfin Harpoon. Card drawn is yet another blue. Kind of what Kai wants to be seeing, but I think the nod right there is it's not a blue that I would just pitch. I might send this Murderous Rabble for a little bit of extra damage, but that is risky in the Marlynn seat.
Interesting, he discards it.
That is very interesting. A discard of Murderous Rabble.
Yeah, he did keep this one. So now he's going to 3 of a kind, and then if he doesn't find an actual Harpoon, there is a King Shark there.
Which he has, but Kai showing that you have to protect your butt when you're playing Marlynn. Keeps the Goldfin in the hand.
Yep.
Finds the King Shark Harpoon, which is exactly what you want to be seeing, especially after 2 buffs have been established.
I think this is a good turn to actually do Hook.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If Hook is not hitting on this turn, then when is it hitting? Because right now we're already representing 17 on the King Shark Harpoon.
This is a massive, massive Harpoon.
And because of Overpower, it effectively makes it so that Face Purgatory can't get maximum value.
Skylar might just have to give his entire fridge for the most part so that he can just live a bit longer.
King Shark Harpoon now out on the combat chain. Last card in hand for Kai Sickler is a Goldfin Harpoon.
Kai's like, I need another dice to represent this game state.
We've got it. Don't worry, Kai.
Humongous Harpoon over here. 17.
Kai Sickler is up big mungus. And now in the hand for Skylar is, of course, that Reduced to Rune Chant that has been sitting in the hand for 2 turn cycles now. And for the first time this game, lethal is represented. It's not going to get there. And the armor comes out to play. Every single piece, mind you.
I called it.
7 block just in armor. Up to 10 now with Deathly Whale joining the fray. And Reduced to Rune Chant brings us up to 14. So only 3 damage going to leak through after all is said and done. Kai Sickler still too afraid to activate gold-baited Hook.
And the great thing is that there won't be a single attack action card in this hand. This is the wrong King Harpoon to censor. Should have sent Kraken.
Unlucky, unlucky. But you know, I think Kai's pretty happy. There was a lot of resources expended on the Vynnset side of the board there.
Yep. And now Skylar's going to be Kraken back with his own salvo.
Without a Kraken, mind you.
Ah.
But with a Malefic Incantation, Skylar is going to try to sing Mr. Sickler to death. Does have a playable Rune Gate attack, but banishing a gorgeous tournament pack, Red Mauvrian Skies, is not exactly what Vynnset likes to do. Widespread Destruction going to finally offer a little bit of disruption. And at this point, I think Kai is going to be fine activating Trench of Sunken Treasure, because it'll be a Goldfin Harpoon at the bottom of the deck.
That's true.
Especially when it's a 3rd copy of 3 of a kind, likely insulating Kai from missing on Harpoons, especially when there's already one in hand.
Yeah.
One of those 3 Rune Chants prevented by an activation of Trench of Sunken Treasure.
I think he's just like a wise approach considering... Oh, okay.
The other 2 find home. Down to 28 is Kai Sickler.
Yeah, still mulling over if he wants to block the physical hit of Widespread.
1 Rune Chant has been left behind by Malefic Incantation. Widespread Destruction now offering 6 damage, but no meaningful disruption. No block seems to be the call, and here is Succumb to Temptation. 6 damage represented. Kai can't prevent it. There's not even a throw caution to the win, but he would need 2 in order to dodge this very meaningful non-attack. Now playable at instant speed because Rune Chants have been accepted. And all of a sudden, 3 of a kind has got a target on its back.
Yep.
It's not all bad for Kai, though. Still has those gold tokens to be able to draw a card and facilitate the arsenaling of a Shallow Water Shark Harpoon.
Without wasting any time, Skylar's just like, get this out of here.
Skylar's not a man who likes to mince words. There's no pleasantries here. It's all about stone cold killing.
The great part is that after not even breaking the chain, Eloquent Eulogy can come out here.
And all of a sudden, Skylar has completely paid off his blood debt and offered a very meaningful turn that was only 2 chain links wide, but has gotten plenty of damage through. Total of 5 accepted by Kai Sickler, and all of a sudden, these life totals are looking a lot more even. 14 plays 17 before we pass back over to the Ranger.
Skylar's actually going to end the turn with an Eloquence, so any other Culls or Funeral Moons might get bailed out here.
Oblivion found in the hand for Skylar. And finally a Shadow non-attack besides Beseech the Demigod. Shadow Puppetry is there.
Yep. Okay, we'll go digging.
Card drawn, it's a blue. That's all you want as Marlynn in these situations. So Shallow Water Shark Harpoon can hit the arsenal, and yet another 9 overpower can come to bear against Vynnset. It's not the ideal card, but so far we have seen the on-hits, the Go Fish on-hits, mind you, not particularly helpful to Kai.
I think it's still fine because Kai had such a big life lead in this game up until this point, so he has most of the tempo. So still continuing and taking, interesting, the blue fin.
Bluefin.
He's going for a resource card here, which I think is actually a decent call because Skylar has ended the turn on no rune chance. So if he takes a blue away from him, it might actually brick up the hand and force Skylar to take another setup turn.
And Kai has been incredibly unlucky when it comes to Go Fish on hits. In this case, rewarded because in the hand of Skylar Waidhofer is an Oblivion, unplayable unless there are 6 rune chance. So all of a sudden, it's not just a gold-baited hook activation, it's also the Go Fish on hit. And yeah, Kai making the absolutely perfect soul read on that turn cycle.
Yeah, Skylar's just forced to put that Deathly Whale yellow into Banished, and then Arsenal this Shadow Puppetry.
All of a sudden, the blood debt mounts once again. Skylar will be down to 8 after this turn is over. But then Vynnset can likely just play the value game of block with 2 cards if Kai will let him and send a meaningful Deathly Whale.
I was going to say let him. Like Kai's activated cannon every turn, so it doesn't really happen against Marlynn.
Especially now that those expansion slots have been doing so much heavy lifting. I think Kai is going to be right at home once Red Lure Harpoon hits the card pool.
He's still got 3 gold to dig with.
And go digging he shall. Codex of Frailty found on top of the deck.
This is fantastic.
With a gold the tip in the hand.
Yep.
So Kai can simply play out gold the tip, activate Hammerhead to clear the hand, play out Codex of Frailty, and make Skylar squirm.
I don't know if he has a King Kraken that he's blocked with at
Not
this
yet.
point. So King Shark is still probably his best bet.
Activation of Marlynn first, finding the Goldfin Harpoon to play out Codex of Frailty and discard to it. An interesting choice here. What could be the reason for that besides just pitching both your blues to Hammerhead and playing out both the Gold the Tip and
I
Codex?
think he is expecting another Cull defensively. So he might be doing this in order to throw away a last card, knowing that he'll ponder anyway to Codex of Frailty.
Oh, he didn't have the opportunity to because of the one resource floating would not have been able to pitch both of those blues to activate Hammerhead.
Oh, yes.
So
okay.
Kai actually just showing that he's played this deck before.
Yes.
Unlike the two of us. And here comes King Shark Harpoon for a total of 13. This time,
Might this kill Skylar?
he can block for 5, and yep, that's, wow, that's it.
That's all she wrote.
Oh my goodness, Kai Sickler coming down with the hammer, looking a lot more like a harpoon. Marlynn Treasure Hunter ascends once again. Kai Sickler showing that he might not have just been a one-hit wonder. It's Marlynn once again 2-0, careening towards the top tables and perhaps back-to-back victories at AGE.
No, I don't think this is any sort of fluke. Having witnessed his come up locally at Crazy Nicks and Tilted Gaming, he's really adept at like tool ranges.
So does that mean he was a Red in the Ledger enjoyer in his past?
Very much so.
Okay, just like Paul Selinsky before him, just can't quit no matter the meta viability of the Tall Rangers.
It's an addicting like piece of dopamine that you get from sending such a dominated attack that you're like, well, no one can block this,
Much
and
like-
it's going to hurt you.
Much like a blue in the pitch, 1 resource floating, and a tunic counter and a pummel.
I was thinking more 3 blues in your pitch zone, and you dominate to Bravo, and then say Crippling Crush for
Oh
11
boy,
dominate.
here we go. Talk about booming.
Man.
We have to talk about our sponsor one more time, ladies and gentlemen. That is Fab Foundry, and they are one of the official tournament organizers of LSS. They're going to be running U.S. Nationals in Minneapolis. I'm very excited because I'll be casting that event. They'll also be the official tournament organizer of Pro Tour Las Vegas. You can go to fabfoundryevents.co to sign up for that event and any other that they're running. They have been tried and true in the past. They ran Calling Columbus most recently, and then Calling Kansas City of yesteryear. They are innovating in the tournament organizing space, and let's just say it, they have been a much more equitable partner to players and I think also LSS, and we are so thankful that they are saving us from the likes of other tournament organizers.
Yeah, they're the TO in your corner, and they're also backed up by being a brick-and-mortar store in Portland. So yeah, trusted and true.
Thank you so much, Fab Foundry, for giving us support. They are supplying the prize pool today and also making it so that we don't have to run ads on the YouTube channel. So if you're noticing that, hey, monetization is off, what is going on here? It's all thanks to Fab Foundry. Get over to their site and get ordering. You can use the QR code at the top of your screen to navigate to their website. Please use the code at checkout AGELA10 to let them know that we sent you and that we are providing an equitable relationship to people that are of our like mind. They love Flesh and Blood. They love the people that play it. So thank you so much, Fab Foundry, for everything that you do. We've got an interview with our ex-champion, Kai Sickler, and now winner of round 2 in mere moments, and then, of course, more Flesh and Blood after that. Keep your eyes glued to the screen. There's more coming. We are back live at the Red Lure Harpoon waiting room with the man who anticipates it the most. Bryce Platt's back with the winner of last round. This is Kai Sickler, who is apparently a professional gambler. And Kai, I've heard this a lot from Paul Solinsky, one of the other local champions of Marlyn Treasure Hunter. Why does everybody that play Marlyn call it a gambler's deck?
When you got that stack of gold and you just need 1 or 2 more resources, you think about like how deep you can go into the gold stack before you start, you know, before you press your luck a little too much. Because most of your deck's blues, so it is kind of rigged in your favor most of the time, but it's always just looking for that 1 extra resource to make the harpoon cannon work.
Okay, but I do wonder, with a man that has as many reps on Marlyn as you do, I imagine you've been burned a couple times by the top of your deck.
Yes.
How does that change your mentality in reps in the future, and how does that make you a better gamer? I want to draw a parallel here between, you know, Marlyn gamers who have been burned by a red on the top and Brute players that have rolled a 1 on Scabskins. It's a very different experience when you watch somebody playing Brute for the first time, rolling like Eugene C., like a madman. The second they hit that first 1, all of a sudden reality hits, and they think twice every time they activate those boots. So how have you used those bad beat stories to create a fine-tuned pilot.
I can give an example from the game just now. On the turn where I drew up Codex, I think old Marlynn player Kai would have probably dug through the gold stack to get like a perfect resource curve there, and then tried to save the Codex for a future turn. But just making a gold fin, just popping 1 gold, getting discard fodder into your hand, pitching the 2 blues, and then just sending the pump on top of it, and then just getting a card back with Codex. Stuff like that, holding on to your gold until you absolutely need it, or until you're trying to push for, find a bunch of pumps off the top to finish the game. I think just using your gold stack in different ways has kind of been, that's like the way you learn how to gamble, right? So getting a small gold stack, and even just taking off turns like I did a few times. You saw me blocking out, letting him tick down to blood debt for a few turns in that game too. I think that's one thing that just comes with playing the deck a lot, is learning when to, all right, let's look for some money, let's look for some resources, let's look for some pumps off the top. It's time to use the gold that I've acquired, and just taking a back seat and saying, you know what, I can sit on this stack for a few more turns and then hopefully finish it off on a future turn. There's been multiple turns where it's like I'm 1 resource off with this hand, or I could just pitch it to Rune Chance, like pitch it to block Rune Chance, and it's like, these cards aren't that good anyways. Like I'm sending a red fin at best. I think I'll just get my 3 value out of these, and that's gambling responsibly.
Without a doubt, and you've shown exactly how to do that, not just with your gold stack, but also with your gold-baited hook. There were several times where I think a perhaps less experienced Marlynn player would have tapped that bad boy without thinking twice. You, however, held it in reserve. I think because you were looking at the armor suite left untouched for the majority of that game until you forced Skylar to block with it to preserve life rather than stuff a meaningful go fish on hit. Talk to me about the way, what is the heuristic you use for, okay, it's time to activate hook?
Yeah, that's a great question, because the main thing is, like, the first thing you think about is, like, is this attack big enough?
Sure.
Is this attack big enough to get around the armor and a block? If no, they're just going to take your hook, right? They're just going to give you, like, a 3 block and their whole armor suite. And then the second thing you have to think about is, okay, well, is it enough to get over a D-react, a block, and all their armor? And if the answer is still yes, then usually I'm fine to hook there. But I think you're thinking about the turn where I came in for 17. I thought on hook, and I decided not to, just because I saw that Skylar had kept 2 cards in his hand. So I'm like, he's really defensively postured right now. It could be 2 reduced to Rune Chance. 8, that's 8 block right there. 11 with a 3 block, and then I lose my hook, even with 17 overpower. And that's happened to me before. I've gotten 17 covered by Marios before. Like, it just happens out of nowhere. So if I see that they're taking a more defensive stance, then that's usually when I don't like to throw the hook.
Right.
And then the other very important part is, how important is the on-hit on itself? How important is the disruption? Because if the disruption is important enough, I probably don't need to risk hook. They're probably going to block it if they have it anyways, because this is, like, so disruptive to their hand. Usually King Sharks, you saw me hook an overpower 8 bluefin, but not a 17 overpowered King Shark.
Right.
And that's because the bluefin is a little less disruptive. If he has it, his hand probably wasn't that good anyways. And it was near the end of the game too, so I'm fine giving up the hook at that point. And but with a King Shark, it's like that's the most disruptive piece. If they're gonna cover it and they're gonna get the hook as a bonus, they're gonna find every way that they can to make sure they block that 17 overpower. Just as an example, he didn't end up having it, but.
But you got to be careful, obviously. Even though it's a gambler's deck, you gamble responsibly.
Yeah. The other thing is, like, there's some weird breakpoints too with, like, 12 and 10 sometimes that you get to with this deck with some of the unique pumps. And you just have to really math out exactly what they might be able to get to. And yeah, like you said, he brought the fridge against me. He had the chess piece? I forget what it's called.
Dyadic Carapace.
Yeah, the Dyadic Carapace.
Even though he really wanted to bring the Fiendal Spring Tunic before the match went live, we were talking with Skylar, and he was like, I really want to use this, but Ian says no. Marcus immediately snapped, you do what Ian says.
Yeah.
You don't shirk what Ian says if you're using his list.
He even tried to put a counter on Tunic on turn 1. I don't know if you saw that. He goes, Tunic
I missed it.
Oh, wait. And I thought he was joking. He's like, oh, wait, no, I actually thought I had Tunic. Oh, I did. So he's just so used to it. But, yeah.
And I think he has shown just by ad equipment presentation and the way you've been talking about your lines, whether I can use my hook, whether I can't. That's the true power of Dyadic Carapace in that case. Makes you think twice every single play you make.
Yeah, definitely. It just, at the very least, even if he doesn't use it to block. It's two more that you have to think of. It's like quick dodge flexors. Like if it's around, they're afraid to throw reactions out as long as you have that 2-block outlet. It's like the same kind of thing. Just stops me from hooking more often, for sure.
Now, yeah, we don't want you to, sorry. We don't want you to be a latent hooker, do we? Sorry, I couldn't leave that one. I couldn't leave that one hanging. Anyway, you seemed particularly ready for Vynnset, which is probably indicative of our local meta. There are 5 Vynsets in the room, and while she has been gaining popularity here in the World Tour abroad, I do think we have a lot more sympathizers in the room than you can expect at a 40-person tournament.
Yeah.
Are there any locals that you want to shout out that have been instrumental in your understanding of this matchup?
Definitely Ian Su. Yeah, he's the local I play against the most when it comes to Vynnset. I don't think there's actually anyone else who I play against on a weekly basis who is on Vynnset, and who a better pilot than Ian to practice against, right?
Exactly.
He's like probably the best Vynnset player that I know. I know some other people have been getting into him recently, but I haven't matched into them. So all my practice is against Ian.
And so how has your understanding of this matchup changed over time? Because we saw you hitting the brakes when you could cover up Rune Chance very easily, and also blocking the physical whenever you could. We also saw you picking your moments to hit the gas, and in some cases getting punished by the Succumb to Temptation that came from Arsenal that one turn. So what is your main advice for Marlynn players that have been struggling into Vynnset?
So I want to go way back to when I still played Azalea. Full red line, pretty much full red line Azalea. I was playing against Vynnset, and I realized when they had four of the auras out that were just giving them value each turn, like, I gotta just wait this out. Every blue that I find, I have to pinch that to Rune Chance. Even as an aggro deck sometimes, into Vynnset, you're allowed to play slow, because they take damage with their own cards, and eventually their engine runs out of gas. And I don't know about like fatiguing them in these situations, but I feel like the idea of waiting that hero out and waiting for them to kind of slow down, they're kind of like a ranger in that aspect, where they need a good mix of non-attacks and attacks to have a good hand. So there are hands where they can brick, and knowing that, we can definitely play slower as Marlynn, even as an aggro disruptive deck as Marlynn. You run a lot of blues too, so you can always pitch away to Rune Chance and playing in a way that you're biding your time until it's time for you. You know that you can land. You find your good cards, basically.
Sure.
There were a lot of like multiple blue hands. Like I had 4 blues in some hands in that game, and I'm like, it's just not my good cards in my deck. I'm just gonna keep blocking out. I'll get to my good cards, and then I'll make him punish, or I'll punish him for having not enough block on the overpower.
And your bad cards ultimately did a lot of really good work in providing a staunch defense. And you mentioned that the wheels on the Vynnset engine kind of falling off at some point if you wait long enough. I would argue that it never really even got started for Skylar. He was cashing in his get out of jail free card in Tome, a Grimoire of Felling Song very early, and it wasn't even to that great of effect. It was just to send a Deathly Wail on a turn where you pass with full priority. You also talked about the even mix of attacks and non-attacks, which I think a lot of people would think that that plays into Marlynn's favor, because all of a sudden your good cards, King Shark Harpoon and King Kraken Harpoon, have viable targets. It has an unspoken drawback, though, in that because there's an even mix, the one opportunity you had to send a King Shark Harpoon before the closure of the game allowed Skylar to block with the 1 attack in hand, keep non-attacks, and thereby skirt the go fish aspect of King Shark Harpoon. So when you're thinking about this deck, there's a lot you're balancing. It's are my on-hits going to be reliable? But also, can I just stay in the damage race? Which I think was your early posture all the way through, I would say, to the beginning of the endgame.
Staying into the damage race?
Exactly.
Yeah. I think that's one thing I wanted to mention about this matchup too, is like you just mentioned, all your harpoons have relative on hits. He runs blues, he runs yellows, he runs reds, he runs attacks, he runs non-attacks. Means I can run all my good cards into him. And there are some turns where they give me the 1 attack from their hand and they have a bunch of non-attacks. That's a dub. That's a dub for me. There are matchups where I look like I'm into Mario. I shoot a King Shark. They don't got any attacks. They have a bunch of front pumps. And I'm like, oh, all right, well, why did I do that? You know? So I definitely think it's more of an upside in the matchup for Marlynn.
Because if we can bring in another parallel from the tall ranger of old, Azalea, you're often in a situation where you're red in the ledger because it hit, or you're red in the ledger because you gave the entirety of your hand because you weren't able to convert it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing, like if Red and the Ledger would hit Vynnset, they can't do a non-attack into attack combo or attack go again attack combo. And we even saw in that game the Mavrin Skies was the card where I'm like, I look at that card, I'm like, oh dang, that thing goes crazy. I need to block this out. So they do have relative on hits, much like a Ranger has, and it's not quite as disruptive. It can be with the Succumb to Temptations and Coles, but stopping them from getting their engine going, that would have been another 6 damage if I had let that through with the Arsenal disruption following. So just taking more of a back seat sometimes and staying in Vynnset's car until they come to a stop, and then you take over the driver's seat.
You jump in your Porsche and get cruising.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Do you think Marlynn drives a Porsche?
Maybe like a. I'm thinking like a. Actually, yeah, I'd say a Porsche. I was trying to think of a different.
I would call her more of a Camry girl.
Camry girl.
Old reliable.
Something expensive, right?
Activate Hammerhead every single turn. Shift into 3rd gear with your Camry and just coast.
Yep.
That would be for my money.
Keep taking their cards.
And speaking of road trips, Kai, you are going to be heading to Pro Tour Las Vegas. Are you qualified?
No.
Just going to go for the vibes and the fun?
Yeah.
100%. Now, you've mentioned that you're a gambling man.
Yes.
Las Vegas happens to be Sin City. Are you going to be doing any gambling?
Probably not.
Really? Are you?
Probably not.
Are you?
I keep my gambling to the cards, not the
not the cards?
The currency. Oh yeah, that works too. Actually, that's funny. Yeah, card game, not like card games.
Right. Exactly. So you're not a guy that likes to lose your actual legal tender. It's just the fake gold tokens that you're willing to risk.
Yeah, I'm more excited to just. It's going to be my first event out of town. This is like the furthest we go for anything. It's not even that far, but it's going to be a fun trip, and excited to spend some time in Vegas playing some Fab.
Well, we're excited to see you there, Kai. I do have to let you get ready for your next round because pairings are up. Go risk it for more biscuits, Kai, and we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood, perhaps even more Marlynn Treasure Hunter if Kai has his way after this.
We'll see.
Milbers like the one that I have in the booth, go ahead and rise up. Raise up that Raiden Dustbane just like he does in Battlefield Beacon, because we still have an X and O Boltyn in the room, and they'll be joining us in the feature match. It's not Reese Uberstine. No, instead it is Alan Chavarin, an old friend of the show, a man that has been playing the off-kilter heroes since Season 1 at AGE. He's a huge Leviathan, always been a Boltyn Milber, despite the fact that they have been down and out for the majority of his Flesh and Blood career.
This is all true information. I've got nothing else to add, Bryce.
Okay, fantastic. I guess I'm just going to keep barreling on here. Let's talk about AGE Premium before we go to the match floor. AGE Premium is a content service offered through our website. That's www.age.events. There, you can find strategy articles, extra AGE matches, event discounts, and more, all at a measly cost of $10 a month. But this is not some luxurious service, folks. No. We want to provide a lot of value, but this is all about supporting grassroots, independent Flesh and Blood tournament organization. We are the only ones that are still in the game, and that's after 4 years of going strong. If everything that Marcus and I have been talking about is important to you, giving players a spotlight that they otherwise wouldn't get, building confidence, and feeding people into the World Tour, and also providing you some entertainment along the way is important, I hope that you will consider subscribing to AGE Premium. There's a lot of really juicy stuff on there, including a brand new article by Marco Marcelli from the Teklo Foundry. And this one is all about, you guessed it, the defense of fatigue decks in the game of Flesh and Blood. I hope that it will help you turn your perspective from block slop into valuable contender.
Yeah, there we go. As you said.
Okay, as I said, once again, I think my tongue's going to be doing a lot of the flapping here. I'll give you an opportunity in mere moments, because we've got a match ready for you, hot and ready, shall we say, gleaming just like the beaming bravado that will likely be deployed very quickly. So let's go ahead and hit it. We have signaled our players to start. It's Bryce Douglas on the left side of your screen versus Alan Chavarin. Beautiful hair on the right, beautiful hat on the other.
He's honestly got his hairstyle pretty close to Boltyn's own dreads, to be honest.
Yeah, the only thing missing is bangs, I suppose.
And a beard.
So Alan trying to do a little cosplay. Even though I think I would call Alan a shadow human over a light human when it comes down to it, even though he plays both. No offense to Alan. I mean shadow in the best way. I mean in like style and affect.
We'll go with that, Bryce.
Okay. It's Express Lightning. No, it's not a lightning card, even though we've got tons of those now injected into our game. It's a 4-power attack here. Alan had the opportunity to charge Soul, did so immediately with a Bolt of Courage. Just 4 here. Likely not going to represent go again unless Bryce deigns to block with a attack action card.
Yeah, probably just sculpting into his proper turn 1 and leading with a Soul. Because I see a Boltyn in his hand, so he definitely doesn't want to arsenal that. Wants to save it for the first dagger swing that Bryce will send his way.
Now, I mentioned that Alan has a storied past here at AGE, and that is very true, but who doesn't is Bryce Douglas. He's on his, at the beginning of his journey, shall we say, nevertheless has found his way into the feature match area, was playing Lexi during our Silver Age event in February, and made it to a top 8 finish, if I'm not mistaken.
He was quite partial to Verdance when she was still around. So in the former part of this year and his season, has since taken to Arcane Marionette and has been playing a bunch of him at locals because he's been there at locals with me.
Who can blame him, especially when you get to do stuff like up sticks and run into Kiss of Death. No, it doesn't have Go Again yet, but Flick Knives is there to help provide it if Alan decides to let this one hit. In the hand is a Boltyn, but coming kind of at the wrong time here against Kiss of Death, even though it's a dagger, unfortunately, just a 2-block. It's just Warpath of Winged Grace blocking on this Kiss of Death. Will block for 2 and leave behind a Quicken token after Take Flight in the yellow is charged. What do you think about Take Flight remaining in the deck? I kind of thought it would have been on the outs.
It's quite a functional yellow. I don't think Alan is probably running red copies. Also bringing out Toe the Line here, which is a new card from the Hala Armory deck. So similar effect to something like Take It on the Chin from heavy hitters, but just for warriors in that you prevent the next 2 damage dealt to your hero. And then if you do make a Flurry token, and the great thing about Flurry in Boltyn in particular is that Raiden costs nothing. So you can get 2 swings out of it. As long as you've got the soul to give it go again, you can just get 2 clean swings for nothing.
Yeah, if you think Flurry tokens look nice with a Zenith Blade, Raiden has something to say about it. And Raiden usually is seen as a catch-up mechanic for the downside of Boltyn, which is effectively playing 3-card hands because you always have to charge your soul and give up a card in hand. All of a sudden, with a Flurry token, that Raiden gets you not just the value back from your charge card, but also an extra 3 usually.
Okay, and Bryce committed the flick of a Clave in order to get go again.
Little bit of a downside for Bryce. Usually, if you're deploying Kiss of Death on the first Chain Link, what you would like to do is wait for Chain Link 2 to activate Flick Knives. But when Meat Madness is the follow-up, offering some disruption, if the die cooperates, Bryce is feeling good either way. So here comes the roll. Alan was marked, is no longer, thereby making it so that Wana's roll looks like it's a banished card from hand. Alan happy to give away that Blunton. The downside I was about to talk about here is that because Alan will not be marked at the end of the turn, not only will Bryce not get to transform into one of those demi-heroes hoping for Arachne Orb Weaver, but he also won't be able to block with Mask of Deceit and change into Orb Weaver as you usually want to do as Arachne Marionette.
We were also slightly wrong, pardon our missequence, but Alan actually responded to the flick attempt by Bryce by towing the line, prevented the flick of the dagger, remained unmarked, and Bryce actually had to spend his feet to actually get his action point.
Those Stalker steps
Yep.
usually utilized as a get-out-of-jail-free card when you need go again at the most opportune time. In this case, Alan baiting it out straight away, and it's Express Lightning given go again by the block of the feet. Card not charged here.
Honestly, to give a bit of insight on Alan's kind of play style from Boltyn, because I remember playing against him at the battle-hardened Pasadena way back before we got off the ground with AGE, and he's just the most aggressive Boltyn player that I think I've ever met. Like, he's snapped no blocks on a bunch of hands where I'm like, are you sure we don't want to block and play a bit mid-range? He's like, no, foot on the gas pedal.
So Flurry token likely not to be getting value on this turn cycle. Because Alan has not charged, he will not be able to get the +3 clause of Raiden Duskbane. Inertia Trap going to come out of the hand for Bryce. No trigger on the Inertia token. 1 damage finds home. What is going to be the use of this Quicken token is my question. Nothing, apparently. Alan was hoping to keep 1 more of those cards in hand. Unfortunately, Meat Madness did roll to banish Blunton. Likely would have just been charge and Raiden fodder on that turn. The good thing about Flurry tokens, though, it's they're not like Might or Agility. They'll stick around until you use them. Yeah,
they're similar to Courage and Quicken tokens, where like they're only popping when a weapon or attack action card is spent. Right you are.
Helm of Halo's Grace blocked with here. Roaring Beam charged immediately. New card refreshed for Alan. The pickup is Bolt of Courage. Huge here. 2 Engulfing Lights and another Toe the Line in the hand. Unfortunately, redundant Flurry tokens are like redundant embodiments of lightning. They don't really help you because they're only looking for the second swing of a weapon each turn. So you could have Flurry tokens ad infinitum, but when you swing with Raiden for the first time, it will allow you to swing an additional time.
But it's a totally fine use case to just charge it away if you don't need it in this turn cycle.
Shred comes out. Makes it so that Helm of Halo's Grace blocks for none. Bryce really needs this mark, but Toe the Line gets in the way once again.
Yeah, Alan really adamant about staying unmarked. Bryce getting no value out of all of the spiders available to him.
And the longer you can prolong this, the longer you rob Arachne Marionette of their true value once they have gotten online with a Hunter's Clave and a Graphene Calistera. Now, Bryce has the opportunity to flick the left-handed Clave, but then you go down to 0, and that can be just as much of a pickle.
Yeah, I don't think it was nearly worth it in his scenario because, like, yes, you land the mark, but you're only taking 1 card away from Alan.
And hopefully getting ever closer to an Orb Weaver Spinneret in the hand. I still don't think Bryce has found it. Alan now 31 to Bryce's 39. Engulfing Light played out. Card charged is Bolt of Courage. And if Engulfing Light hits here, which is very likely whether Bryce blocks or not, it'll be a 4th card in Soul for Alan Chavarin as he digs ever deeper for things like Beacon of Light and also Celestial Cataclysm, which I assume are in the 80.
Yeah, or just saving the soul for like Lumina swings. Because quite honestly, if you hold on to these flurries for long enough, you can get multiple swings more because of flurry tokens.
Massive play by Bryce Douglas. Goes ahead and discards under the trap door, finds Inertia Trap. No, it's not going to trigger on this Engulfing Light, but it will deny another card in Soul. With 3, though, I don't think this is quite the blowout that Bryce wanted. Alan still, nevertheless, bereft of 1 extra resource there. Hunter's Clave out on the combat chain once again for Bryce Douglas. Can I mark you once this game?
Please let me hit you.
Alan.
It's just saying
throwing
no.
These equipment.
I've got armor.
Really awesome stuff. Blocking with 2 Blade Break. This time to the point. He's going to attempt to beef up the Clave over the blocks of Alan. Is the defense reaction there? There's a toe the line, but it's not quite enough.
No, he'll just save it, huh?
Finally takes 3. For the first time this game, Alan Chavarin is marked. Bryce leaking more damage through as well. 39 plays 28. Huge life lead in the favor of Bryce, but that can vanish with 1 play of Illumina Ascension. Marco the Black Widow, the follow-up, now offering significant disruption. Alan has found a copy of Celestial Cataclysm and V of the Vanguard. So happy to take all of this damage, likely just banish this toe the line.
Yep.
And really start swinging. This is where the life totals could be evened up in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, this is where Alan is really going to step it up.
Especially with 2 flurry tokens established. This is one of those things that Reese before us didn't have at her disposal. Nevertheless, Celestial Cataclysm is the card charged for V of the Vanguard. This is 4, currently without Go Again. Might as well have it, though, because it is now has power above its base, and Alan has charged, thereby making it so that this is a targetable card for the Sir Boltyn activation.
And from all these charges on the turns leading up to this turn, Alan has plenty of soul to cash in to just go completely wide on this turn. It's going to look like a Cheerios Briar a little bit.
Does make me think, though, that the Under the Trap Door play from Bryce on the previous turn cycle did stymie some serious numbers. I think Alan would have had the requisite soul, had that Engulfing Light hit, to be able to play out Celestial Cataclysm instead of charging it. Den of the Spider gets in the way. Will confer double mark, which is all but useless. It's an activation of Boltyn, banishing that Celestial Cataclysm to give Go Again to V of the Vanguard, and here we go. Lumina Ascension out of the arsenal. No, it's not at instant speed, but that is A-okay. It does have Go Again printed on it, and Alan has so much soul with which to banish and give Raiden Go Again. So all of a sudden, it's going to be 3 swings of Raiden on this turn.
Yep, for 5 apiece.
Each one ticking up yet another point of value.
Just for 4, because he broke the chain with V. That's the only downside here.
Oh, I see. V only helps on the chain?
Current combat chain,
I
yes.
see.
That's why Spirit of Arena is such a boon when you can actually get it out.
Sure.
Oh, but there's a second Lumina, so it is going to be 5.
Okay, we're vibing.
I'm clairvoyant, chat.
So all of a sudden, it's going to be 4 swings of Raiden at 5 apiece.
Yes.
Equals 20 freaking damage and potentially a
4
lot more
more
value
points.
from, of course, the...
No, actually 8, because it's 2 Luminas.
8. Oh, yeah, because he's going to be putting so many cards into Soul. So Raiden coming in for the first time of 4. Bryce having a laugh saying, yeah, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. It is what it is. This is one of those interesting points in the game, though, with Bryce at 38 and so many Lumina triggers on the stack. Of course, if a weapon beefed up by Lumina Ascension hits, Alan will reveal the top card of his deck. If it's a light card, it goes into his soul and he gains 1 life.
Yes.
It is a mandatory trigger. And so at this point, Bryce can block with 1 card on each of these swings and effectively mill Alan out. That's going to be 8 cards.
Yes, if he gets all 8 triggers from 2 separate Luminas.
It's always an interesting decision point because Fatigue is on the table if you can get rid of enough cards out of Alan's deck. Granted, it's very early on in the game to be thinking that way.
This is also a decent blocking hand for Bryce because he has a number of reaction cards in hand.
All of which block 4/3.
Yeah. It's just that the break point of 5 is just a little more difficult than a break point of just 4.
Yeah, but my thought is you want it to hit. If you want to switch into a Fatigue strategy.
Yeah. This might be his pivot. He might just still be playing for tempo.
Mask of Deceit blocked with here. Alan is marked. And so Arachne Orbweaver finally comes to bear. Bryce will be able to get Graphene Calycera online with his left-handed Clave. Seems like no more blocks.
I wonder if this speaks to the fact that Bryce hasn't encountered Boltyn in this scenario before.
To banish a Bolt of Courage to give Raiden go again. 3 damage comes across the line. 2 mandatory triggers on the stack for Lumina Ascension. The first one
Soul number
does
1.
find a light card.
Soul number 2.
Finds 2 light cards. 2 life gained, up to 26 is Alan Chavarin.
And this is just the power of Flurry at work in Boltyn, because it's 1 whole swing more, so 2 more Lumina triggers.
So all of a sudden, can we say that that Toe the Line actually got 7 value because of the 2 it prevented?
Arguably,
and then
yes.
Another 5 on this Raiden?
It's hard to see the value when the turn further down the line was all this way down. And like Alan actually missed out on value on just regular Raiden swings, specifically to sandbag for a double Lumina turn.
And I think Alan, at this point, is thankful that the Flurry token stuck. Oh, no, because he generated another one.
Yes.
So never mind. Another 2 cards into the soul of Alan Chavarin, another 2 life gained. Take flight, banish for the 3rd swing of Raiden. Seems like Bryce is saying no blocks on each one of these now. Down to 25 is he. Another 2 cards off the top of the deck, both of which are light.
Spirit comes out into the battlefield now.
Because Spirit doesn't require you to charge it. It's just
No.
any time it would be put into your soul.
Yeah, if it would be put into your soul, instead put it into the arena. It still
You
counts
put it
for a
into the
life.
arena?
Yes, you do.
Sorry. I didn't even get nose shot out of your nose. I didn't get air shot out of your nose for that one. Not even a pity laugh.
No Evan Bridges snort for that one.
He's snorting in Prague right now. So at the end of all things, Bryce, from a hefty 39, all of a sudden down to 20 to Alan Chavarin's 32. The life totals have completely flipped at this point. But Alan, bloodletting, yes, on the other side of the board, but also to his own deck. It's an activation of Arachne Orbweaver on Bryce's turn, discarding a red Stains of the Red back. And Graphene Calycera now coming in for 4. No need to pitch for it because Arachne Orbweaver will make it free.
Alan's just saying no blocks, and Bryce.
Absolutely huge. So it is 7-10 total damage affected there. Mark token should be gone. Go again, established and gained by the mark.
I'm hearing from producer Justin that to get to this 2-0, Alan beat both Gravy and Acilio, so more meta heroes than he to get to this spot. It's very exciting.
Codex of Frailty activated now. Oh, I missed the Death Touch in Bryce Douglas's graveyard. There's also a Leave No Witnesses, which will always gain potential value. But which one is Bryce going to go with?
I think this is actually a decent opportunity for Alan, because the only charge card he actually drew up was a Take Flight, so now he gets to recur a 0-cost charge card if he wishes.
A fair point, but only if he can protect it from the clutches of Bryce Douglas, who does select Leave No Witnesses for the arsenal. So we'll be coming for whatever Alan establishes. And at this point, we'll require 2 cards or a card plus Tunic, which may not be a bad time to cash it in, even though the life totals the way they are, you might think you'll get some extra value there.
Yeah, he's taken the best turn that he could from V of the Vanguard here, so maybe he's really giving up Tunic.
But because there is so much soul, maybe V is the selection here. Block with 2 cards and protect it until the next time Tunic comes around. I mean, even though Alan has effectively milled a large portion of his deck, he's also turned on any Celestial Cataclysm that comes down the line.
Yep. He's just a little unhappy with this hand because it's got 2 Duty Bound Blitz in it as well. And without a charge card that costs 0, he can't launch this hand as it currently stands.
Okay, so could find a 0-cost charge card, block with Blessing of Bologna and Tunic, then go 1 card plus the 3rd left in hand
Yes.
to charge from the arsenal, give go again with Boltyn, 2 duty-bound blitzes plus a Raiden. That's pretty significant.
It's still good, yeah. Even though the Raiden will only come in for 2.
Yeah.
It's a significant amount of damage. And he's still looking to press the foot down on Bryce's neck in this matchup.
So let's see. The charge cards he has, though, I don't think I've seen one that will immediately buff itself. Like, I don't think I've seen a Beaming Bravado in the graveyard
That's
or anything.
the awkward thing about this.
Just has an Express Lightning, so I think it's just going to be yet another setup turn for Alan.
Yeah.
Leave No Witnesses coming for the Express Lightning.
I think he's... Okay, he is going to give Tunic.
Tunic cashed in here alongside a Take Flight. Ponder token draw for Bryce. Just missed it. But back to the Brood is he, no longer Arachne Orb Weaver. Damage has been done, though. Finally, the knives are exactly where Bryce wants them to be, despite the efforts of Alan Chavarin. It's a Blessing of Bologna played out, Express Lightning to follow. I don't think there's going to be a charge because
he's just going to take the 3 damage.
Duty-bound Blitz is going to hit the Arsenal and hopefully set up a massive turn.
The only awkward thing about Blessing of Bologna is that it doesn't actually charge. It's just going to get put into your soul. Roaring Beam is the better one for that because Roaring Beam is going to do a check and then will be put back into... Or you get a selection of what you put back into soul.
Illuminate would have been a really nice pickup there as well.
Yeah. You won't really find many decks actually running Illuminate because it is another non-charge. It just merely goes to soul.
Yeah. Savor Bloodshed out of the arsenal for Bryce Douglas, a huge pickup from the Ponder token. And now that Alan has showed every single copy of Toe the Line, one, of course, was banished, the other 2 played, Bryce knows that his flicks are likely to connect. So it's a Graphene Calicera without Go Again yet, but Hunter's Clave and Flick Knives might have something to say about that.
Yep.
1 damage finds home. Alan down to 21, now marked. Graphene Calicera up to 6 on hit mark.
Yep.
Excuse me, on hit go again. And also on hit draw a card.
It's going to be on hit mark because there is a Scar Tissue in Bryce's hand.
This is the time for a Soul Shield, but it's not quite there. Stains of the Redback Scar Tissue plus Tarantula Toxin. Bryce does not want to get 1 for 6 value on Tarantula
Mamma
Toxin. He
mia.
just says, ooh, up to 15 damage here. Ultra go again.
Alan's
conveyed.
going to feel this one. Just shrugs.
He shrugs it off, man. Down to 6, Alan goes.
What can you do?
Got nothing to say about that. Card going to be drawn for Bryce Douglas. Might have already done it.
I leave no witness. Very fortunate.
The hurt just keeps on coming for Alan, and all of a sudden Arachne Marionette says, yeah, it's cute what you're doing over there, Boltyn.
I wonder if Alan is just going to go to 2, if that's his call.
Is the hand good enough, do you think?
He has a Beacon of Victory, which is quite honestly pretty good.
Which could be worth $1 billion because of the amount of cards in Soul.
He has a Banneret. He has another Duty-Bound Blitz. I think even though I spoke to its increased utility, Roaring Beam only truly cares if you've got no soul. So I like what he's doing here. We're about to see this unfold. I won't spoil it for the viewers.
No, do. Call it.
Okay. So what Alan is actually going to do here is that this will go to soul. He'll get his courage. He's going to swing a Naked Raiden. And then he is going to spend every piece of soul on one go to rip this Beacon of Victory. And then play the Roaring Beam out, which will retroactively charge by putting itself back into hand.
And also leave behind a Courage token.
Exactly. And then Alan also gets to layer it where his Beacon of Victory then resolves with a charge, so he can tutor a card out of deck with cost less than the cards banished this way. For anyone that isn't privy to it, producer Justin, the booth is just me pointing at the whiteboard, and Bryce is
If that's the way Alan takes this playline, I mean, you're going to be vaunted as employee of the month for sure. Hold on, Duty Bound Blitz out of the hand for Alan.
Okay, this is also a different way to do it.
Hold on, this is an illegal play though, right? There's been no charge.
A yellow card has been put into soul. Yes. So this keeps information hidden to Bryce.
That is so sick, actually. I definitely thought this card said if you've charged this turn.
But I think I'm still correct in the rest of the way he's going to let his turn go through. Or he might Beacon of Victory now.
Okay, the first ever employee of the month at AGE is on the line here. If Marcus can nail this, we're going to put his name on a plaque and his picture in a frame.
But the really funny part is the dynamic of Arachne has just gone way above in attack reactions. So will Boltyn.
So let's see. The cards in Soul, currently in the hand of Bryce Douglas, are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's massive.
And Beacon of Victory can be played to any attack
Yes.
for Alan. It doesn't have to be the Raiden.
Yeah, Beacon is one of those old school uses for like a massive soul.
So if Bryce says no attacks here, excuse me, no blocks here, Alan can push this up to 15 damage and bring Bryce down to 2. And after shrugging off a 15 damage Graphene Calycera with Savor Bloodshed, can be like, yeah, hold my beer.
I mean, what's very likely is that Alan is just going to fetch the last Lumina and just ship it.
Now, I have it on good authority that neither of these players have met at AGE yet, and that is all thanks to our new stat-studded website designed by Sock Puppet producer Justin. But when all is said and done, if Alan plays this turn the way you said, co-caster of mine, Bryce will never forget this face.
You know, when we're talking up the end of the format and we're thinking like, oh, local players have local things to bring to break away from the expected metagame, Boltyn wasn't on my bingo card, Bryce.
And so now let's talk about the tutor card for Alan. I believe he has another copy of Duty Bound Blitz, at least in the yellow. I want to say there's a red one in there too. So could he pull a Reese Uberstine and go for that route, just do another Duty Bound Blitz into, I mean, can't go Raiden because he hasn't charged yet, right? Oh no, but he'll use the he'll use the Roaring Beam.
Yeah, so the way Beacon of Victory works is that you are free to banish every card from Soul as you wish to pay the additional cost. It's only if you've charged you get the tutor effect.
One card seems to be the block choice from Bryce, but he knows he doesn't know what's coming, so throws Fiendel Spring Tunic in the mix. Got to talk about Bryce. His journey is just beginning at AGE and in Flesh and Blood in general, but he has become such a honed player so quickly.
This is like when an Armory legend like appears out of nowhere and a newer player is like, oh, I've never met you before. What deck do you play? And he's like, oh, you're going to find out.
You mean you don't know me? Alan's still thinking about it. He's got a wry smile on his face.
He just knows.
He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
He's going to rip the cord.
With bangs comes reckless abandon. At least if your name is Alan Chavarin. Come on, Alan. Give the people what they want. This is, by the way, the man who played a titanium bauble at a pro tour. Also wrote his life total down on crayons because he was a brute aficionado back in the day.
Yeah, this is Crayon Levia's proponent.
God, I love. I didn't know how much I missed watching Alan play until this very moment.
Oh, he's forgotten his little step.
Okay, 2 damage taken by Bryce Douglas, down to 15.
He is free to swing Raiden.
And here comes Raiden.
His Raiden for
0.
nothing. Nothing in quotation marks.
And now Bryce's eyebrows are going up past the brim of his hat.
It's like,
He's like, wait a minute, there's no 0 die.
hang
Bryce
on
going
a
to take a
second.
look at Boltyn.
Hang on a second.
Do a quick read. Now, let's bring up Sir Boltyn actually real quick.
One.
Because is the +1 from blocking with an attack action card retroactive?
No, it's always dependent on... It is retroactive, but you need to have charged.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like if Alan goes for the play of
While
Beacon of
defended,
Victory,
yes.
exactly.
So
it's
that
always checking.
Yes,
my
it
point.
is.
And there it is. Beacon of Victory. Every single card in the soul is banished, thrown down like a dropped mic from Alan Chavarin. All of a sudden, this Raiden for 0 is a Raiden for 9. Bryce saying, okay, I'm glad I blocked on 0.
I'm going to throw the soul brick at you, man.
So currently 6 damage going to leak through the line, but there's more that we know of. Roaring Beam is going to be playable here, going to generate a Courage token and also bounce back to the hand and into the soul and push this Raiden up an additional 3, 4 if you count the static text on Sir Boltyn.
Yeah, so Alan has to respond here, like we said. So Roaring Beam will be played as a layer on top.
God damn, I love this game. Courage token left behind because Roaring Beam will always create a Courage token.
Yep.
Then, if there are no cards in Soul, return it Roaring Beam to the owner's hand and charge the Soul. All of a sudden,
Yes.
Soul has been charged. Raiden sees that, will gain +3 and also the additional +1 because it's blocked by Whittle from Bone, which is an attack action card. So
Yes.
all of a sudden, it's 13 on 3. Bryce is going to hemorrhage his life total all the way down to 5. The good news for him is that even if Alan banishes a card from Soul to give this go again, there's no way to swing it again.
This is true. So maybe, actually, now that he's banished all of it and only has 1 soul remaining, I don't think it's going to be Lumina that he goes for. Oh.
Nevertheless,
okay. Well,
here
I'm
it
wrong.
is. And Lumina now able to be played at instant speed.
Oh,
the
right, 'cause
advantage of
Spirit.
which
No, this is exactly...
the
this
advantage of which
it's
allows
1 point
him
value, yeah.
Yes, the additional action point. It's also going to be 2 value on each of these Raidens. Holy free holies.
And then this is great because Bryce already committed Tunic to this block earlier on the chain, and now Alan doesn't actually have to break the chain because Luma's been played as an instant.
Also doesn't need to utilize the Roaring Beam in Arsenal because, of course, Lumina Ascension played at instant speed. Just like if it came from
Oh
Spellbound Creepers, will net the action point and allow an additional swing regardless of whether this one is given go again.
Bryce, I don't mean to nerd out on
Do it.
Boltyn nuances even this much, but the fact that Alan has also done it this way, has played the Lumina instant speed, so the first swing that he's made of the Lumina turn is going to connect, and Bryce had nothing to say about it.
Alan showing that there is a lot to learn about the meme heroes of old.
Yep, it's a light card.
And there it is, Banneret of Courage. Not going to be leaving behind a Courage token because it wasn't charged. It was simply put into Soul by Lumina Ascension, but that's A-okay. Raiden Dustbane coming in for 5 now. Wait, should be... Oh, because of the Courage token, of course. Could go up to 6 if Bryce Douglas blocks with an attack action card.
But
and
that's
block he must.
But that's still 2 more cards.
So sick
And then
right
Bryce
now.
only has his arsenal.
So sick right now. But he won't be dead if he blocks with 1 card. We'll be down to 1.
Is true.
And man, if there's one thing I think Bryce didn't expect today, it was to get hit by a Raiden Dustbane that goes from 0 to 16.
Yeah.
But this is just what you expect from Alan. If he's in the room,
Yeah.
oh, and Bryce is left reeling, hands
What is
on the head,
going on?
laughing to the ceiling. If there's one thing that Bryce appreciates, it's an amazing game of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
Whether he's winning or whether he's losing. I love this guy.
I mean, hats off to Alan. He knows the deck inside and out, even with the new tools. Like, he's taken every edge that he can get and just, like, coming out swinging.
And with that, he has given Bryce a memory that he will never forget. Or Weaver Spinneret is the block here, losing no value because it
Takes
is not an
2.
attack action card. 2 damage comes across. Blunton found on top of the deck. Put on the bottom? Is that how that works with Lumina?
Yes.
Okay.
Because if it's a generic or otherwise non-light card, it gets put to the bottom.
I see.
So, small victory for...
Alan now drawing back up. 7 plays 2.
Oh, there's just a Celestial
Bryce-
Cataclysm.
Bryce waving his hand in derision. Alan doesn't have the requisite soul to send Celestial Cataclysm, at least as of yet. Pain in the backside, the retort for Bryce Douglas. Alan at a hefty 7 after connecting with yet another Lumina trigger. 3 go again. And Arachne Marionette, I dare say, is in the blender against our resident Paladin.
He also has another Beacon of Victory in this hand, which is a very good tool, whether he needs to deploy it on this next turn or not.
Does he have a charge card?
There's a V of the Vanguard, but
Okay.
that's not so good
Not
when
efficient.
you have to play a 3-card or 2-card hand.
Honestly, missing that Blunton is pretty huge. Alan had access to a 1-card 7.
Ooh, seeing no blocks, so immediately sinks to 3.
Mark of the Black Widow, the follow-up. There's no Hunter's Clave, so this isn't meaningfully offering any disruption. It's just damage, granted lethal damage.
I mean, just damage Bryce will take. Alan is at a low enough life total now that even like incremental flick knives might seal the day. has another Roaring Beam in hand. So he could do that interaction.
Where you go Raiden for 0, haha,
Exactly.
just kidding.
And then he can actually, with the soul stocked up. Oh, he doesn't need to use the Celestial. He has options. He's probably weighing them up right now.
The easy block has got to be V, right? Or is it Celestial?
He's probably thinking that if I get full tempo from you, I might use this V even if I have to pitch for it. So that's probably what he's mulling over right now.
But when Bryce is saying you have to block with something, doesn't that just say no V turn?
I meant because like he's probably going to put it in our arsenal.
I see. And so you think this play is likely Raiden for 0, Beacon of Victory,
Roaring Beam again.
Roaring Beam.
I don't think the interplay between those two cards has been showcased thus far on like
Not on any stream that I've seen.
So the fact that we got to spotlight it, we feel very special now. Took us by surprise.
God, it was so cool.
Took Bryce definitely by surprise.
It was awesome.
Yeah, nasty surprise to be sure.
The unfortunate news that I have to share at this point is even though Alan has been a historic mainstay at Arcane Games and Events, he is moving away from us. He'll be moving to Bentonville, Arkansas to start a job with Walmart. And one of the first things he said to me today is, this is probably my last AGE, potentially ever. And so just when we get him showcased as the protagonist that he is, he's going to be leaving us.
He's such a mainstay of the San Diego community as well, because like as long as I've known all of that gang, he's been there repping Boltyn and like taking names.
Celestial Cataclysm blocked with. Mark of the Black Widow conveys no damage. 3 plays 2 in favor of Alan. 17 minutes remain in this game, but this might be the last
again.
last turn. Raiden for 0.
You thought Calistera off of Tunic and 4 cards remaining was a quandary. How about Raiden for nothing?
Raiden for nothing that can turn into 5.
I swear, bro, I'm just swinging this blunt claymore.
So
it won't hurt you.
The good thing for Bryce, though, is that he's seen the play now.
Yep.
He knows what he can be up against. Does he say no blocks? No.
If he had defense reactions in hand, it might be okay to say no blocks.
But even then, what you have to be thinking about is 5. 5 is the number, right?
Yeah.
Because if it is Beacon of Victory, there's only 2 cards in Soul to banish, which then gets Raiden up to 2, and then Roaring Beam comes out to play, which gets Raiden up to 5.
I will say that another old all-star of Boltyn, Courageous Steel Hand, could just pump it up even further by 3.
We haven't seen that in Alan's deck. We saw it in Reese's deck in the previous feature match.
If Bryce has seen any amount of Boltyn cards, that's something to consider.
Mm-hmm. And there's Roaring Beam. Bryce is taking the opportunity to read it in the banish zone.
Man, this card is overpowered. How the hell can it get?
When on its face, it just offers 1 value. God, Boltyn is starting to look like a really cool hero.
Yeah.
And Alan has been rewarded for being an early adopter.
I feel like I'm going to take Boltyn to my next armory. I'm
Good
inspired
luck.
now.
Good luck. I hope you don't as quickly throw the deck in the garbage.
Oh, I won't, because I have a bunch of foils in that deck.
Oh, okay.
Remember, I'm a warrior mainstay as well.
Okay.
It's not just Fang.
Okay.
I'm getting ready to play Dory Hatchets again because of that new card.
Oh, God. And I'm going cross-eyed thinking about casting that game. I'm just kidding. Dory Hatchets are cool. Yeah, you're talking about a little off the side?
Yes. That card's going to be fantastic.
You think so?
Yeah, you threaten a 3rd swing. You're going to discard 3 cards and let all of them hit.
Oh, it's every axe that hits? Oh, okay. Okay.
So you sync it up with a Spillblood turn.
Yeah,
They've got no
okay,
choice.
fair enough, fair enough.
It's going to get nasty. Mark my words.
It's going to get nasty.
Bryce still thinking this one over, examining every possible permutation of what the 3 cards Alan could have.
It's so funny. I keep thinking you're talking about me. There are so few Bryces in the world.
Bryce Almighty.
Back to the graveyard is Bryce Douglas, trying to figure out what the ceiling is on this turn from Alan Chavarin, who is presenting still a Raiden Duskbane for 0 and 2 cards in hand. Those 2 cards are the faded combo Beacon of Victory and Roaring Beam, which if you're tuning in just now, I encourage you to scrub back real quick about 5 minutes on the stream, and you can see the real ceiling of that combo, and it equals Raiden Duskbane for 16 and Illumina Ascension to back it up.
Yeah, somebody get Josh Lau on the horn. We've got fireworks in here with Boltyn.
2 cards blocked with here. Both, unfortunately, are 2 blocks, Scar Tissue and To the Point. The good thing is they're not adding any extra value if Alan is able to charge, which you know he is. It also means that Bryce is insulated from death by 1 life.
So here it comes again.
Beacon of Victory. 2 cards to banish.
He has to do it this way, so he has to banish, so X can only be 2. Then comes down Roaring Beam on the stack.
Roaring Beam, generating a Courage token, because that's the main thing this card does. The more important bit, though, is that it will bounce back to the hand and allow Alan to charge the Soul and get an extra 3 value out of this Raiden Duskbane.
I think he might actually consider putting...
Charging V?
Yeah, charging V and keeping Roaring Beam, actually, because it keeps his turns pitchless.
It'll all be told based on whatever Alan finds in the deck for Beacon of Victory.
Yeah, the great part is that Beacon can get any action. It's not limited by class or card type.
I feel like a lot of people at home are sitting here wondering, like, why don't I see Boltyn more often? This deck is insane.
I mean, this sort of power was only possible because of, in conjunction of the Hala Armory deck with Flurries and also a Compendium of Wraith cards.
So even though Milbers, which stands for Man I Love Boltyn, by the way, if you're wondering why I keep saying that, Milbers Abound, who have been championing this hero since the dark days, honestly, now finally rewarded for all their toil, Alan Chavarin included.
Okay. So, yeah, he's just going to go for this original line, charges Roaring Beam, and now gets a tutor out of his Beacon of Victory.
And I do like this. Marcus, you talked about it earlier, but Alan is playing for full tempo. If he gains it, a Via the Vanguard turn will absolutely put Bryce in the bin.
Yeah, Duty-Bound Blitz would be good here. He can also use a Battlefield Beacon because he's banished. He'll end up banishing a 3rd card. Well, okay.
But no, it's just more damage here.
Yeah.
Duty-Bound Blitz is found.
It's 6 whole damage because of the courage on the next chain link.
It also has the benefit of making Bryce think that he could be dead.
Yes.
Because, of course, Duty-Bound Blitz will have Go again. It'll make Bryce question, what is that card left in hand?
Yep.
Ultimately, probably just destined for the arsenal for Alan.
Yeah, Alan representing that I could go further, please block more.
It's an activation of Boltyn to give this Raiden Go again.
Yep.
1 damage will leak through over the 2/2 blocks from Bryce Douglas. Down to 1. 3 plays 1, and Duty-Bound Blitz is on the
6.
combat chain. Bryce needs at least 1 3-block in that hand in order to get all of this damage taken care of. But if one of them is an attack, it could spell doom.
Ooh.
One of
like
them
a 2-block
is.
in there.
And so there, all the way up to 7, goes this Duty-Bound Blitz. And Bryce not only has given up the entirety of the hand and is passing back to Alan, who has a V in the Vanguard in the arsenal, he's also given up his only way likely to close out this game in Flick Knives.
Yeah,
It's just a pass of the turn back to Alan Chavarin, who draws up almost assuredly the kill shot. He's got Battlefield Beacon. He's got a charge card, a card to charge, I should say, a Banneret. But we know that the V of the Vanguard is in the arsenal. Here it goes. Pitch Banneret of Gallantry. V of the Vanguard on the combat chain. How many charges, though, Alan?
It's probably 2, so he can go as many wide.
2 cards. V of the Vanguard up to 5 now for Bryce's consideration. Quicken token also generated from the Banneret charged. Raiden will be swinging on this turn, and it will be swinging for 5. Bryce, with 1 life point left, is in the blender. It might be a question without an answer. Even though Bryce has enjoyed his time in the feature match area, Alan is going to be sending him packing with this turn.
He's in the Boltyn blender now.
Boltyn blender is great. Doesn't turn you red, instead turns you yellow so that he can charge you.
Consume my opponents by turning them yellow and put them in soul.
Scar Tissue. Blocking on the combat chain. Lair of the Spider is in the hand. It's a little bit too late for a mark to mean much of anything for Bryce.
It's literally just putting enough cards in front that actually keep him at 1.
Just spinning your wheels, hoping that Boltyn can't convert. Bryce, though, a stalwart competitor trying to find the out. He passes 2 reactions. I love this. Alan has to give this go again. Lair of the Spider will generate the mark token. So Bryce leaving no value on the table. He did have the opportunity for Alan to just be like, okay, cool, I'll just win the game and deny the mark, but I don't think Alan cares too much about it anymore. Raiden Dustbane now coming in for 5 go again. No need to banish a card from Soul. Does Alan have any damage now? It is a Battlefield Beacon that is going to spell Doom. Out for 5, generating value, but it doesn't matter. The fist bump is extended to Alan Chavarin, who is now 3-0 on Sir Boltyn. Breaker of Dawn, now Breaker of AGE May.
Really burst through there, huh?
Bursting and breaking is Alan Chavarin, and man, does he have a flair for being a showman. A 9 banish on Beacon of Victory, showing that it's maybe considerate of milling when you're resolving multiple Lumina Ascensions, but for Alan, it was all raw power.
Yeah, it was all gas, no brakes, effectively. That's just kind of emblematic of his playstyle.
I really love to see what he's cooking. Also love to see the new hairstyle. The bangs are now going to become synonymous, both with Alan and with Boltyn, and there's nothing he can say about it. What we can talk about, though, is, of course, our illustrious sponsor. That is Fabtcg. Get over to Fabtcg for all of your singles needs. They're going to be the ones to help you out, and boy, does it feel good to buy from people that love the game as much as you do. They know what you need. They know what your pain points are, because they're selling to Flesh and Blood players, and they are Flesh and Blood players. If there's one thing you gotta love about ordering from an independent vendor, it's that your package will come in one succinct I guess I should say envelope or box.
Yeah, no fragments here.
Exactly. No need to order from the big boys, the third parties like TCG Player, and receive your envelopes, I don't know, once a month. Who knows when they're coming ultimately. With Fabtcg, you can depend on reliable shipping times and also solid prices. They also offer a rewards program where every single dollar you spend earns you points at Fabtcg, which you can then use to future perfect purchases. Nothing complicated like a credit card or a frequent flyer program. It's all face up and it's all Fabtcg. Head over to fabtcg.co to get ordering now. You can use the QR code at the top of your screen to get to their website, but please use AGELA10 as a code when you are checking out to let them know that we sent you and that this partnership continues to be something we want to foster forward. We don't have time for a winner interview, unfortunately, because Alan just took a little bit too long to pull off that Beacon of Victory play. But what that does mean is that we're going to get right back into the action in mere moments. So stick around. There's going to be more plays that have always been viable but never put on screen. More, maybe, Paladin plays, and more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. The time-honored skill, I guess, of AGE making me eat my own words. Yes, we are back with a winner interview. Even though I said we didn't have time, we had to get Alan into the booth to support not only his favorite hero, who he has shown he is an absolute expert of, but also those brand new bangs. How beautiful are those?
Thank you so much.
Always with fantastic hair is Mr. Alan Chavarin, but this way it's a little bit different flavor. Let's talk about your history on this hero, Alan, because you've been playing Boltyn for a long time.
Long time. 5 years.
You played Levia before that with Titanium Baubles at Pro Tours, mind you. Can we talk about what has led you to both Levia and Boltyn? Like, what was it about them that made you want to champion them, especially when they were so weak initially?
Yeah. So I didn't really gravitate towards them just because they're weak. I just happened to like them. Boltyn was my original hero, my real original hero. People know me for Levia. No, I'm like Boltyn #1, Levia #2.
Okay.
That was just the first hero I picked up 5 years ago when Monarch came out, and I loved the hero ever since.
And so do you have like a similar story to me where you pick up a Monarch Blitz deck?
Yes,
and
exactly.
was it Boltyn?
Yeah, and it was Boltyn.
Fantastic. And who were you playing with in those early days?
You're talking about like other players?
Other players, like did
Yeah.
you get a posse together to pick up all the Blitz decks and then just run them into each other?
No, it was around 5 years ago when the pandemic barely slowed down and everything opened up. And
Yeah.
it was like a couple months after Monarch came out, maybe a month after. And there was a super small community in San Diego of like 4 or 5 people in like one random game store. And it was just like me, another dude who just play. I'd play in Boltyn, he was on Dory. And I'd lose most of those games. And we'd play for like 10 hours straight at a game store. And yeah, that was like my first memory with Flesh and Blood, just like getting my ass beat. But yeah, eventually that community down there in San Diego just slowly started getting like more and more and more and more players. And now there's a couple game stores, like 2 or 3 now, and there's just a good, healthy community. And it's crazy that I come here, and the community is just like huge.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like grown so much since then.
And even though those first few games against Dorinthia were rough, you remained undaunted. And you remained a champion of Boltyn. So now, much like, I don't know, we can talk about Riptide players, but they feel like the Zoomers of waiting for expansion cards that will actually do something. You've been watching Boltyn cards come out set after set, time after time. Have you continued playing the hero throughout, or is it something where you see a new expansion slot card come out, you pull it out, dust it off, play it a little bit, realize it's not quite what it needs to be, and then put it back in the closet? How does that work for you?
You know, it's been exactly that for like the past few years. New expansion card comes out, I play it for a little bit. Sometimes I have fun. Sometimes I get bored, I go back to Levia or another hero. But I feel this time around, especially with Flurry tokens, Boltyn's power level is ridiculously, it's like high enough to compete with all the top decks. So that's why I've been sticking to the deck now.
Okay.
Flurry tokens are ridiculously powerful. It's
Now-
the best thing to happen to Boltyn.
Now, I completely agree. I mean, Hala is going to make them look good, but I think it's really a Boltyn mechanic. Boltyn catch-up mechanic, shall we say. He's been in 24th place in the Mario Kart race for a very long time, and all of a sudden, he finally pulls the bullet bill, and he's catapulted into, I don't know, 4th?
Yeah,
Maybe first in your eyes?
First in my eyes, first in my heart.
Fair enough. So the interaction that we saw showcased on screen was Beacon of Victory and Roaring Beam, which happened to line up twice in hands for you. Absolutely huge. Was this an interaction that you thought of immediately when Roaring Beam was spoiled, or did it take a little bit of stewing to understand the ceiling of this card?
No, it took a little bit of stewing, because when I first saw Roaring Beam, I'm like, oh, it's another Boltyn card.
It's another Boltyn card. 1 value.
But eventually people started discussing the lines, and they talked about a beacon into Roaring. And I'm like, oh my god, that's like a line you can do.
Yeah.
And when you see it line up, you just go for it. Especially since I had Spirit out and I could just grab Lumina. It's like the highest possible ceiling for that interaction.
Yeah.
And being able to pull that off on camera felt so good. Especially after my opponent almost did the same thing to me.
Yeah.
He's like, dagger. And then all of a sudden it's 15.
All the way up to
I'm
15.
like, all right, buddy.
You were like,
watch this.
And you were like, I can do it 1 better. Literally
Yeah.
rating up to 16 on the next turn
Exactly.
cycle. So, Alan, if there's one thing I know about you, is that you have a flair for the dramatic. I have seen you on Levia take, I want to say it was like 8 damage to a Beast Within discard. I have seen you pitch titanium baubles for seemingly no reason. I see you at big events pulling people together and inspiring camaraderie by playing Beyblade in the middle of a tournament,
Exactly.
like having way more fun than anybody actually competing in the tournament. How amazing does it feel to pull off the Boltyn combo, finally champion your hero, not just in an exciting way, but also in a way that wins you a game?
Feels so good. I don't know. It just feels good, especially on stream, because I didn't
Yeah.
have a flashy play on my other games except
No.
one.
You had Flashly Deaths is really what I know you for.
Yeah. I had some horrible days.
This is a very it's like a fitting end to your AG career, but
Yeah.
also a very sad one, because right before we went live, you did tell me that this is likely your last AG event because you will be
Yeah.
moving for a job very soon,
Yeah, all the way down to Arkansas.
which almost makes me want to start AGE Bentonville,
The HE Bentonville.
but
AG Arkansas.
I don't know if our balance sheet can take it, but you will be sorely missed. And I'm very happy that if this is your last event, you can go out on your own terms exactly
With a
as you've been
blast.
playing. Exactly.
Yeah, no, this is the perfect way to go out. Like, I'm very happy.
Awesome. Well, 3-0. How are you feeling about the rest of the day?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling amazing.
Heck yeah, man. Well, keep it up. And I know I speak for the chat when I say we hope we see more of you. Hopefully a top 8 contention is in your future.
I'm trying.
But I do have to let you prepare for your next match because I think you've got more cards to banish, my man.
Couple more.
All right.
Couple more.
Well, hopefully we'll be back with more Paladin plays from Alan Chavarin, the man with the flair to get it done. But we will definitely be back with more Flesh and Blood. Don't go anywhere. Graphene Calicera for 15. I can do you one better because my name is Alan Chavarin, and the people want more. So we are going to give him to you once again, this time, though, up against Colin, the boy wonder, Eriksen, who has answered some of our player profile questions. I think he's in the vast, dimming minority of people who think cake donuts are the way to go.
Yeah, he's been outvoted by everyone else that answered these questions.
But, you know, lucky in Fab, unlucky in taste, apparently. Colin Eriksen does like cake donuts and also thinks that Plutonic Starplate is one of the most exciting OMN spoilers that he's seen so far. Other takes I've seen talk about it as a dead threads that you can only use on your opponent's turn and blocks for 0. What are your thoughts?
It's an interesting one because it doesn't have a physical block present, but it has Arcane Barrier 1, which is quite useful. I think an immediate equal to it is kind of like Trench of Sunken Treasure, because though it's not your main equipment piece in the chest slot, it's really good to have that Arcane Barrier attached and a resource sometimes.
Now, Colin is the poster child for AGE. All the things that we were talking about, giving a spotlight to people that deserve it but otherwise can't get it. Colin cut his stripes here at AGE. Qualified for 2 Players' Championships back-to-back. Sports a 93 AGE rating, 67% win rate, and 11 top 8 finishes. This kid is out of control and very narrowly missed a top 8 finish at Pro Tour Yokohama. If you want a player to watch, it's Colin the Boy Wonder Eriksen. Not just here, but abound. Let's talk about his road here and also the metagame that he finds himself in. His wish for the Nationals and Pro Tour season coming up is to hit Living Legend for Kassai of the Golden Stand. He's one of 2 in the room today. And man, I think there is no more fitting end for unless Colin Eriksen takes her to the precipice.
Yeah, there is quite a lot that Kassai likes to see. Some slower decks in here that she's happy to grind out with. Gravy Bones has shown up a little bit in this metagame that she loves playing against.
The question is, though, can she handle the Breaker of Dawn? A
That's
lot of
true.
the expansion slot cards for Warrior have been Warrior-on-Warrior hate cards, sometimes utilized in Assassins. I'm talking about Boltyn and the upcoming card Stand Tall. But Kabuto of Imperial Authority is a really interesting dynamic to this matchup, one that I would guess hurts Kassai a little bit more because of blood on her hands. But the proof is in the pudding, and we're going to find out exactly how it all goes down because these are 2 champion competitors on their respective decks. Colin Eriksen on the left side of your screen and Alan Chavarin on the right. I'm doing a double take here. I didn't realize Colin was X and 1.
Yes, we've had a slight pair up and pair down situation today because we have an odd number of players today.
So could spell doom for the top 8 contention of Alan Chavarin if he's not able to get it done here. Immediately blocking with Warpath of Winged Grace, charging a card and gaining a quicken token. Blade Runner is the retort for Colin Eriksen into Centauri Saber for 5. Blocked immediately by Engulfing Light. 3 damage should leak through because that Centauri Saber will get a cheeky +1. Oh my, Colin is using Pokemon tokens? What the heck?
Somebody get this man a bigger token.
Colin has been playing this deck for how many years at this point? He doesn't have a Vigor token?
Oh, it was in my other deck box. I didn't bring it today.
Man. I didn't want to crash out on stream today, but here we go.
It's even better because he's got the cold foil gold from Dynasty right next. He's smiling like he knows what he's done to you, Bryce.
Oh my gosh, definitely made me tilted. And Alan looks a little bit flapped based on the cards that he drew up.
Oh
Are those,
my
is that 2
God.
Luminas?
That's 3 Luminas.
That's 3 Luminas! On a turn that cannot utilize them at all.
How do you work this turn?
There's no pitch outlet. He doesn't have...
You can't attack.
No, there's nothing.
It's the 4-card pass?
My God. No wonder Alan is in the blender here. He puts people in the Boltyn blender, and he suffers from it as well.
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
It's the 4-card pass. Does draw a
thank
Beaming
God there's a
Bravado.
charge card.
Thank goodness. Vigor token pops for Colin Eriksen as he laughs in his competitor's face. Spoils of War paid for by a Vigor token that looks like a Psychic Energy. And Hot Streak is finally the chosen sword now. 1 left floating for Colin Eriksen. This Hot Streak has +2 and go again, and also a very meaningful on hit. Generate 2 copper tokens. Alan cannot block with the hand that he's drawn up. So takes 4 immediately down to 33. 2 copper tokens generated for Colin as blood turns into pennies.
I mean, he could block with it, but it's not advisable. You have every power card in your deck just staring at you in the face.
Vigor token generated by Grains of Blood spill. The follow-up is
Lord.
unsheathed. Combat chain has been closed. Also a Brave Forge Bracers activation. Colin just converting extra pitch cards into increments of 1 value. Now 6 on this Centauri Saber. Alan accepts readily. Gives a shake of the beautiful hair because he knows he's priced into the play he's about to make. Doesn't love it, but this is what you got to do. And this is going to be rough, especially because Colin has Kabuto of Imperial Authority still up.
Yeah, Kabuto is something that you pack in your sideboard, and for Warrior Mirrors in particular, it's like a very weird game of chicken that you play where who gives their helmet first and for how much value was it actually cashed in.
This is nice, though, because Alan is going to be able to sequence it so that he sends Beaming Bravado. He's going to have go again from the Quicken token. He'll be able to swing Raiden a single time first and probably dare Colin to... Oh, no, he just says Lumina Ascension straight away. Never mind.
This is smart because like he's not placing them all on one combat chain because then it's just throwing away value because Colin will immediately use Kabuto.
But he doesn't. Lumina Ascension the first is just blocked out by a Shelter from the Storm. But what is going to be the fate of the other 2 Lumina Ascensions in the hand of Alan? I think he was really hoping to get the Kabuto there and then just say go next. He continues to punish Colin Eriksen. Lumina Ascension the second comes down. Valiant Dynamos. I think it's just going to be another defense reaction from Colin. Raiden give and go again. Can swing an additional time still, even without Alan deploying the final Lumina. And yes, he says this is enough value gained. And all of a sudden, Colin's Kabuto of Imperial Authority just doesn't look as good going down the line. Alan can probably bait it on a turn where it doesn't matter.
I mean, like, put yourself in Colin's shoes for a moment. Like, can you really expect all 3 Luminas in the first 2 hands of your opponent's game?
No way. And honestly, Colin had the blocking hand. More importantly, the lackluster offensive hand to rob Alan of a lot of value there. Just by virtue of Kabuto of Imperial Authority existing, Alan lost, what is that? That's 3 per swing and an additional swing on Raiden. Take Flight out of the hand. Pitched for by a Beaming Bravado. Card charged as well. 3 go again on this Take Flight. Flurry token on the board generated by Toe the Line on a previous turn cycle. 3 meets 3 as Slice and Dice gets in the way. Colin's still at 37 to Alan's 27.
I think this is a wise approach from Alan. He really just needs to tempt out the Kabuto for his final Lumina. Otherwise, it's just not safe to play.
But Colin doesn't bite. Card banished from the soul of Boltyn. Raiden comes in for the second time. Colin puts a Provoke in the way.
This can be the tough part about playing a Warrior Mirror as Boltyn, because other warriors have so many non-attack action cards and reactions that don't turn on your hero power.
Hot streak 4-2. After Colin holds back a Blunton, there just weren't any cards in the hand for Alan to get discarded.
Yeah, so
Colin
just
sends it to the bottom of the deck.
Exactly.
2 damage accepted by Alan. Vigor token generated by Grains of Blood spill. Back over to Alan, who is now at 25, till Colin Eriksen's mounting advantage of 37. But it's a Via the Vanguard turn, paid by Fiendel's Spring Tunic. 2 cards placed into the soul, one of which is Banneret of Courage, so we'll leave a little bit of value behind. The other, I think, is Beacon of Victory.
Yeah, I saw Alan actually pause just a little bit before he put Beacon into soul. Interesting.
Via the Vanguard now representing 5. And even though it's not going to be the maximum value block on Kabuto of Imperial Authority, Colin, every time a Via the Vanguard comes down, has the opportunity to shove the headpiece and rob Alan of, in this case, would have been 5 value.
Yeah.
But right now, it's just 6, beefed up by the Courage token and the Via the Vanguard that came before.
Honestly, Colin looks fit to hold his Kabuto over Alan's head for such a long time.
Colin is doing a heck of a lot of blocking here, and it's entirely possible that the hands have just not lined up offensively, but is it possible he's angling for fatigue this early?
He could be. like, Alan has to reckon with the fact that Raiden does consume a card when it comes to charging, whereas Colin doesn't have to spend cards out of deck in order to swing his own weapons, so fatigue can be a major consideration. Plus, I think he's also just like being patient, waiting for a blood in her hands to cash in these 4 copper that he's got early on.
Command and Conquer on the combat chain. Colin Eriksen finally doing some attacking. He doesn't know it, but he is threatening the 3rd Lumina Ascension in Alan Chavarin's deck. 31 plays 25. And Colin taking a quick look through the graveyard. There are Kassai activations aplenty because he's been doing nothing but blocking. And that's the other advantage of being on the defensive as Kassai of the Golden Sand. If you can get to a point where you can flip tempo when you can activate Kassai every single turn, it doesn't bode well just for a Blood on Her Hands power turn, but also a Raise an Army.
Yes, indeed.
Edict of Steel slammed into the arena by Alan Chavarin. You heard it in his winner's interview. Flurry tokens look better on Raiden than they do on Zenith Blade.
Yeah, he's just
But
going
it's just a pass.
He's just going to bank this flurry token.
Slice and dice into Hot Streak. Maybe for Colin Eriksen. Finally a blue in the pitch, and this is looking like a standard Kassai turn.
Yep. This also looks like a decent place for Alan to put his own Kabuto here, maybe, because the other half of Slice and Dice's value will be lost, in addition to no Dynamo's reset for Colin.
But then you lose the inherent value of saying, I dare you to play Blood on Her Hands.
That's true. I just don't think that Alan quite has the time in this game to wait that long.
The life totals are inching ever further downward. But we're almost 15 minutes into this game, and both players remain above half.
Yeah.
Which, if there's one thing I know about Colin, is he is comfortable going to the long game. He'll play fast if you give him the space, but this is a man who I've seen get probably 7, 8 value from Heart of Fjendal.
Yep. Yeah, I've spectated those games as well.
Kassai activation after Blade Runner does its dirty work. So all of a sudden, this is a Centauri Saber for 8 on hit, create a gold.
Yeah, effectively Colin's saying, like, hey, if you're not going to block, I'm going to make this mean something to me.
Alan says that's all good. Down to 16 he goes.
I have coffers, I have an arsenal. You're at under half of my life total.
I think our life totals are a little bit delayed here. Oh, no. Alan has written down 14. I must have missed some value there. Take flight. In the yellow, once again. Charging, gaining go again. Also, a quicken token thanks to the banneret that hit the soul.
5 go again here because of courages.
Now, Colin, to consider, has finally drawn up a copy of Blood on Her Hands. But with Kabuto of Imperial Authority still accessible to Alan, is it a viable playline? The Dream remains alive, 1 card blocked with on Take Flight. Is a reaction, so once again, Colin insulated from losing value on that Boltyn hero ability. Raiden to follow finally pops that flurry token. Will it bait out the helmet of Colin Eriksen?
He doesn't have to spend soul on this swing either because there was a quicken token produced from that banneret. So Alan still has a little bit of soul to work with.
3 go again, represented. Colin on defense, 14 plays 29 in the favor of the Boy Wonder. He's got to face a gleaming sword. The closest thing we have in this game to a lightsaber.
I think another out that Alan can actually play to is that he can wait to find Spirit of Arena to really make the last Lumina count by not having to play in reactions. And threatening her off any old Raiden swing.
Duty-bound Blitz, the follow-up. Colin Eriksen getting some Valiant Dynamo's value, but still leaking 1, down to 25. And still not blocking with that Kabuto. What do you think Colin is waiting for?
I think he's just waiting to the very last moment, like more information and more threats spent out of Alan's deck in order to really rule out what the options could be.
Because Colin knows that there's 1 more Lumina Ascension left, is he waiting to stymie that?
He could be. This is what we say when we say the game of chicken. Like, who gets tempted first?
Down to 24 goes Colin Eriksen. Still 10 life points ahead of Alan at 14. But he's got 2 cards in hand and 1 card in the arsenal. He goes for blood on our hands, cashing in every last penny. And now Alan, I think, is going to be shoving that Kabuto on the first chain link. Centauri Saber, the one buffed twice by blood on her hands, swung first.
I get the feeling that Colin might have an attack action card in his arsenal, just because leaving that 2 floating means that he has a out to actually spend his hand and not be completely blown out by Kabuto of Imperial Intent.
Centauri Saber still to be considered. 4 damage. Kabuto of Imperial Authority on the combat chain. Not committed yet for Alan. But yeah, he shrugs his shoulders. He might as well. Bracers of Bologna's Grace. Blocked with and charged with on Roaring Beam. Courage token generated. No damage comes across the line. Colin posturing like he knew that was a possibility. I mean, a player of his caliber always knows, but he's not disappointed either. Doesn't seem like he was trying to make Alan call a bluff. I think it was just a known cost that Colin had to pay in this matchup. Eventually, I will have to get your Kabuto, and the only way I can convincingly do so is to give you a blood on our hands turn worth the block.
And Colin happened to give non-attack actions and attack reactions aplenty to not give any value to Alan's Boltyn ability.
Express Lightning blocked by hit and run. Boltyn activated, so 2 damage finds home. Down to 22 goes Colin Eriksen. Alan Chavarin still with a card in hand, a card in arsenal that we know is Lumina Ascension. Colin says, send me the bill on that Raiden. Another card banished to Boltyn. To give go again, Express Lightning is the follow-up. Still not time for Lumina Ascension. I think you're right, Marcus. Alan is waiting for Spirit of Arena to hit the arena.
Both players have the capacity for patience, but Colin has more of the inevitability.
Agreed.
That's the deciding factor in this matchup now.
Command and Conquer for the second time this game threatens the Lumina Ascension in Alan Chavarin's arsenal. Also prevents the use of defense reactions, which so far it seems like Alan has sided out. I haven't seen a single copy of Soul Shield or Saving Grace, but this hurts. Playing out an Edict of Steel, not for value, but instead just for the 3 block in the bottom right corner. Beaming Bravado is the follow-up here. Coming in for 4, 1 power above its base, thereby liable to be given go again. Alan commits, and the follow-up will be Raiden Dustbane. So all of a sudden, it's a 2-card 7. Pretty standard Flesh and Blood numbers. Colin happy to take, down to 14. Three cards left in hand, 1 in the arsenal. Colin is going to be coming out swinging. I expect to see some fireworks. First, it's a draw off of gold. Card found, yellow Blade Runner. Already had a source of go again there, so it's Spoils of War, potentially setting up for yet another Blood on Our Hands turn, and it's going to be copper aplenty. Spoils of War plus Outland Skirmish means 3 copper tokens will be generated if this first sword can connect.
Coming in for a lofty 7 go again, which is half of Alan's life total. Spends a Blade Flurry out of the arsenal, brings us up to 9. Alan sinks all the way down to 5 now.
This game could be coming to a close, and it might be our man with the flair for the dramatic to descend down to X and 1 to join Colin Eriksen. It's the pair down from hell for Alan Chavarin. Toe the line in the hand. Vigor token generated for Colin Eriksen. 14 plays 5 all of a sudden. Evan Bridges is in chat. In Prague at the moment, but still taking the opportunity to try and grift Colin and Alan into buying his cold foil Kabuto of Imperial Authority. One of, I think, 10 at this point that he owns.
Evan, the simple fact is that thing doesn't come in EA, but the one in the set does. So I think you're out of luck until someone really wants the gold foil
Cards finally bought on blocking duty for Alan Chavarin, taking no more damage after descending down to 5, also making a flurry token from Toe the Line. It's via the Vanguard, paid for by the Fyendal Spring Tunic counter, and Spirit of Arena is in the arena. Colin is really going to have to be thinking about blocking with the Kabuto here.
Yeah, because even with the flurry swing, Colin is blocking a bit more damage with this Kabuto.
There it is. And finally laying it bare. I think the only thing that would have stopped Colin from making this play would be if the hand didn't cooperate well enough on offense. It's looking pretty dang good.
Yeah, now Colin has a full hand. And he has a Raisin army as well. This could be devastating for Alan, who has been patient to sandbag this last Lumina for so long.
Hot Streak out from Colin Eriksen, paid for by a Vigor token, and a Boltyn out from Alan Chavarin, but Colin can simply discard a defense reaction and still do everything that he wants to do on this turn. Run through, gives go again to Hot Streak. 2 resources left behind will also confer +2 to the next sword swing. Is it going to be an activation of Kassai for Colin? No. Raise an army first. 2 dudes replace this non-attack action card. Centauri Sabers aplenty. Colin has 2 cold foils, but not a single Vigor token. Boltyn blocked with for the second time for Alan Chavarin. No extra value gained, though. Down to 4 he goes. The follow-up, is it going to be Centauri Saber or Centauri Sellsword? First a Kassai activation, and I think it is going to be the Saber because extra value will be gained from the run-through that came before. And all of a sudden, it's lethal being represented. 2 duty-bound blitzes on defense, not where they want to be, but they have to save their pilot.
This is not a good position for Alan to find himself in now.
He needs Colin to draw a dud of a hand. Oh, but unsheathed, Outland Skirmish, a blue, and a second unsheathed? This is anything but.
To get another 0 for 3, maybe? Oh, it's a Boltyn.
It's a Boltyn, so it's not a great card. But swords are free, and here comes action speed Kassai. Terrifying in this spot for Alan Chavarin. And all of a sudden, that Boltyn can be sunk into Grains of Bloodspill, Braveforge Bracers, or heck, even more Centauri Sellsword swings. I think this is curtains for Alan.
Yeah, just blocking the whole hand.
It's a full block of the hand. So no damage leaks through, but it's what he has to worry about afterwards. 2 Centauri Sellswords are going to be it. Fyendal Spring Tunic blocked with. Alan gives a wry smile as he knows he descends down to 0, and that's it. The Boy Wonder fells the man who sent a Raiden for 16. Now, perhaps becoming the villain, at least in the eyes of you at home.
Yeah, might be, honestly. Colin does too much winning. Huh.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And even though he started very meager and, let's say, naive in the game of Flesh and Blood, he has become a killer faster than anybody I have seen. And so, yeah, maybe he can do a little bit of a reviled arc.
Yeah, he had humble beginnings by playing Bravo, the same top 8 that I top 8'd on Bravo.
Oh, is that why you have a chip on your shoulder? He's abandoned Bravo?
Yeah, a little bit. I would like him to take an interest in both martial classes because they're just so fundamentally like...
Martial classes?
Yeah, because they're both using martial weapons.
Okay, fair enough.
Because this is a game like D&D after all.
Okay, fair enough. And so Aphrodisias is not a martial weapon.
No, that would be a spellcasting focus.
Fair enough. If you want to do some spell casting, though, you might want to get over to Fab Foundry to pre-order all Omens of the Third Age products. We've got booster boxes, Armory Deck, Ziggy, complete playsets of commons, rares, and tokens, or a complete playset of non-foil Majestics. The world is your oyster when you go to Fab Foundry, and you can feel good about it because you're buying from Fab players like you. They have a brick and mortar in Portland where they run events. Oh, and the small matter of them being the tournament organizer that will save us from all the less than stellar ones, shall we say. Stellar is the name of the game, whether you are participating in a Fab Foundry event or ordering Omens of the Third Age from them. Scan the QR code at the top of your screen to be navigated straight to their website, fabfoundry.co, but please enter AGELA10 at checkout to let them know that we sent you and prove that this relationship is still a fruitful one. Special thanks to Fab Foundry for allowing us to offer ad-free coverage of the AGE Open Series all day long. You can thank them for that and also enjoy a package of singles that come to your door in one envelope, not 50.
It's true.
Okay. Well, since Marcus said that this is true, we're going to head to a winner's interview with the Lurch that just walked right next to the booth. That is, of course, Colin Eriksen, who will require us to tilt the camera up and maybe put one of us in a booster seat. How about that, Marcus?
Me, not so much. You?
Okay.
Sorry,
okay.
Bryce.
You're taking this interview, and I'm going to show you exactly how tall this sucker is.
Okay.
We'll be back when Marcus is proven wrong about his own stature, and of course, with a winner's interview with Colin Eriksen after this. Don't go anywhere.
Good afternoon. We are now back with our round 4 winner here, Colin Eriksen, taking down Alan Chavarin. Kind of wanted to pick your brain on how you feel about this matchup in particular, like particular to Boltyn, not other warriors, Boltyn in particular.
Yeah, Boltyn is an interesting hero because he actually has a number of builds that have shown up just around the meta, and that is this like mid-range Raiden plan, which I think is like the strongest plan by itself. And then there's this Fatigue Decimator plan that occasionally people like playing. And there's also Saber's Combo, which didn't see too much, but I believe Josh Lau played it.
Yeah.
And they're actually playing... Oh, God, it's the name a card, you can't play it. Chains of Eminence?
Yes.
Naming Kabuto.
Yes.
So you can't block with it to stop their turn. And that puts a number of questions when sideboarding, so you kind of have to hedge like a little bit just to make sure that you're never blown out by anything, and that's why I board a little bit over, and I'm bringing in like Raisin armies and stuff, kind of as you would in any Warrior Mirror, but particularly for here, just making sure I have answers, and then boarding out a couple of random attacks that I have now, because due to the way the meta is, I have my Ripple Aways, I have my CNCs, and those cards actually can play, unfortunately, well into Boltyn's hero ability.
Yeah, I was going to say that even though Warrior is known for a lot of non-attack actions and attack reactions that block well into Boltyn, there is no small part, like some of the attack actions that you will run, like you mentioned Ripple Away is just like a really good utility blue that has kind of picked up in nearly all decks that can conceivably run it because of Victor Goldmane and other heroes that get hurt by it. But if you run those, like, yeah, you're going to turn on Boltyn's hero power, which is not what you want to be doing on blocks.
Right, yeah. It's funny, the way my Kassai list is constructed right now, I actually have a lot of dead blues, which makes the drawing off gold a little bit more awkward, where, like, I have Ripple Away, I have high current currency, I have these things that are, like, they're good cards, and they can be nice in these matchups, especially here, because he's actually playing Tunic. But they're not the cards that I can just draw and then slam in the arsenal like a Glint Quicksilver, which, I mean, I'm also playing, but definitely less of those types of effects.
Yeah, you want to be a bit more selective, and then by that measure, you're going to be blocking a little more, just like getting these things out of the pitch stack and like thinning out the deck so that you know you're getting good reds that threaten damage and like go again.
Right.
Sorts.
Yeah. There's kind of a dance in the Warrior Mirror because of the card Kabuto as well, where you saw there, I had a hand this one turn. It was like blue, Slice and Dice, Blade Runner, Blade Flurry. I was like, brilliant. They're all reds. This is 16 damage.
Yes.
I can draw off gold. I can push it more. But the issue is, I really don't want him to Kabuto. So there, I played the Slice and Dice, and already, if he Kabutos me and I have the red Blade Runner, that's 10-point Kabuto. Terrible. So I'm like, I can't Kassai yet. I'm going to wait for that. I'm going to maybe not play the Blade Flurry. And then once he goes, no blocks, okay, I'm just going to activate Kassai and send like a face-up 8, just to try and play around that. Because even though the Blood in Her Hands is obviously amazing to Kabuto, the Slice and Dice is just are honestly really awkward. A lot of Kassai's damage is backloaded there.
Yeah, he did honestly choose to use his Kabuto after you presented your Blood on Her Hands because it results in like a better value proposition because you're swinging multiple times versus on an odd turn where, yeah, you've played a Slice and Dice out already, but you're okay with lighting this card on fire, so to speak, because you're still trying to bait out his Kabuto block.
Yes.
Which is the interesting dynamic between the different warriors, because everyone that plays warrior will tell you that you're running the Kabuto in your sideboard for specific matchups and mirrors, because that's where you'll get the most value out of it. And unfortunately, everybody is going to be running their Kabuto in the warrior mirror, so you can't avoid this game of chicken that you basically play. And you mentioned a dance. We're now doing a chicken dance.
Yeah.
But you can't get around it. Like it. You eventually have to make a call somewhere in a game, and however much value you get from it, the best you could probably like get in that situation, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I also had an opportunity to Kabuto very early on, not to yap just about Kabuto too much, but where he did the double Lumina turn, which, by the way, that was a very rough luck there.
Yeah. When he drew, it was when he drew up after you went first. He drew up but Duty Bound Blitz and all 3 Luminas. So he looked at the hand and went, "I'm just like passing because I can't make a legal play here." You can't even filter because he didn't have. He had the other arms. He doesn't have
no Ironsong versus.
Ironsong versus, so you can't even filter at all. So
Right.
very awkward.
Yeah, very awkward. And it was like, okay, well then next turn, after he gave me all the tempo, I could Kabuto, but I had a hand that didn't have go again anyway. So I was like, I guess I just block. And I think that it's tough for Boltyn because it feels like I'm playing with the hero ability and he's not. Where like he has to respect my Centauri Sabers at buff because he's blocking the attack actions.
Yeah, that is the
But
funny inversion.
I'm not really
yeah,
doing that
because like
to him.
your Sabers are always going to threaten it, and he has a deck full of attack action cards because he has to. And you're not really playing his game of like, oh, if you block with an attack action card, I get a Boltyn activation for free.
Exactly. But definitely, I would say generally the Warrior Mirrors are pretty good for Kassai, outside of something like Phang, where Phang goes...
Yeah, Fang's the worst one.
Little bit. Yeah,
if you've
it's
ever
tough.
played Kassai against Phang, like, if you haven't high-rolled him, he's just high-rolled you.
Yeah, Phang gets Kassai's hero ability. After a few turns, Kassai has to Kassai for her hero ability.
Yep.
For specifically the swords being free. So it's definitely like you're kind of against a clock here. But it generally gets the other warriors because so many other warriors are just doing this like pretty like solid grindy value game plan. Kassai's Raisin Army just goes over the top,
Yes.
and that can be just a very solid win condition that other decks just don't quite have access
Exactly.
to.
And I honestly wanted to turn our attention to the new metagame that might evolve, because we have these 3 new heroes for Omens of the Third Age. How do you think things are going to pan out now that not only we have a new printing of Aurora, a second Acilio that you can play, and another new Illusionist that's coming into the mix? Like, looking towards National Season and in particular Pro Tour Vegas as well, how do you think the shake-up's going to be, considering that the faces we've gotten used to this season are like Marionette, Acilio, who is unfortunately going to drop off after losing Volzar, and like Victor Goldmane.
Right. I think that if nothing changes, I think Victor and Mario are honestly still in very solid positions in the meta. These new heroes, 2 of them are honestly pretty slow and kind of grindy, and decks like Victor and honestly even Mario are just kind of fine playing into that. It feels like we don't have as many aggro decks just floating around right now, and with Acilio gone, that's one less. But that's where this third deck, Aurora, comes in, and I think that is, of the 3, is the deck that we're going to see first break out. Because the Aurora, 0 for 4, Lightning, I have Go Again constantly, I lost Starfall, which is honestly kind of a big deal, but Scorpio still provides extra value every turn and is giving that just the constant pings and demanding armor blocks, usually. And I think that will definitely provide a splash and is going to be just another aggro contender that can play things a little bit differently, because with more aggro decks in the format, it provides more sideboarding questions for these defensive decks.
Yes.
This is something that you see a lot in metas, is like at the start of a meta, aggro decks become really popular, and then as it goes on, once the defensive decks know what to tech for, they can bring in these defensive pieces. But if there are more aggro decks, it's a little bit harder to do that because, okay, do I need a race face, or do I need the weakest link? Do I need, obviously, like CNC, all sorts of things, and that can spread sideboard spaces thinner. So if Aurora is good and Syndra's pretty good, it's easier. They each kind of provide each other a benefit because it's taking away space from those defensive decks, countering them.
Yeah, I do have to wonder what the wrinkle will be in the format yet to come. In addition, we have a return to limited play at competitive formats. So how are you feeling looking at the entire cards database now that Prague is basically wrapping up this weekend as we speak, the world premiere, all the cards are spoiled?
I'm very excited. Limited has been something that I've really enjoyed, especially like High Seas and like these Mistveil sets where there's a lot of complexity and it's not as much of that grindy kind of value-based game plan that we saw a little bit more in like Super Slam.
Yeah.
And all that is just super cool, and it's something that I've already started engaging with, actually. We have a teammate, Evan, and he's over there in Prague, and I actually, like, after his day 1 or world premiere sealed deck, I like put all the cards in February, into a Fabtcg list, and like sorted them by class, and just immediately started looking.
Yep.
How do I build this? What are we doing? Both to help even out in the calling today and tomorrow, but also just because we just haven't done this in a while. And I'm really pumped.
I think there's no small amount that you could actually count on where people aren't as like adept at their limited, because we've had a giant break between like Super Slam, which basically wasn't played as a competitive limited format, and like Compendium went and gone, which wasn't a draftable set. So people have almost had like 8 months of no limited at this level of competition. So some people might be rusty at their nationals, and it's down to you to be like good at draft to actually press them on that. I find
definitely hoping for these people just to go, draft is fine, and that is something that happens a lot. Honestly, I feel like it happened. I guess the last big limited thing would be nationals, where we did high Cs, and that was very noticeable. Where it feel like, at least for my testing, people just did not know how to draft Puffin and didn't draft her. And I feel like I got a lot of my wins. I think it went 5-1 in the draft format because of just being able to draft Puffin.
I very much enjoyed drafting Puffin as well, because she was kind of an underdog in that format. I felt like a lot of pods definitely went the way of like, oh, we're going to basically stay open and draft Gravy and see how the pod responds. But what that means is that if you're open, you're taking Pirates and other generics. I'm just going to have every mech card that you pass to me, and I get my pick of the litter.
Exactly. And that is something that hopefully I can recreate here. It looks like, so far from what I've seen, Aurora is like the easiest deck to build.
Yeah.
I think she had the most heroes, and then Acilio, and then Ziggy. Although I'll be honest, I think Acilio is the most solid just base deck. Like there's not really as many equipment choices that you get, but Acilio has that unpreventable damage.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes these heroes can kind of struggle to convert, or convert well. It feels like we have a lot of decently powerful, like 2-card plays, like 2-card 7s, or even potentially with a little bit of setup with like an embodiment of lightning or something, like 1 card like 6s.
Yeah.
And that can be really powerful, but it's a little bit harder when you have to convert that hand, and Acilio just provides lots of ways to sneak in value and just make it really awkward for your opponent.
Yeah, I think what immediately has my attention is that even though you have a shared talent of lightning between these 3 heroes, they all have freedom in the limited environment to pick and choose of how much of that core talent they want to play, because they'll have to draft it in the pod, of course, so that'll like also be another dynamic of how many like Acilias do you have in the pod, how many Auroras, how much did we fight for class cards, and that really dictates how much of the lightning talent you have to lean on, which then means you have more 2 blocks in a deck, which means you have to be more aggressive. All these sorts of like knobs and levers to the environment that I think when it last came to the Aria talents themselves in Rosetta, there was a bit more of a clean divide between the two of like Earth, Lightning, and then this class of Wizard and Runeblade. So the fact that they share it, it's like it feels a bit more fluid of a draft environment, but also you have to find that way through, so to speak.
Right, and that's something I really enjoy, is being able to have a lot of cards that are playable to allow for these different strategies and pivots and the ability to stay open. I know in previous years, before my time, I heard quite a bit about like certain draft formats like Uprising, where it was like, you gotta lock in by like pick 3.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that they've really improved, and it is now a case where, I mean, we're basically picking up lightning cards the whole time. It's pretty easy to switch in and out, even if you lose a couple picks along the way. But another thing you mentioned, that low block value is very interesting. I don't know if we've had a set that has been this low.
There's
of a block
so many
value.
instances in the set, and
So
a lot of
many.
them are just like blues that provide like an embodiment of lightning or a lightning flow, and that's all they do. So it definitely feels a lot like there's less blocking and less of the mid-range as a result, but there's going to be an increased synergy. So that'll be interesting to find out. And with that, I think we're about to conclude and get to round 5. So I'll let you go, Colin. Congrats on your win, and
Thank you very
hopefully you make
much.
a top 8 again here
That's the
today.
plan.
We'll cut to break and see you guys in a bit.
It's not with a roaring beam that our previous feature match ended, but rather a, I don't know, beaming whimper, shall we say. 3 Lumina Ascensions drawn up for Alan Chavarin does equal another win for the boy wonder Eriksen, who got the pair up in that situation. Doesn't bode super well for Alan, but he is back in our backup feature match area. You can expect to see him on AGE Premium, but only if you are willing to donate a little bit to the cause. This match instead is going to be one that is very interesting indeed, mainly because we don't have many examples of it. It is going to be Maxx the Hype Nitro in the hands of Steven Suh versus Emanuel Zayas on Vynnset. We've already talked about how influential Vynnset is in the SoCal scene. There's 5 copies here today. We've already seen one on stream, and Emanuel is doing incredibly well with her. I believe X and 1 are where both of these players sit at the moment, and it's going to be a lot of rune chance, but also a lot of boosting without the flavor of Dash.io, who remains out of contention completely here at AG Los Angeles. Not something we normally... Oh, sorry, there's one copy, one lowly copy, which is usually unexpected here. I mean, we have the likes of Tyler Horspool, we have Patrick Rubakava, but in this case, it's a different flavor of Mechanologist making its way to the feature match area.
I was going to say that Tyler's actually sporting Valda Seismic Impact today.
Also a very interesting thing. And where are we sitting? Should mention Top Deck Keep, of course, because Tyler Horspool is our main consigliere, making it so that we have access to incredibly clean facilities and that AGE Opens can happen in earnest here in Riverside, California. You can check them out at Top Deck Keep on Facebook and Instagram. Also, please proceed to the eBay link that you see there, where Top Deck Keep sells singles and plenty of other card gaming paraphernalia. And they're not just limited to Flesh and Blood. If you're engaging in any other card game, we hope you'll consider Top Deck Keep for your card purchases. It's time to get back down to another match of Flesh and Blood, and I am very excited because every time Steven Suh is in the feature match area, it's always going to be a good time. If you'll remember last month, it was RKO versus Tough Nut for the match of the century. The Brute off, the Revered Reviled off. In this case, he's bringing a wrench, and he's going to try to throw it into the game plan of Emanuel Zayas.
Yeah, how on earth is Steven going to find a way to somehow roll Scabskins in this match?
Simply won't. Instead, he's going to be trying to get rid of a steam counter on Cogworks base legs when it benefits him the most. I'm seeing some hyperdriver synergy here. That is the...
He's got the puffer jacket on.
Yes, thank you. I was trying to remember the name of it. That is, of course, from Armory Deck Maxx the Hype Nitro. Will allow Steven to get an extra steam counter whenever a hyperdriver he controls enters the arena. Only non-token ones, mind you. And here is a brand new card from Compendium of Wraith, Assembly Module, hitting the arena for Steven.
Yeah, this is an interesting little piece for Maxx in particular because it allows you to just search for a hyperdriver out of the deck and then put it into play.
Seems like Steven is going ahead, cranking that to get the action point back, and then, of course, fetching a hyperdriver. This one, because of Puffer Jacket, will enter with an additional steam counter at 4.
Which is actually really notable because it's a red one, so it usually just come in with 3 unless you want to crank it. So having 3 from the get-go is really good.
And now there's a base Vizier in the head slot for Steven Suh, which having some hyperdriver synergistic interaction is one piece of it, but there's also the small matter of it being a base piece. So could Steven have something like an Evo, not an Evo Facebreaker, the headpiece one, which I can't, Proto Visor, I want to say is its name?
Could be. He's sporting the one from Compendium that gives Arcane Barrier 1 in the head, notably because he's facing Vynnset.
A fair point. So it's probably not going to be upgraded, instead just utilized to stuff some purple circles. It's back over to Emanuel, who gets his first Vynnset activation of the game, but gosh, if for my money, that first turn cycle, the turn 0 came... Steven came out on top with 2 hyperdrivers already established.
Yeah, everything came out Steven. He put out 2 hyperdrivers and passed. No filter allowed.
It came Steven. Deathly Whale banished, and I apologize for that. That was a horrible one. Yellow Deathly Whale is the flavor. 1 Funeral Moon and a reduced to Rune Chant in the hand, I think is what I'm seeing here.
There's definitely one Funeral Moon.
Funeral Moon played, Rune Chant token generated, but no life has been lost. Seems like that's going to be it for Emanuel, forced to do a setup turn. And this is exactly why Vynnset likes to be on the play pretty much in any matchup.
Yes.
Because she's likely going to be forced to do something like this no matter what. She might as well be doing it when she's not ceding tempo, meaningful tempo, I should say, to the opponent.
Yeah, she kind of needs setup in order to get the gears turning. And then it provides her further momentum to take the game further.
Steven representing 3 Steam counters on his red hyperdriver. I think that should be 4.
He cranked that one in order to play out another yellow.
I thought it was being fetched with the assembly module.
It was, and then he can put it into play and crank it.
Sure.
Because I think...
Oh, and he's posthumously putting assembly module.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, it's just been some arena cleanup. I see. It's a red zipper hit going to the pitch zone for Steven in favor of a jump start. Now, one resource cheaper thanks to the fact that there's a hyperdriver in the arena.
And a crankshaft found off the top, so he gets a trigger to put a steam counter on a hyperdriver right now.
Huge. Puts it on the red one, and then both of them get reduced by 1. So it's 3-2 respectively on the hyperdrivers and 2 resources left behind. All of a sudden, Steven Suh has essentially turned his red zipper hit into a blue. Sure, you play Maxx to try to assemble a nitromechanoid, but you also have to respect the value gained from these hyperdrivers. Yeah, Reduced to Rune Chant played out from the arsenal, blocking out the majority of this damage on Jumpstart. 3 Rune Chant tokens left behind. And now Emanuel down to 38.
Now with a T-Burn coming onto the combat chain, will demand a equipment block from Manny.
Banished off the top is a Marvel bank breaker. Grasp of the Arc Knight forced to be blocked with here. 1 damage should be leaking through. Down to 37 goes Emanuel. The follow-up is Pulse Wave Harpoon. Going to force the reveal of 3 cards of Emanuel Zayas' choice, but then Steven will be able to rip one out of the hand and force its block on Pulse Wave. One of the few meaningful disruptive effects in the Mechanologist suite.
Now, what is Manny comfortable showing? Does have to present one of the 2 blocks here with the Morph Skies red.
So Steven can rip that one out of the hand and put it in front of Pulse Wave Harpoon, which is definitely not where you want Morph Skies to be, but it's entirely possible that Emanuel is holding back the non-attack action that will really make his turn sing. See if we can spot it in the hand. I believe it's a Shadow Puppetry, yes, on the left. So Steven perhaps thinking that Pulse Wave Harpoon got rid of any go-again potential from Emanuel, but Emanuel's going to be able to show him that he was very wrong indeed.
Steven just closes up the chain. Cannot notably swing Banksy this turn, despite having a floating resource, because he did not crank anything this turn. And with being on Puffer Jacket and not on Teklo Foundry Heart, he can't generate additional resources by burning cards off the top in order to make a hyperdrive to Maxx.
Card banished for Emanuel is Widespread Destruction. This turn is going to look really fearsome indeed. Now, doesn't have the way to get up to 3 Rune Chants when the combat chain closes. If he sends Deathly Wail, even though he has paid a life toll to the Vynnset hero ability, when the combat chain closes, we'll be left only with 2.
I think he's okay with that because he's still able to use Grimoire and pitch his remaining card in order to get Steven's arsenal by sending the Widespread Destruction as well.
Exactly right.
So it's a worthwhile proposition, albeit a little inefficient.
6 go again here with 3 Rune Chants represented. The hand for Steven does include a blue. Happy to throw it in the pitch zone. Now, it was 4 total Rune Chants. The first one was unpreventable. So Steven finally with First Blood drawn on his side of the board. Now it's 6 physical to consider. The damage from the on-pain effect has been done, but Steven has to consider the on-hit from Shadow Puppetry, which could make it so that Emanuel doesn't even need to cash in Grimoire of Felling Song on this turn, even though he's probably inclined to do so.
So there should be a Shadow Puppetry trigger here.
Ooh, looks like it's been missed for Manny, unfortunately. He already has the play line he wants in his sights.
Unfortunate, but he's still sending that widespread, and Steven is going to lose this arsenal no matter what.
No matter what, because of course he's already taken damage this turn. These on-pain abilities are per turn, not per chain. I'm going to be really curious to spot that first card drawn up for Emanuel.
Yeah, it would have been a
to know what could have
difference maker,
been.
exactly.
Because Vynnset always has to be thinking about future turns, not just the one that's going on right now. Quick adjustment to the hyperdriver counters. Oh, because the base Vizier is able to functionally turn those steam counters into block 1 Arcane.
This is interesting. So Steven is now folding the rest of the hand, but unfortunately will still lose his arsenal.
Cutting his losses.
Steven kind of admitting that he didn't quite read widespread destruction.
Oh, so it was a bit of a misplay.
Yeah.
Well, tempo is completely seated back over to Emanuel. Looks like the card banished from widespread destruction was Heist, a useful thing to be able to send your opponent's way.
But that headpiece for Maxx and other mechs is a useful little tool where like excess steam counters, especially if you're producing hyperdrivers for your hero power, can be good to just cash in as like free value against Arcane.
Which, because Steven has reduced his hyperdrivers down to 1, all of that setup potential he had for Nitromechanide down the way could just be gone if he boosts a single attack. So there is risk inherent in it. The race for Maxx is not necessarily to death like it is for Dash.io. Instead, it's just to establish Nitromechanoid as soon as humanly possible.
Now, honestly, Manny has just another setup turn where he grasped, he played out a Malefic Red, banished a Cull, ready to hold over Steven's head, and passed back and took an arsenal.
Like the Sword of Damocles, that Cull does hang over whatever Steven wants to try to put together. It's going to be a T-Bone in the blue, boosted, of course, so 2 resources left behind, but the most important piece of that is hyperdrivers established so painstakingly on turn 0 are gone. Grasp of the Arcanite blocks for the second time this game. Follow-up is Teklo Trebuchet 2000. The majority of its value going to be found on the next chain link. For now, it's just for 1.
Yeah, just a little pinpricks here to feel out Manny's hand.
Feeling it out is an interesting concept because I don't think it's going to buy any blocks. You're basically giving away value, blocking 1 if you know that the next chain link will be buffed. It's 3 blues in hand for Manny, one of which I think is Oblivion. Oblivions have been coming at very awkward times for our Vynnset players today.
Yeah. Interesting matchup to bring it into.
Why do you say that?
Well, I'm no Vynnset expert, but I feel like you might block a bit more on average against a deck that's more of a beatdown than you are. I might be wrong, though. I don't have Ian in the booth right now to ask for an opinion.
I mean, the way Maxx holds that wrench, you definitely know he wants to be the beatdown.
Yeah.
Whether he is or not is the question. But you are right. I think this is a matchup where Vynnset very much wants to play the value game plan. Expedite now coming in for 5, thanks to the buff from Teklo Trebuchet 2000. My question is, where are these resources going to be donated for Steven?
Yeah, the last card he held in hand, I think, was like a blue crankshaft, so not the best arsenal choice. He has the option to just max and leave the hyperdrive out at 2.
And that's usually what you want to do when you activate Maxx, but then obviously Steven's leaving value on the table by not cranking it and swinging Banksy. But face Purgatory out on the combat chain.
Manny feels like I've got excess cards in my hand.
Just happy to get value off of face Purgatory.
Interesting.
It's only a block of the headpiece plus Machinations of Dominion. So no card discard and no card drawn, which is honestly a bit of a shame for Steven. Because what do I do with this blue crankshaft? It does seem like it's going to be utilized to fuel Banksy. Steven is swinging a wrench when The magics are coming for him. Is a wrench a martial weapon, Marcus?
No, it's a blunt weapon.
What?
I don't think it's martial enough because it's a tool. Martial weapons are designed for combat. A wrench is for the workshop.
I feel like there's a tool in this booth right now.
My Maynard Keenan. Am I in the pot?
Yeah, sure. I don't know what that means, but a Deathly Whale banished for Manny. 32 plays 36. And even though a lot has happened this game, there's not been that much bloodletting.
Yeah, both players are honestly content in folding a bit, sending a bit, playing it a bit more patient.
Steven, I think, came out of the gates swinging, at least with his setup. But after Emanuel was able to strip the entirety of the hand and the arsenal, had to take stock of his resources and maybe pull back. But Emanuel seems to be gazing through the ages.
Ooh, yeah. Here we go.
Has been playing at AG for a long time, but hasn't found a top finish. Shadow Puppetry out of the arsenal. Doesn't seem to be paying to Vynnset here.
That's interesting.
Because, of course, Cole is still there. But Cole cannot be played at instant speed unless somebody takes damage.
Yeah.
So it is an interesting decision. It's possible that Emanuel paid the life and just hasn't updated life totals yet.
It's also possible that Steven can't even cover all of this damage as it stands anyway because he has a hyperdriver in hand.
There is a blue.
Yes. But the physical damage, I don't know if he can cover up without leaning on armor.
There's also an assembly module, which doesn't block as well.
No.
So you are right about the physical, without a doubt. Or, well, no, he can pitch the assembly module, block with T-Bone and Crankshaft to cover it all up. Makes me wonder what the plan is for Emanuel. Perhaps it's that last card that tells the story, because Fyendal Spring Tunic is ready to give a free resource. And Spellbound Creepers is ready to convey an action point. So it could be a Shadow non-attack that Emanuel is going to pay a life into after the fact, but without a Rune Gate card to follow up, that feels lackluster.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't just pay the life here on the Shadow Puppetry.
Once again, totally could have, and we could have missed it, but we do have to think about the reasons why. But all rune chance accepted by Steven Sudd, down to 33. So all of a sudden, Cole is playable. Also the physical. 27 is where Steven's at now to Emanuel's 32. Gogan already gained by Shadow Puppetry. Emanuel takes a look at the top of the deck, has the option to banish it if he so chooses.
He's thinking this one over. Have to wonder what his last card in hand is.
Definitely.
If that could actually be played off the back of Cole. And only one player has lost life, so Deathly Whale would only make a single rune chant. Well, there's one off the Malefic as well.
So if Manny plays out Cole at instant speed, pays 1 life to Vynnset, when the combat chain closes, he'll be left with 3 rune chants.
That is true, okay.
And so ideally, that last card in hand is a 3-cost Rune Gate attack. Now, the 3-cost Rune Gate attacks aren't going to offer any disruption, because, of course, the important one is Widespread Annihilation.
DRE.
Ooh, okay, Deep Recesses of Existence.
Just going to be great, because if he spends the cull out, he can, on a future turn, send this as well to recur that cull.
It's looking like the follow-up is just going to be Flail of Agony. Ah, this is exactly why Manny didn't pay the resource. He was always going to make this play.
Okay.
And Flail now makes it so the on-pain effect of Deathly Whale is reciprocal. So this is fantastic. This is exactly what Vynnset wants to do over and over again. Set up and also send meaningful damage.
He still has creepers available to him as well, if he wants to just... Well, maybe that's the other card, is that it's a non-attack that's remaining in his hand.
Galvanic Bender gets in the way of Flail of Agony. Battle-worn 1 pieces are huge against this weapon. Oh, I tried.
we weren't fast enough to find it.
Ah, it's an Oblivion. Cole played out. Oblivion banished. No resource, no life needed to be paid.
Yeah, it just cleanses it out of the hand, so he doesn't have to worry about it being at risk and blocking up an arsenal.
Steven now thumbs that blue crankshaft, which I think remained in the hand at the end of his last turn. Banished now to Cole.
And Steven doesn't really have much of a retort to come back with anyway, so the tempo's still in Manny's favor right now.
Steven thinking twice about the card banished. Might be a hyperdriver.
So this is an interesting interaction, actually, where if you elect to banish the hyperdriver by choice, when it comes to hit the gas, it's already in banish to turn over.
And perhaps there wasn't another one in the banished zone.
So Steven just getting to shortcut what he wants to do. Maybe plays out that assembly module to get another one out of deck. Thin
And hold
himself
back
with non-blocks.
uses the crankshaft to activate Maxx.
Could be, yeah.
T-Bone leaves a resource behind, but also destroys the token hyperdriver. Grasp of the Arcanite blocks again, this time for 0 value. Will there be a card from Emanuel? That's the question.
I want to point out that as the only piece of battle worn on Vynnset's body this game, all 3 T-Bones have been met by, by the Grasp of the Arcanite.
Battle-worn pieces being also important against T-Bone. Deathly Delight jumps into the fray, though. No damage converts on this Chain Link 1. That probably signals to Steven immediately that there are redundant Rune Gate attacks.
So Steven gets another action point out of Cogwork's base legs in order to bring out the assembly module. And I don't think he cranked, and that's why he took the additional action point. So he'll get to choose her out another hyperdriver in his next turn. Notably, assembly module's activated ability to search does not have go again. So if you want your action point back, you'll have to crank the hyperdriver no matter what.
So Steven cashed in 2 action points to get a single hyperdriver. Oh, excuse me. So I thought it would have been, if he had 2 action points, one would have been used for assembly module. Am I wrong about that?
Remember, his additional Steam counter because of Puffer Vest?
Yeah.
So he did crank that red one that just came in.
Okay. Oh, got it. Got it. Yes, of course.
So he's all fine on his
yes
action points, and I think he's drawn another hyperdriver.
Oh boy, oh boy. Envelop in Darkness, paid for by a Fiendal Spring Tunic counter on Manny's side of the board. 30 plays 26, and all of a sudden Manny is up to 4 Rune Chants, which is exactly what you want to send Deep Recesses of Existence and recur, oh, I don't know, a pesky Cull or Funeral Moon. And all of a sudden 9 damage is what Steven is faced with. And that's only if you count the physical. 4 Rune Chants as well. Manny now down to 29 after paying that 1 life.
Yeah, menacing numbers staring down Steven again, who seems to still be playing to his outs of assembling the Mechanoid for Maxx.
And now it's face up that there's not going to be another attack on this turn, I don't think, for Manny.
So an interesting wrinkle here to this matchup as well is that Manny gets to turn over something in Banished. So he can actually turn over a hyperdriver that Steven is looking to protect here, I think.
No, he banishes something from Graveyard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He could take a hyperdriver.
Yeah, but if Steven is seemingly happy to put them there.
But the point is it's already turned over. Hit the gas stipulates that you have to turn over banished hyperdrivers.
Sure.
I don't know, it's a little thing. These are the things that interest me, Bryce.
0 to 60 and Med-X are getting in the way of this 9 damage, which means 3 will come over the top. On pain effect, already active for both players because Manny did, of course, pay the life tax to Envelop in Darkness. The choice of card is going to be really interesting here. Easy play, grab a Cull, play the Cull, get rid of Steven's last card. Prevent any arsenaling. But Steven has a good on-board play already. Simply tap Assembly Module, get another hyperdriver, go next, and then all of a sudden Construct Nitro Mechanoid is online should it come to bear.
Maybe that's the reason that he chose to play out this assembly module with the counter remaining, so that he has a no-card play.
And here it is. Manny's going to call the bluff. Yet another hyperdriver banished out of the hand for Steven. After Cole is played out.
Joke's on you. I wasn't going to block with that card anyway. And it costs 1, so I wasn't going to play it either.
Assembly module activated. Third hyperdriver hits the arena. Comes in with an additional
yellow one, because I think he burnt the other reds already.
And this one will not be cranked. Ordinarily would come in with 2 steam counters. Puffer Jacket says +1. But if it were to be cranked, Steven wouldn't have the resource he needs to send Banksy. Really interesting push and pull of setup offense between these two heroes.
Yeah. Both of them having different setups to engage with.
Do we have a mechanoid? Where is this mechanoid now?
No, it's a bunch of blues.
There is a hit the gas, which is one of those mechanoid turn enablers. But it's not drawing up in the sequence that Steven wants, that's for sure. 28 plays 24 as Steven continues to just circle the drain and get a setup that may never come.
And he goes to 3 rune chants, plays out another shadow puppetry.
Huge here that his shadow non-attacks are lining up with these deathly whales. That is what's allowing Manny to keep up the pressure turn after turn. And this deathly whale coming in at the yellow means 3 rune chants, one of which is unpreventable. And then 6 go again with meaningful on hits here. The on pain effects already both gone through.
And there is always the chance, actually, that this widespread ruin might banish a mechanoid that Steven is looking to just to wait out for.
Blue hitting the pitch zone for Steven. I think the writing is on the wall that this turn is going to go multiple chain links wide.
Yeah.
So 1 resource left behind, but probably not forgotten before all is said and done. Now 6 damage to contend with. And because Steven's hand continues to be non-functional on offense, it's probably just another time to save life. But 3 damage will come across. Big Bertha is the only card devoted to blocks. On hit of Shadow Puppetry. Seems to be staying on top of the deck for Manny. How will this turn continue? Will he close the chain? Seems to be. Total count of rune chance is 3, and widespread ruin is the follow-up. 3 rune chance plus 6 power. So Manny is going to be banishing the top card of his deck no matter what, because of course he has taken damage on this turn as well.
Perhaps it was like a defense reaction, and he knows that he's in the driver's seat, so he just wants to burn it off the top anyway.
3 more damage finds home. Steven now down to 15. 2 cards banished off the top.
Oh,
no,
widespread.
So
okay.
Manny already found the Rune Gate attack, and because he knew he was sending widespread ruin, perhaps he's like, that's good enough. I don't want to cash. I don't want to pay any more blood debt than I have to.
It will tick him for 1 as he ends his turn, but that's okay.
Back over to Steven, who just arsenals and draws up with a Supercell in hand. Could make it so that this setup is airtight for Steven. But again, where the heck is that mechanoid?
He's not showing up. Steven has done a bunch of searching and shuffling with the assembly module, but of course that means you don't know where the mechanoids are going to be because you've done a bunch of shuffling.
There's also an inherent risk factor in transforming into mechanoid against Vynnset because you put all of your equipment underneath your hero.
Which includes your arcane barrier.
Exactly.
Yep.
Emanuel taking on this activation of Vynnset. Seems like it's a succumb to temptation. Had the opportunity to banish Cole instead. But I think that's a redundant succumb to temptation. That's also the top card there,
as well.
But because there's no Vex and Quill hand, Manny can't get up to 3 rune chance on this turn.
Yeah, just a little bit of a stumble that might be the reprieve that Steven needs to come back here.
Especially with a Supercell in hand.
Despite John Zapata looking a lot more chipper than Emanuel is.
I don't usually expect John to look so happy. Usually he hates his hand no matter what.
No, if you hang out with John long enough, you'll see all of the smiles he has to offer.
Oh, I love John so much. John zap at ya.
Oh, this hand stinks.
It's an Mordred Tide activation,
okay.
and
okay,
then
this
Grasp
might
of
be the
Arcane.
difference maker. Okay.
Up to 3 rune chance goes Emanuel and sends widespread destruction. No, it's not the most amazing turn he's ever had, but it's at least enough to potentially roll tempo in his favor.
Still going to demand 3 cards out of Steven if he wants to hold on to that arsenal.
Which was that Arsenal ended up being a hyperdriver?
No, it's just a hit the
I wanna
gas,
say?
I
It's
think.
a hit the gas. That Arsenal is under duress.
3 rune chants come first. Steven actually going to leverage his Vizier and then block 6 physically with a bunch of blues.
Okay, so I think there's only 2 hyperdrivers in the Banished Zone. Is that correct?
I think so.
Maybe even only 1. So Hit the Gas is not online. But what is online is this Supercell.
Yes.
Paid for perfectly because Steven has 3 hyperdrivers, so he can pay an additional 3 into it. And if he gets that, if he pays 3 or greater, he can shuffle a Construct Nitro Mechanoid from the Banished Zone into the deck. Producer Justin thinks he spotted one banished earlier. I thought it was a Construct Bank Breaker. Steven goes for it. There it is. That was a Nitro Mechanoid?
No, that was.
Interesting.
It's the
I'm
the
not
gem
familiar
pack
with
version.
the gem pack
Yeah.
printing. It looked like a wrench to me.
It's this massive wrench that Max's Mechanoid has. If you've seen,
Oh, right. The one that's attached to the Mechanoid.
pardon me, Ilgia Therianto, his version of Maxx in the gem pack,
Okay.
it has a massive wrench.
It's not about the size of the wrench, it's how you swing it.
Oh, yeah.
Back over to Manny's side of the board, triggering Vynnset. But Steven has solidified his hyperdriver count and the number of counters on them. So when Mechanoid comes around, as long as it's timely and he can survive while holding on to Arcane Barrier, then Steven might be set.
It's like he's going to have to wait another turn because it's just another bunch of blues in Steven's hand.
He might be okay, though, because there's at least a Reduced to Rune Chant in Emanuel's hand. Funeral Moon is the chosen card for Banish, though. 1 Rune Chant left behind. No Rune Gate attacks, at least that we can see. There's a Revel in Rune Blood, and I believe a Sonata Galaxia in addition to the Reduced to Rune Chant. So it is going to be a setup turn for Emanuel, which is all well and good for Steven, but only if he can find that Mechanoid, and it's just not in the hand.
He's going to end up sending a bunch of blue boost cards from the looks.
Both players, unfortunately, dirtling a little bit thanks to draw variance. So, excuse me, it's an Envelop in Darkness in the hand, Revel in Runeblood, and Reduced to Rune Chant. Does bear mentioning that Steven has felled a Vynnset earlier in this day. Do have to shout out Steven because he is the owner and proprietor of Turn Zero Games, which is a place that so many of the players at the AGE Open Series call home. Thank you to Steven for supporting the Flesh and Blood scene and also being a part of it.
Yeah, I think this is a decent play for Manny to make. Because he can swing his flail and play out the Funeral Moon at instant speed. The only problem is that, like, he's got a bunch of dead cards that he's not going to be able to do anything with. But because flail doesn't cost anything, there's no way to pitch them out of the hand anyway. Or creepers because he hasn't sent a attack action card.
And Steven making that base Vizier look even cooler. Utilizes one of those likely redundant steam counters on Hyperdriver to just prevent 1 arcane damage. And then Puffer Jacket gets in the way of the flail. So the only rune chant left over is the funeral one generated by Funeral Moon. And Steven has bought all the tempo in the world, but again, what is it worth if he can't find his Mechanoid?
It's coming with a blue T-bar.
Yep. Man, Steven has had to play so many blue cards. Banishes a Crankshaft, gets a steam counter back on one of his hyperdrivers that he probably doesn't even care about at this point. We'll be left with 4 resources. T-Bone in the second.
T-bone.
Fast and Furious banished off the top, so another Steam counter can jump onto a hyperdriver because they all have crank.
He's just got way too many resources.
Way too many. And also way too many action points. He can play out, hit the gas.
Spellbound Jordans.
That's, of course, if he has the hyperdrivers in the banish zone.
Coming into block. Commanded by T-Bone to be on the combat chain.
So even though it's not a lot of damage, there is some gains for Maxx at the moment. 1 damage does.
Okay, there's
hit
one
the life
red in
total.
his hands.
There we go.
Oh,
Zipper hit.
another.
Oh my gosh. Steven finding his reds at the worst possible times. 5 go again now. Steven does have the resources to activate Maxx and swing Banksy, which is a nice way to round out this turn.
Yeah, he's going to get a 5th hyperdriver here, which is pretty good. Because it's been a while since we've really seen this on camera, but the more hyperdrivers you're able to make after you commit to jumping into the mech, the more floating resources you can have once you're already in the robot.
And also the more material you have to continue punching with that mechanoid.
That's true.
Or I'm sorry, I think you're actually forced to only use 3 of them. Am I
Yeah,
wrong
that's
about
what I
that?
mean.
Okay, never
That's
mind,
what I
I'm
mean.
sorry.
You can basically have like a Teklo Foundry heart in your hyperdrivers because you've put the 3 on, and then all the excess ones like stay in the arena. It can help smooth out your curve. And then reduce the rune chant, blocks 4, makes a rune chant here.
Back over to Manny. 22 plays 15. And time is running out for Steven, potentially. I'm sorry, we're not back over to Manny yet. First, Banksy has to do its thing. Fasting Carcass out of the hand for Manny. Seems that Mr. Spurlock has had an influence. Who was playing, I want to say it was at least 4 copies of that brand new card from Compendium of Wraith in his run at Calling Sao Paulo.
No mechanoid in this hand either.
Did Steven side it out?
Hopefully he doesn't boost it away. I mean, actually, he might have sided it out, but he's got so many hyperdrivers.
Well, no, he didn't because we saw the one banished and shuffled back in.
Yeah. Okay.
Malefic Incantation the second played out for Emanuel. This one in the yellow variety. 1 card left in hand. Card unfortunately banished to Vynnset was Enveloped in Darkness. It's just a past priority.
So he just didn't have another rune gate. Okay.
It's the battle of the Dirtles. And finally, Steven, even though it's not a mechanoid, has found a red attack action card he can send. It's another banish of Construct Nitro Mechanoid.
He doesn't even bat an eye, though.
No.
You can't show weakness in this way. Took down all my hyperdrivers. I'll have 4 floating.
It's 5 because one of those hyperdrivers died.
Is that what happens when you clone Samo Burn twice?
And unfortunately, it's still nothing but blue cards in the hand for Steven. Perhaps sad that he left his max velocities at home at this point.
Yeah. That would have been a good card to have. Maybe
4
not with
go
2
again.
hit the gases there.
Yeah. It's more Malefic Incantation in the hand for Manny. And there are 3 blocks. Finally, all these non-attacks are being found for Manny.
I feel like John needs to go sit on the other side of this feature match
Let's take
and
a look
go,
at John.
this hand stinks. And then Steven's like, yeah, I know.
John is on Arachne Marionette.
Yeah.
Not exactly his comfort zone up until about 2 weeks ago when he decided to pick it up when he said Acilio was too hard.
We also slightly influenced him so he could play on our Team Hunted. I brought Fang, Moises brought Syndra.
It's an activation of Maxx, a crank of the hyperdriver that it creates, and Banksy coming in for 3 once again, threatening another Steam counter.
That's all he can muster because
That's
that hit
it.
the gas is a dead card here.
Yeah.
How do you tell someone that you have 5 hyperdrivers and you got nothing to spend them on right now?
It's this way. You swing Banksy, leave a card in your hand, a card in your arsenal, and 2 resources floating. Now, Manny did block with Revel in Runeblood. Seems like he didn't have a plan for that card, even though it was definitely playable on this turn.
Yeah. I think he's wisely valuing a little bit of life.
The issue here is I don't think there was a non-attack in the hand that conveyed go again. So
there's a Malefic here, yeah.
without Spellbound Creepers,
Yeah.
there would be no way to actually meaningfully deploy Revel in Runeblood.
Yeah.
It's an activation of
Oh my
Vynnset.
goodness.
And finally, the super suits come to the hand of Steven Suh, and of course, they're in duplicate. But that's A-okay. As long as he has a boost card, which I do... Well, wait a minute. Does Hit the Gas have boost?
No, Hit the Gas is a non-attack action.
Oh, it is? Ah, yes. So wait a minute. I mean, Steven can just play out Construct Nitro Mechanoid, but wouldn't have the action points to attack with it.
Yeah, it would just end his turn outright.
Oh my gosh. I definitely don't think we're seeing the full power of either of these heroes on display.
No, but at least it's a large amount of Arcane that's coming at Steven's.
And wow, the Steam counters are flying off of these hyperdrivers to prevent tons of rune chance. So still value being gained by Steven Suh. 6 physical now to contend with on Widespread Ruin. 13 plays 15 are the life totals.
I think he's feeling a little afraid of like a succumb.
If I'm in Steven's seat, I'm feeling a little bit afraid about jumping into the mech suit at all and giving up Arcane Barrier at this point in the game.
Yep. He's sat lower than Manny for so long in this matchup that, yeah, it has to be a consideration.
But the way that Steven is utilizing his Steam counters on these hyperdrivers makes it very telegraphed that he's jumping into the mech suit on the next turn cycle. 15 could be enough of a buffer for Arcane Barrier to be null and void. 3 damage finds home. No reaction from Manny, so no Succumb to Temptation. Card banished off the top is Pulse Wave Harpoon. And now Steven just needs resources. 2 blues in the pitch. Construct Nitro Mechanoid.
We're finally there.
So 3 hyperdrivers. Steven's weapon and all of his equipment will jump underneath the hero, and a Mechanoid will be suited up with. Now, this non-attack action does not have Go Again. I'm sorry, it does have Go Again. You would just love to be generating extra resources, so it's going to be 1 swing of Nitro Mechanoid.
See, if you look to the right of Iswadi's art, giant wrench.
You're right.
And a like giant hedge trimmer on the left.
That giant wrench, of course, replaces the huge gauntlets that you can see in the dash version. But it's 6 overpower, normally 5, but given +1 by the galvanic bender that is underneath the mech suit. Card banished from the bottom was a hyperdriver. And so now, if we were right in our count, Hit the Gas in the arsenal is viable, which could actually still be very influential in this game. 3 action points gained means 3 swings of the mech suit, and that might be too much for Emanuel to deal with.
Yeah, because that's 18 total damage with overpower on each one.
This hand for Manny blocks 11, but they're all action cards, so only 1 can be devoted on defense.
Mordred Tide, and he has 2 Malefics out. That's a lot of damage.
And a Deadwood Dirge in the hand. So that Mordred Tide on its face would get 3 value.
I wonder if he's just thinking about taking all of this. He's just like, yeah, I'm going to ship it all.
All right. Especially when your opponent has just given up Arcane Barrier, this could be the punish that Manny needs. 7 plays 12, and we're ready for some fireworks. It's a banish of Widespread Destruction up to 3 rune chance.
That Hit the Gas in the arsenal.
Right when it's finally playable.
Oh, this is going to be devastating now for Steven.
Now, Mordred Tide is not in his hand right now. He's thumbing a different card. Is it the Deadwood? No, Deadwood's still in the hand as well. What's the plan here?
No, Mordred Tide. It's a double Mordred
2
Tide.
Mordred Tides!
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy. Then a Deadwood Dirge. And Manny decides to sack one of the copies of Malefic Incantation instead.
Holy moly.
So up to 8 rune chance. More than that. Okay, we're just changing the dice that are representing these 8 rune chance. That is an interesting decision from Manny, because of course he gives up a little bit of value on the trigger of Malefic Incantation.
Yes.
This one now leaving behind 2 rune chance.
Now this one will produce 3. Shouldn't it? Because
No.
it's 2 Mordred Tide.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right. Should be 3 being left behind. We'll hope that Manny catches it, but
Steven's like, yeah, I can't prevent this.
The second he finally jumps into the mech suit, is now unable to prevent Arcane in any way, shape, or form. I think the suit is going to jump in front of this Widespread Destruction. hit the gas, definitely in the banish zone when all is said and done.
Yeah, Steven's just going to have to go wide with his hand
And the hand
to
looks,
threaten Manny.
it looks okay. I'm seeing some yellows. I'm seeing mostly reds.
There was a pulse wave in there.
Steven blocks 6 with his face. Excuse me, 5 with his face. 1 damage leaks through. Widespread destruction going to do its dirty work. Card in the arsenal will be banished.
Yeah, Manny's also going to... No, he won't lose his arsenal because he didn't pay for Vynnset.
It's a pitch of heist to send Zipper hit for Steven Suss. Sitting at 3 plays 7. The question for Manny is, can I survive this turn? Because unfortunately, he did forget the Mordred trigger. The second Mordred, I should say, and didn't create 3 rune chance, but he's still got a kill shot locked and loaded. If he can keep 1 card that's a rune gate,
yes,
banish it at the beginning of the turn and send it, that'll be 3 rune chance, and Steven will be dead.
Actually, if he keeps any cards and he swings Flail, Steven is just dead.
A fair point. A fair point.
So he could
But
play...
But Manny has to be above 1 as well.
Yes. Yeah, he has to live to 2.
Right now has to contend with this Zipper hit. 2 cards being thumbed. They're out on the combat chain. 5 blocks by 5. And then it's Medex coming in for another break point. Viendo Spring Tunic gets in the way. Pulse Wave Harpoon shows the pummel and rips the pummel. And then it's a swing of the mech suit. 2 damage leaks through. Down to 5. And then the fist bump. Slowly,
Yeah,
surely
6 overpower.
being extended. Steven Suss has done the impossible, gone down to Arcane Barrier 0 and closed the door on Emanuel Zayas right when we thought he had everything going for him. And all of a sudden, it's Maxx the Hype Nitro locked for top 8?
I guess so.
I have seen a lot of things in my day, but this surprises me more even than a Raiden for 16.
Truly. Yeah, we were just talking like Steven's hands didn't really cooperate for most of that game, and then right when he saw the opportunity, he was like, no, let's get in the mech now.
Man, it was such risky business jumping into that mech suit when Steven did. His first opportunity, mind you, so I don't fault him whatsoever. But the fact that the hand finally cooperated when he needed to kill Manny, otherwise face certain defeat, storybook ending to a crazy match. And I do have to shout out Steven for being a fan of pretty much any deck that is off the beaten path. We've seen him piloting KO Underhanded Cheat, now Maxx Nitro. I think this guy just doesn't like to play meta.
No, he doesn't. I don't think so.
And who can fault him, especially when he's piloting at such a stellar degree. Now, we do have to mention our sponsor. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Fabtcg is the savior tournament organizer, now arranged with LSS. They're going to make it so our U.S. Nationals event and Pro Tour Las Vegas go off without a hitch. Go to fabfoundryevents.co and check them out on X and Instagram. And also, please use that QR code at the top of your screen and consider placing your next singles order with Fab Foundry. They've also got pre-orders up for Omens of the Third Age. All of those products, including common and rare playsets, full Majestic playsets as well. And please use the code AGELA10 at checkout to let them know that we sent you and that we are still rocking over here. We are so thankful to Fab Foundry for being a partner of the AG Open Series and for bringing you all ad-free content all day long. And that is the way Fab Foundry crumbles, and the competition continues to crumble behind us. But it's also been one heck of a day, Marcus. I don't think we can top this in top 8.
No, there's going to be a lot of fireworks that it lives to meet out, yeah.
Okay, there's going to be more meeting out and more fireworks because that's what my co-caster said. And of course, more Flesh and Blood after this. Round 6 up next. Sometimes you want to hit the gas, but sometimes you want to dirtle like a turtle, and that was the way Steven Suh limped across the finish line in our last feature match. But nevertheless, he made it look very stylish, sporting a brand new mech suit found at the perfect opportunity. Bryce Platt's back with Marcus Brown, and we are bringing you all the action here at the AGE Open Series May edition in Los Angeles, happening concurrently with our St. Louis event at Mystic TCG in Missouri. Very happy to have so many amazing events going on all nation long, I should say. Nationwide is really what I'm looking for. And it's not just the players at the world premiere in Prague that are having all the fun. It's also all of you sitting at home, feasting your eyes on fantastic games of Flesh and Blood, despite the fact that we are in what some people would call a stale meta. Nevertheless, we've brought you a Boltyn with a 16-power Raiden, another Boltyn still crashing on through, Maxx the Hype Nitro, now, by the way, locked for top 8. Are you not entertained?
I'm entertained.
All right, well, good. We are going to turn our eyes to a match that doesn't have the highest stakes on offer, but it is just playing for seeding. It's going to be Brian Gutierrez versus John Kim. Gravy Bones versus Prism, a highly technical matchup. This is our table 1 in the room, and our top 8, more or less, is locked. So while it is not a win and in, lose and out situation, it is one that could have very strong bearing, especially now that we know that Maxx is trying to fight his way through that top 8 bracket.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe the seeding will actually bear some fruit for how these different heroes making the top 8 cut will actually carve their way to the finals.
As the players get ready, I do want to make mention of the fact that Silver Age community voting is coming up, which is why I'd like you to turn your attention to Arcane Games and Events Premium. That is our content service that we offer on www.age.events. Get over there and consider giving us a measly $10 a month to get strategy articles, puzzles, extra AG games, event discounts, and so much more. The more part is the one I want to focus on, though, because all of our subscribers help put on the shows that you see month after month and support independent grassroots Flesh and Blood, the place where players like Colin Eriksen cut their stripes and get themselves in the spotlight. Now, I mentioned the Silver Age community vote first because we do run a free service, a free column, I should say, on our website, and that is the Silver Age Smear Campaign, the latest iteration of which was written by Spencer Horton, otherwise known as Boosting Spendog. He does not want to hear Harmonized Kodachi for 1, Harmonized Kodachi for 2 ever again. Like a rat in a transformer, he will bite through electrical cord rather than hear that one more time. And so he bids you to vote Ira out. Get rid of her, lock her up. And on the other side of the argument, the aisle, shall we say, is Carolina Alvarado, storied cosplayer who wants Kano gone. And I think, Marcus, you would agree with her.
Yeah, as a fellow cosplayer, I also agree that Kano is not my favorite hero to ever stare down as my opponent in Flesh and Blood, seeing as he does not play Flesh and Blood.
Not just a fellow cosplayer, but also a fellow Guardian player. Carolina, in the article, describes a situation where she's desperate to send a boulder drop, but I will respond, gets a little bit in the way.
Yeah, true. I've been in that situation many a time.
Let's not talk about that situation. I don't want to set you off, Marcus. Let's instead talk about a very different situation, and that is the one that John Kim and Brian Gutierrez find themselves in at the primary feature match table here at AGE. John Kim, a stalwart player of Prism, Awakener of Soul, today finds himself at X and O. We saw him at the feature match table last Open against John Zapatya when he was dabbling in Acilio, narrowly carried the day against John Kim. I think that John is going to be much happier sitting down across from Gravy Bones.
Yeah, these are two board state decks that we define in Flesh and Blood. However, Prism has all of her auras, her heralds that care about hitting in the first place, and Gravy Bones has no shortage of allies to serve as fodder for the heralds to connect with.
Speaking of fodder, 3 cards get in the way of Wartune Herald. I think, in general, Brian is very happy to have blocking cards on turn 0, but John is sniffing out that the defense is not really there, so a Herald of Judgment follows up. And John gets his first hit of the game, descending Brian all the way down to 34 on turn 0. But more importantly, John gets to search out and fetch a Figment of his choice, except for, of course, Figment of Ravages, which is in the pitch zone. But it's always going to be Figment of Erudition.
Isn't it just great when you hit with two cost attacks or 2 large attacks and then also get to ponder on your turn 0?
Pretty huge for John. And all of a sudden, that life total gap represented at the beginning of the game, because Prism, of course, starts at a measly 32 life points, all but shored up by just sending heralds.
Brian really wishing he had one of his Conquerors of the High Seas in that hand, but alas.
See if we can catch the pondered card. It is, of course, a Figment, as it always is drawn up. John says,
I will not Arsenal.
I will not Arsenal. And that's the first thing that's going right for Brian this game, unfortunately. The second thing, Chum, friendly first mate in the hand, but Brian has not started with a gold token. He's not King Gravy Bones. Instead, elects to bring Balance of Justice. I think a very sage option available to Gravy Bones, especially when Archangels of Erudition are liable to draw 2 or more cards.
He does hold a Conqueror in this hand, I believe, but it's like, I think it's
literally nothing but
it's
yellows.
no blues. So he's forced to pop his Mage Masters to get one of these out of the hand and into the battlefield. But even then, he's like shaking his head, like there's no good way to play this.
No, I don't love it any way that Brian decides to play this. He's just got to find the least bad one. Sawbones and Chum are the 2 allies in the hand. Prismatic Leyline, the final yellow, and then of course Conqueror of the High Seas. If you're in Brian's seat, I feel like we're trying to leave Conqueror for the Arsenal, yes. It's going to be a play out of Chum. No need for the Mage Master boots here. Brian doesn't need any more action points. It's just going to be a pass over.
Yeah, because that action point would only manifest in swinging Chum.
Back over to John Kim, who we know has a Figment in the hand. It's Figment of Judgment. And then it seems to be nothing but Heralds besides. Not seeing a blue. I think there's another red War Tune. But first it's Herald of Ravages, coming in for 6 go again. Just taking Chum out straight away. And I think this is what we can expect to see from John time and time again. Just going to use his Heralds to not only get rid of all the allies of Brian and potentially threaten fatigue, but also to just get every single Figment established post-haste.
Yeah. Clear the dead, send the angels will be the name of the game.
And so in certain stream matchups, like Simon Nielsen versus, I want to say his name was Thaminda in Calling Seattle,
Okay.
Prism can present a somewhat deterministic win against Gravy Bones. Heralds go at allies, thereby thinning all the damage in the deck of Gravy Bones, and then are bought back by things like Herald of Rebirth, and also Herald of Rebirth, and Figment of Rebirth, Herald of Rebirth, and also the Angel of Rebirth as well.
And this is also a really good way that John is solidifying that lead and tempo, where he's swinging his Angel, ending on a War Tune Herald, and making 3 Spectral Shields to boot.
And all Brian can do is just say, all right, well, I'll take all that damage. Doesn't feel good, but in these games between, 2 Illusionists and now between an Illusionist and a Necromancer, the board is everything. Life totals mean next to nothing.
Okay, another Herald, another Figment comes out.
This one is Figment of War. A Courage token will join it in the arena. 32 plays 22. John has not taken a single point of damage this game, and I don't know if he's going to start on Brian's next affirmative turn.
Yeah, that Conqueror in Brian's arsenal has to fight through these 3 Spectral Shields and an Angel, so John has a lot of ways to shield up from hand and from board.
Saltwater Swell for Brian Gutierrez does find a blue on top. Seafloor Salvage joins Fearless Confrontation, now 5 floating. Exactly the way you want to draw it up when there's a Conqueror of the High Seas in your arsenal. And there it is, the follow-up, after John accepts the damage, not to his life force, but in the form of a Spectral Shield. This may be something different. 8 go again now. Does threaten an arsenal, but the fact is John doesn't have one.
I don't think this can produce a gold because there is no arsenal. So with the Conqueror coming in, but with no arsenal present, even if John had this connect, there's no arsenal to speak of to take a gold from. And I know Brian has I think it's a Rigor Mortis or Sawbones in hand that he's looking to deploy. Might just have to spend his Mage Masters on it.
So there's one left in the pitch. And yes, 2 allies. It is a Mage Master's activation. Rigor Mortis comes out. And then Sawbones joins the pitch in order to swing Rigor Mortis. Not the way Gravy wants to be playing these allies by any means. But Brian is trying to make lemonade out of lemons. Halo of Illumination seems to be activated here for John Kim. And I think it's because there's still a Figment of Ravages in the deck. And so all of a sudden, like a sniper, 1 mile away from the target, John Kim takes advice from the spotter, lines up the shot, takes stock of the wind. Brian has already removed
Rigor
the
Mortis
ally,
shot down from the rafters before he can connect.
All of a sudden, the crow's nest cracks, and a long-limbed fellow falls from it straight into the watery grave before he can even connect with the life total of John Kim. A sad day, and one that I think is very similar to the story of Polykranka in this matchup.
It's almost enough to make me shed a tear for Gravy Bones, but then again, this is an illusionist and a pseudo-illusionist fighting each other, so I don't have any tears.
You're happy as long as one of these players loses, right, Marcus?
One of these decks. Not
fair.
these players, because I respect both of them.
Almost got you there. John Kim goes ahead and flips Figment of Erudition into Soraya, Archangel of Erudition. Balance of Justice blocked with immediately by Brian Gutierrez because, of course, the card was banished from Soul as John swings that Archangel away, and Brian will be able to cash the headpiece in for an additional card.
He's going to need every card that he can get, pardon me. Sitting at 20 to John's 30.
Courage Token beefs up this Herald of Triumph that follows the Archangel. Now crashing in for 6 damage. Essentially unpoppable, except for Conqueror of the High Seas, which will have its power reduced by 1 from 7 down to 6. But it isn't in the hand for Brian Gutierrez. Oh, I'm sorry, it is. Hello. I thought I had seen that.
He also has a Blood in the Water in this hand.
That's the way that Brian wants to play it instead.
Rip it right off? No, unfortunate. So it'll just be for 4 here.
2 damage will leak through, and yet another Figment could join the arena. Can't be Figment of Rebirth, though, because that one's in the pitch. One's left available. It's not Figment of War, Figment... there we go. Figment of Triumph. No, that's Judgment.
Oh, pardon me.
Pretty much irrelevant against Brian. Does not really like to play cards from the banished zone.
There's another Angel that can soak up damage effectively.
It's yet another Herald of Protection. I mentioned that oftentimes Prisms are just going to be sending these Heralds at allies, but if they don't exist, you might as well hit the life total. Faces the place with the helpful Honda, folks, and that's the way John Kim is playing it out. This time, we have Figment of Triumph. Normally there to make popping your Heralds even harder, just like the Herald of the same name. But, you know, it's an embarrassment of riches for John Kim at this point. Has only taken 2 damage over the course of the game, and the board is looking ever so fearsome.
He has a whole host of Angels.
It's a who's who's of the Archangels in the world of Wraith. Saltwater Swell in the red for Brian Gutierrez, an interesting inclusion. Jittery Bones found on top, and it's 5 resources left behind. Conqueror of the High Seas, sure to follow. The ally game has been really difficult for Brian to be able to play this game, but the one thing going for him is the fact that the Saltwater Swells are finding blues and also lining up with the Conquerors of the High Seas.
Yeah, exactly. He had it so rough on his opening hand, forced to eat damage, and the hand he drew up being uncooperative.
Attack swung, Angel killed, but then Murderous Rabble finds a red on top. John gives a knowing nod of approval. Murderous Rabble only cracking in for 1.
Spectral Shield.
I think that was meant to pressure the Angel of John Kim. Conqueror of the High Seas does follow.
Top 8 Gundam pilots, please assemble right.
There's a look of consternation on the face of Brian Gutierrez, and he just swings it at Soraya instead. You can see on Brian's face, this is not the way he wanted this matchup to go. And while it is already difficult, I do think there's some play, but not the way the draw sequences have been for Brian.
No, he wasn't too enthused to see this matchup in his gem.
Not chuffed, shall we say?
No, he was not chuffed. Friendly first mate.
Believe it or not, yeah, chuffed is a good thing, usually.
It is.
For me, it sounds like you've been slighted.
It's probably a cultural divide thing.
Definitely that. Herald of Protection follows up Herald of Erudition, thankfully, by the grace of a Herald, able to be blocked out by Brian Gutierrez with a Shelter from the Storm and gold-baited Hook. Brian now down to 5, but the damage has certainly been done for John Kim. Goes ahead and searches up for another Figment. I want to say the last one out of the deck now, Figment of Rebirth. May not be any tutoring anymore, and John is so thankful that he doesn't have any to draw up at this point.
Yeah.
Over to Brian Gutierrez, who probably is just going to have to shake this match off because he is locked for top 8. And perhaps this gets him further away in seeding from Prism. Or no, he's X and 1. So does this get him potentially closer to Prism or further away?
Might be closer, yeah.
I think it's closer.
He's going to fall to a 4-2.
Exactly.
John will go to a 6-0 and be first seed.
So John will be first seed. Potentially Brian staring down 8th seed after this.
Yeah, I think it's actually more...
Maybe not.
No, I think it depends where he took his first loss.
Right.
Because he might end up in something like 7th or 6th.
But man, that would be insult to injury if you play this match out, you take the loss, and then that puts you squarely in the sights of Prism again.
Oh boy, I made top 8. Who am I against? Prism again.
Herald of Erudition crashing in. Finally, Brian is able to establish his 3rd ally of the game, but Herald of Erudition just turns it into more value for John. I'm laughing here out of discomfort, not out of dismay for either of these players.
Now, he did tap Anchor before it went the way of the Dodo, so John only got to draw 1 card.
Why do you guys say that, the way of the Dodo? Are you guys killing dodos over there in England?
Because it went extinct. The way of the Dodo is to die.
And who did it?
I don't know. Cavemen?
I think it was your royal family.
What? I'm not responsible for the royal family.
I'm chuffed to hear you say that.
Brian is responsible for keeping his life total above 0.
He's doing his best. 3rd Conqueror of the High Seas found. This one, though, not going to be resolved. Herald of Triumph will crack in.
Please, sir.
It was a pop, of course.
Please, sir, I need to pop.
Portside Exchange discards Chum, friendly first mate.
That's a wince.
Okay, Brian gives a knowing nod. Just saying, this is the way it's been going. This is my life.
Is he going to have to gravy into a blue?
He uses Compass to check first.
Yep.
It is gravy. Discards Blood in the Water, finds the blue. There it is.
Has to put this Chum out to stand any. There we go. Rids the Angel of Rebirth. Chum will now stand in the way, at least for now.
But can Brian find the ally on the top of the deck? That's the real question.
There's another Chum.
At the perfect time, the last card on the top of the deck. So can block out this Herald of Ravages and also... Oh, interesting.
No, he discarded a Fearless.
Yes, because John was swinging at Chum, not at the life total.
So now Chum has to be targeted by the next attack.
And it's now sitting at 1 life. Okay, this is the first time things have been going right for Brian. It's an activation of Prism to flip Figment of Ravages into the Angel of Ravages, Secum.
Now, this is interesting because, like, even though John is attacking Chum, the arcane damage goes to Brian.
It can choose any target.
Yes.
And so now down to 1 with the kill shot locked and loaded. 25 plays 1 now. Check top of the card. Excuse me, top of the deck. 2 cards left in hand. It's going to be block with 2. No damage conferred, but... Man, the mental damage is real. It's going to be an activation of Gravy Bones for Brian Gutierrez. Flips the top card of the deck into the graveyard. It's Anka. Could have activated Dead Threads if it was something like a Rigor Mortis to play it out, but as it stands, doesn't have the resources necessary. What he did get is a non-blocking card off the top of the deck. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, because it's 2 tipples in the hand. Herald of Triumph crashes towards Brian, the only legal target.
Yeah, so John can't instantly kill Brian with Herald of Ravages because he has no soul to banish in order to do 2 Arcane.
And he likely won't get soul because if Brian gets hit, he's dead.
So we're in a funny little game state right now.
I mean, it's funny.
That's sudden death.
Until the fat lady sings. It's definitely coming. Dead Threads blocking on the combat chain, likely to be joined by the only 2/3 blocks in the hand. First, it's Blood in the Water. Going for the high roll, finds it. Just like Paul Van Heysel before him. But I don't know if it's going to lead to a win in this case. John forced a pass, though. Okay. So you're telling me there's a chance?
There might just be a narrow way through for Brian.
Prismatic Leyline going to be resolved. Golden Tipple, the follow-up, just being sent straight at Secum, Archangel of Erudition. Brian can now close the combat chain. Play rig, swing rig for 8. Again, probably too little, too late, but man, it feels good to be able to establish a lanky boy and also attack with him.
Yeah, his crewmate just got shot down, as we saw.
Warmonger's Diplomacy in the hand for John Kim.
That's an interesting card in Prism.
The more interesting part, of course, in this game state is the Heralds, of which they are plenty.
Oh my goodness.
John Kim hemorrhaging his life total.
I was about to say, you can't have gone that low with that little damage.
John actually at 17 to Brian Gutierrez's measly 1, and now there is no chum to get in the way. In the hand is Herald of Protection red. Warmonger's Diplomacy. I believe there was a yellow Herald as well. Yes. So it's going to be a 2 Herald turn. First, John going to hit Rigor Mortis, so that way he can get out a Figment. In this case, the recurred Figment of Erudition from the Figment of Rebirth. And then keep on cracking. Saving grace for Brian is that there's not an extra card in Soul in order to use one of the full brunt of the on-attack triggers from these Angels.
Brian holding on by a hair right now.
Kudos to him for fighting tooth and nail to stay in this despite so much going against him. Fortune Herald does finally get the fist bump, and it is with a whimper that we continue into the top 8 cut. But John Kim, for the first time this year, even though he is absolutely deserving, finds himself at 6-0. Far and away our first seed here at the AGE Open Series in May, Los Angeles. The backup match is concluded as well. We will go to a winner's interview as we assemble the top 8 bracket and get ready for more amazing games of Flesh and Blood. Not a single one has disappointed today, but I think that one was probably the closest.
I think so, mainly because of its brevity, if anything.
Yes, we do love to play the game of Flesh and Blood as long as humanly possible, and if Charles Dunn was here, I think these rounds would be going a little bit longer. But as it stands, it's been a quick clip for us today at AGE. And before we go, do definitely have to mention our sponsor one more time, and that is, of course, Fabtcg. Get on over to their site. They've got pre-orders up for all Omens of the Third Age products, including Armory Deck Ziggy, and wouldn't you know it, a complete playset of commons, rares, and tokens, and also a complete playset of non-foil Majestics. Don't worry about scatteringly getting those singles. Instead, just order from Fabtcg. Get it all in one clean package. Use the QR code at the top of your screen or navigate your web browser to fabfoundry.co. And please, at checkout, use the discount code AGELA10 to get 10% off your order. And also let Travis and the good people at Fabtcg let them know that we sent you and prove this still a fruitful partnership after every single event. Thank you to Fabtcg for bringing ad-free coverage to the people and also for supplying the prize pool for the illustrious players behind us. Perhaps going to be taken, at least in terms of the lion's share, by John Kim. What holds in the future, we do not know, but we will find out very soon. It'll be an interview with John Kim, our winner, and then the top 8 matches here at AGE in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. Like a crack of lightning, John Kim cuts through the Necromancer Gravy Bones and finds himself in top 8, still as #1 seed. Brian Gutierrez, for his troubles, though, still finds himself in the top cut, and luckily in 7th seed, very narrowly dodging the rematch against John Kim. Bryce Platts back with Marcus Brown, here giving you all the action at the AGE Open Series May edition in Los Angeles, where we have made our top 8 cut. Drum roll, please, Marcus.
Here we go.
John Kim, as I mentioned, first seed, going up against Steven Suh, Max the Hype Nitro. That will be the chosen feature match that we will be viewing in our quarterfinals. And then the menace from Las Vegas, Peter Budensick, takes on Anthony Pham. Then Colin Eriksen and John Zapata do battle, swords versus daggers, and Bryce Douglas in the bottom there, second seed versus Brian Gutierrez, the shipwrecked looter, who's much happier to see him than Prism.
Yeah, interesting. We kind of have like an opposite result to a bunch of these callings where like all of the Acilios converted, but none of the marionettes to top 8. Only Peter made it through as Acilio.
Which is a surprise, but also I think Acilio was very much underrepresented today when it comes down to his power.
Yeah.
There's 5 copies is still substantial when it comes to the field, but yeah, if it's going to be anybody, it's going to be Peter to get it done. One more look at our top 8 bracket before we're going to cut to a quick break, and we apologize for the total amount of time for the break. John Kim didn't want to participate in an interview, and who could blame him, because that was his opportunity to run out as fast as possible and get some food in him.
Yep.
So he took that opportunity, which means that all y'all don't have anything to look at until now. But we're going to make this match ready as quickly as possible, and then we're going to see more wrenching and more heralding of perhaps doom to come, at least if you ask Steven Suh. We're going to be back with Prism versus Maxx Nitro, potentially for the last time here at the AGE Open in mere moments. So go anywhere. More Flesh and Blood coming at you. Like a graphene Calicera through butter, we have made our top 8 cut here. The AGE Open Series May edition in Los Angeles. The St. Louis edition of AGE has gone ahead and closed out. Don't know a winner yet. We'll maybe get an announcement in the middle of our top 8. But as I mentioned before, the competitors that are before you are as follows. We're going to be turning our eyes towards the match between John Kim on Prism Awakener of Soul versus Steven Suh, the only Maxx the Hype Nitro in the room, probably the only one daring to show up with honestly, a bling to the nines deck.
Yeah.
Got to shout out Steven for loving all of the discarded toys in the meta, including Maxx the Hype Nitro. Going to see if he has what it takes to get it done against John Kim. He's not happy to be sitting across from John. He told me so as much in our short break. But also, John doesn't like this matchup compared to anything else he could see in the top 8 cut. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a battle of the browbeaten.
Both players are like, ugh, why'd it have to be this guy?
But what are they competing for? That's the real question. Pricing at every single AGE Open is 1,000 USD total, which means 400 to the winner, 200 to second place, third through fourth get 100, and fifth through eighth each go home with $50. That's where the cash stops. But as equally important are AGE Open points. 30 to the winner, 25 to second, 20 to third through fourth, 15 for making it into that top 8 cut and losing at quarters. Then 9th through 12th get 12, 13th through 16, 8th, and everybody that attends goes home with at least 1. Why is that important? Because of this right here. The Players' Championship standings for LA are as follows. And you can see how influential even one win can be. John Kim, our Prism player, is at 16th seed, and that's coming from just consistent performances time and time again. Did make the top 8 cut at our Silver Age event, but you can see how much of a boon 30 extra points would be in his seat.
I was going to say that even by virtue of making top 8, he gets 15, which will inevitably push him and then push Han 1 down. I think Han gets knocked off the leaderboard because Peter's here too.
Indeed so. It's a rough time to be Han V, but you know, 27 points is nothing to shake your hat at. Han could very well be back in the running at the next event. So now, where will the points go? Where will the cash go? Question lies before us, and now we must proceed down to the feature match area. We hit the button, and we reveal John Kim versus Steven Suh. Prism Awakener of Soul versus Maxx the Hype Nitro. Barely squeaking in with a wrench and the 8th seed. Marcus, do you have any idea who's favored here?
Honestly, I couldn't even really tell you. Like, I I do have to think that like there's not all that many poppers in Maxx, at least from the list we've seen from Steven. So he'll have to take some of these heralds on the chin and then reach this point of, oh, I have to start ignoring what you're doing and just beat you down before you can do the same to me now.
One of the nice ways to play against Prism is to say just block the first herald each turn, and I do think Steven will likely be able to do that while setting up hyperdrivers. The thing that he needs going for him, though, is to find his construct nitromechanoids way faster than he did in his previous match on stream.
Yeah, he's kind of on a clock because like even though Prism is a lower life total, she can be just as aggressive as he's trying to be in this way.
Nice thing for Steven, as both players look at each other's equipment.
What does this do? What does this do?
Clearly
I've never
have
seen
not
this
been
before.
in these seats before. No, I'm just kidding. I think they're doing what good players do, which is double check that they know what the cards say rather than just assume that they know what they say. One thing that I think is going to get way more value for John Kim as opposed to his matchup against Brian Gutierrez is that Soul Forge Gauntlet. Left completely unblocked with on John's side of the board, but now with plenty of boost attacks coming, I think a free 2-block and card in Soul is going to pay dividends for John.
He does have to be a bit wary. Oh, he's got Phantasmal Footsteps for any T-bones that arrive first on the combat chain, so...
Now, there's a very different choice of headpiece, and that's the only thing different for Steven Suh, and that is the Breaker Helm Protos. No need to be blocking arcane damage, even though John can send it, but this one will just be extra block value if Steven is able to discard hyperdrivers out of the hand, which can be really handy because those cards simply do not block. It's a Herald of Erudition out of the hand of John Kim, who goes first, as is his right to choose being the first seed, and that will be the case as long as John continues his tournament run.
So Steven's going to need to use armor whether he wanted to or not on turn 0.
Has he found the hyperdriver in hand? Doesn't look like it because Puffer Jacket is being reached for. Another card in hand as well. I think that would only bring him... Oh, never mind. Puffer Jacket does have Temper 2.
Yeah, you have to be very mindful of the temper equipment because if you ever have to block with it a second time, you can't jump into the mechanoid.
Crankshaft joins Puffer Jacket on the combat chain. No on-hit for Herald of Erudition. But I think John knew that was going to be the case, especially with the amount of equipment presented for Steven, and it's just Arsenal Pass. Steven able to cycle one card. Drawing up, has a hyperdriver, already has Construct Nitromechanoid. In Prism being a hero that doesn't really threaten the arsenal, this is massive for Steven.
Yes, it's a good start for him. So he also has a blue to fund this turn as well, so he's at least going to get his token hyperdriver out of here as well.
Has an assembly module. Could perhaps play it out, crank, play out the hyperdriver, crank, tap the assembly module, start with 2 hyperdrivers on board.
It's possible.
With a Nitromechanoid already established in Arsenal, could be huge. We see in the player cam of Steven Suh, Dr. Sleepy Connor himself, looking oddly alert given the posture he was showcasing in the last match that I saw him judging.
Maybe he also partook of a Dunkin' Donuts coffee from the fridge and perked himself up.
Perk up a card that could definitely be utilized on Steven's side of the board.
Oh, it is a legal mech card.
Now, Steven really in the tank here. What is he thinking about, Marcus?
I think he's kind of paralyzed on the assembly module, just thinking, like, can I do this now? He does have the crank available. He does have an action point available on his feet, the cogworks. I forget the end of them, the cogworks.
Base legs.
Base legs? Okay. I don't remember if it requires a boost or not.
It does.
Prior. Okay.
You must have boosted in order to activate those legs. Does look like assembly module is the chosen line. And I like this a lot. I mean, we saw how effective an early setup was for Steven Suh. The issue there against Vynnset was that he simply didn't find Construct Nitromechanoid. With one ready to be placed in Arsenal, I feel like, this is the snap choice.
So Steven actually has the capability to go to a third hyperdriver here if he uses the other blue in hand to
I don't think there was another blue.
There were... Oh, pardon me.
It was red 0 to 60, red hyperdriver.
Is there not a second blue in this hand?
I don't believe so. Yeah, see?
Oh.
Construct Necromechanoid is the
Pardon
last
me,
card.
pardon
yeah.
me. I'm talking out
It
of
ain't
my
no way we're
behind.
ditching that, man.
Well, no, we are not.
So for my money, I think it's pitch 0 to 60, establish the last hyperdriver, Arsenal, construct Necromechanoid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's gone for the exact
is.
line here.
Now, no, there's no real consideration there. So it's 3 steam counters on one hyperdriver, 4 on the other, untapping the assembly module, even though it likely won't matter. And John Kim comes cracking in with a Herald of Protection from the Arsenal. This one in the yellow. So 6 go again. Should be fairly easy for Steven to block out if he so chooses. Is that a Master Cog?
Oh, my God. Okay.
I love Steven so much. He's so great for feature match. Do have a blue in the hand in the form of Crankshaft, also a yellow. Now, Master Cog is just going to put a steam counter on an item that Steven controls with Crank. And because his hero is Maxx the Hype Nitro, every hyperdriver he controls is an item with Crank.
So I believe when you pitch to Maxx using Master Cog to make your hyperdriver, can you place it onto that hyperdriver you just made?
My guess is no, because it won't have resolved
I see, yeah.
before the on-pitch trigger of Master Cog.
But he can add it onto one of these hyperdrivers
Sure.
that's already in the arena, which
Sure.
is good.
And he does have a boost attack in Crankshaft. Steven says, I don't want anything to do with blocking on this turn. So Herald of Protection does convert into 6 damage. First blood is drawn. Steven now down to 34. And John searches up probably for Figment of Erudition. Didn't find it on the first go. I've been there.
Oh,
But no.
Figment of Ravages.
This would be War.
Oh, pardon me.
Figment of War will generate a Courage token on entry. Especially into aggro matches, this generally signals that the Prism player is just going to banish a card from Soul to flip the Angel for its ward value.
Yeah. And getting the +1 from the Courage token that the Figment brings in.
Spectral Shield also generated from the connection of Herald of Protection. And immediately Figment of War transforms into Bologna Archangel of War. And the turn keeps on swinging. 4 damage finds home. Steven not interested in blocking this either. And then the coup de grace, a yellow War Tune Herald, crashing in for 7 thanks to the Courage token generated by the Figment. Is Steven willing to take even greater of a beating? Because he didn't block the first Herald, I don't think he's going to be starting now, even as he thumbs a card.
If anything, he put his Bender in front so that he can get block value of it before he jumps into his mech.
He has one more turn, I would say.
Yeah.
He's going to need 1 turn here to generate the final hyperdriver, and then a turn to jump into the mech suit. Steven considering blocks now. But the reason why I think he wouldn't be blocking if he disrespected the first Herald is because the first Herald then facilitates the swing of the Angel, which then rounds out a beautiful turn that goes 2 Heralds, 1 Angel. If you block the first one, unless they have a combat trick like Angelic Wrath, that swing of the Angel in the middle is impossible.
Yeah. Because it can't have been, of course, tutored out.
And the second Herald would not gain Go again. That's just how Luminaris Angel's Glow works.
Yeah, they had to balance this one. So here's just the Bender. I wonder if he's... Oh, he is thinking about giving a 3-block here.
Now, the advantage of blocking the second Herald in this case is, of course, John would not proceed into the next turn with an extra Figment or an extra piece of Soul. And John looks
Taking
incredulous.
3?
He goes, "You're taking 3? Okay." So down to 27 goes Steven Suh. It's going to be yet another search of the deck for John Kim. This time, I wonder if it's Figment of Protection.
Yeah, instantly brings a shield with it.
The reason I don't think it's Erudition now is because John is not posturing like he's going to clear that last card in hand, and so that Ponder token would be for the birds. And it is Protection. So second Spectral Shield finds its way onto the board to join the first. Now, Steven is doing a lot of bloodletting on his own his own side, but that could all change if he's able to hop into the Mechanoid sooner rather than later.
And actually, the overpower on Mechanoid is helpful for clearing these angels and shields. So that John will eventually be shields down when it comes to damage further down the line.
Exactly why I think John Kim was saying that this is his least desirable matchup in the top 8. Expedite comes in, only for 3, banishing a supercell off the top, leaving behind 2 resources thanks to the hyperdrivers established on turn 0. And I want to say that face is the chosen place for this, which makes sense, because if you're not going to remove that angel in one fell swoop,
don't bother swinging at it.
Mm-hmm.
And this one threatens John, demanding a 3 block so that he doesn't just lose the angel for just 3 value.
John trying to see into the future and also into the soul of Sleepy Connor. But it's just not there. There's no soul in there. Look at the man.
Connor's just
He's too tired.
looking into the space.
Actually, shout out to Connor. He's really holding it together. He's got his eyes on 2 matches at once. John accepts defeat, at least when it comes to Bologna, that angel into the graveyard. It's an activation of Maxx Nitro to generate a hyperdriver. Getting cranked, of course. So that way, here comes Master Cog. And it's going to be Construct Nitro Mechanoid straight away. And because of the extra resource floating over the requisite 4, Steven can cash in the scene counter on Cogworks' base legs and swing Nitro Mechanoid twice.
Yeah, this is like night and day from the game he played into
Completely
Manny,
opposite.
where like he's in the Mechanoid turn 2 as opposed to like turn 12.
Now John taking a look at this card, saying, this is what I didn't want to deal with. I didn't want to deal with this.
I'm going to have this giant wrench mauling me and my angels.
The biggest downside of this turn is we didn't see Master Cog worth anything. And here you come in chat. Long have we waited. Dash overrated. Our thirst for glue sated. Maxx Nitro activated.
Let's go.
It is the Nitro Mechanoid. Now the threads sported by Steven Suh. Yeah, Daniel Flavin, I see you in there. You thought you were the crank master, but Steven might be doing it a little bit better.
Get in the robot, Steven.
2 action points left behind thanks to the Cogworks base legs. John just confirming he understands how this works. And so there are, let's see, it's 8 pieces of material underneath this Nitro Mechanoid. So this is the first of 8 swings for Steven. 2 when all is said and done. And because John is still fairly healthy, I mean, Steven has to be somewhat cognizant of the number of swings he has left.
This is still a danger to John because, like, it's still kind of a clock now that Steven is here, and it's a giant piece of armor that he can keep putting into successive turns.
Wait a minute. I feel like Steven banished 2 cards there. Oh, yes, of course, for the second swing. I'm sorry. The thing that I said was going to happen happened, and I was confused about it. Herald of Protection out for John Kim. This one in the red variety coming in for 7. All of a sudden, Steven, after taking a wallop on John's first affirmative turn of the game, finds himself in a life lead. It's a shallow one, at least for now. Only 5 separates these players. And John just has access to above-rate attacks. But Steven can now block with his own body.
Block with the robot.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to the steel, little man.
It's going to be 5 on these blocks.
Yep.
2 will be leaking through unless Steven wants to donate another card. John reading this card for, I think, the 4th time this game.
How much does
Wait,
this block?
seriously? Why does nobody play this hero?
Well, people used to before they took away a certain action point generating non-attack action card.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Brings me back to the days of Andrew playing this deck on stream.
That'd be Andrew Rudin, who is all but out of the game, unfortunately. I pour one out for him every now and then.
He's busy at card shows doing wheeling and dealing.
True.
On behalf of collectors
He's
and
the
PSA.
real winner. So it's only 5 blocks still for Steven. With a slap of the Mechanoid, I think he's committing to it.
It's got Connor awake.
Steven with his head in his hands, though.
He does have a Pulse Wave in his hand, so it's pretty
And
good.
a blue. The downside, of course, of getting rid of all those hyperdrivers is you no longer have access to a ton of free resources.
Now, it doesn't mean that you can't generate them to max anyway. It's just that all of the ones that you made, even if they had Steam counters on them, are just going to be consumed under the Mechanoid.
Yeah, important to mention that Maxx has not become Nitro Mechanoid. He is still the hero in play.
Yeah, it's not demi-hero like Levia, Blasphemet consumed, or Teklavos and the Mechanoid Protant.
So 2 damage finally accepted by Steven Suh, down to 25. John has the opportunity to search up yet another Figment. Still plentiful in the deck.
We have comments in chat where John was just double-checking Nitro Mechanoid because of the power on it, double-checking it's not itself a popper.
It is, of course, not an attack action card.
Yes. It can attack,
Uh-huh.
but it is not an attack action card. You're right.
And that is entirely required of the Phantasm keyword.
What a house it would be if it could pop Herald.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's already pretty dang good. Now, John seeming to really tank on the decision of which Figment to bring out. Final choice is Figment of Rebirth. Will be able to find an action card from his graveyard. As long as it's yellow, he can put it on top of the deck. Now, remember, he did send in a Herald of Erudition on turn 0. Entirely possible that he wants to fix it on top of the deck. I think that was the chosen card, yes?
Yeah. Because even though Steven has armor still on his Mechanoid, if John is patient enough and lives for that long, he can still send Erudition and connect if all of the Mechanoid blocks are kind of running low.
Aegis, Archangel of Protection, is the follow-up. Card banished from Soul for John Kim. Knows he needs to keep his life total and his ward board as healthy as possible against the mounting pressure of the Mechanoid. So it's just 4 damage and then an establishment of Passing Mirage.
I don't know if we're in that point in the game
Yeah.
anyway. Steven's
Yeah.
basically shipping all this damage.
And he's got plenty of damage in the hand. It's not just the fact that he found Mechanoid that's going better for him than his previous on-stream game. It's the fact that his hands are just cooperative. There's 3 reds and 1 blue. Exactly like you want to draw it up as a mech.
He has to be careful about attacking an angel first.
Tell the people why.
Because the interaction that John can field here is flipping over that.
Talk faster. Here it goes. Here it goes.
It's coming up. He's popping the Halo, which allows him to put a Herald into Soul, which means that he can shoot it to Prism, a Figment of his choice, and put it into the arena.
Which Figment will he choose?
He's going to choose Figment of Ravages, which can deal 1 Arcane to any target.
Which target is he going to choose?
He's going to target this angel.
He's going to target himself, I think, right?
Yeah, because then...
he targets himself, so that way he can ward. Yeah, Steven might be learning about this interaction for the first time. This is a cardinal sin if you're playing against Prism. And so John Kim targets himself with Figment of Ravages with 1 measly arcane damage. Why is that important, folks? Oh, because of the ward keyword on those angels. So all of a sudden, because Steven targeted the angel and because it ceases to exist, all of a sudden, no action point to be refunded by the Go Again clause given by Boost. Yes, this is exactly how this game works.
Yes. Because the attack has lost a legal target, Go Again cannot resolve, and the chain link basically just fizzles.
It's kind of the way that Spectra works, but with some extra steps.
Exactly.
And so now all of a sudden, John Kim, simply using 1 card from hand effectively, is able to stop a mounting offense from his opponent and also proceed to send a red Wartune Herald. And Steven has got to shake off that misplay and see if he can find the damage. He's still in this game.
If he made it once on camera, he will never make this mistake again.
Exactly. AGE is not only a proving ground, it's also a learning ground. 7 go again, represented on the combat chain. Card in hand, card in arsenal for John Kim. Still 1 life point in the lead. And this Wartune Herald cannot be popped. What it can be is blocked out, thanks to Nitro Mechanoid and Pulse Wave Harpoon. 4 plus 3, exactly 7.
So, like you said, blocking out the first Herald means that John will now need to send the other one in order to get an Angel out.
Damage
not swing with it.
Damage shipped by Steven Suh. 5 damage finds home from the blue Herald of Protection that followed the Wartune. Another Spectral Shield generated. The ward board is substantial. The downside, of course, making the Halo of Illumination play for John Kim is he gives up 4 effective life, but he gained a lot more by stopping 2 more boost attacks and the swing of Nitro Mechanoid.
Yeah. So losing out on 4, but preventing like more than that, like at least 2 whole cards.
Probably preventing 8 plus 6, 14. It's an immediate flip into Archangel of Rebirth for John Kim. So wardboard reestablished. 8 effective life. John effectively at 30, 32 if you count the Soulforge Gauntlet. Now Steven Suh licking his wounds at 16. Still should have an offensively potent hand. Kept that blue. Not sure what the yellow is. There's a jump start in the arsenal. Ugh, 2 hyperdrivers?
Yeah, this is the awkward part.
Yeah, we are not stoked about this. Crank.
This is still going to discount that jumpstart in Arsenal, though, which is not so bad.
And it'll leave behind 2 resources, so Steven will be able to remake another hyperdriver if he so chooses. But yeah, the damage has been done. This jumpstart comes in for 5 go again. John has it to consider. Also has plenty of ward. So no way that this leaks through to the life total.
Yeah, when there's more than like 1 or 2 Spectral Shields on Prism Awaken of Souls board, it's quite a wall that you have to get through in addition to like an Angel or 2.
Now this isn't the only offense Steven is going to be able to mount. We'll be able to swing with the Mechanoid for 6 overpower again. But man, it's something we haven't seen on stream in a very long time because the Halo of Illumination, Figment of Ravages play has been a known quantity for quite some time now. Always fun to see somebody get a lesson in the real power of this hero, though.
I was actually thinking that maybe John will use his footsteps. Oh, no, he wouldn't because Mechanoid is still an attack of 6 or more power, so it wouldn't be safe to defend a second time.
Hyperdriver generated after Maxx the Hype Nitro is activated and cranked, of course. Action point regained to send Nitro Mechanoid. The biggest wrench you've ever seen coming for Prism's head. 3 will find home and also get rid of the 3 remaining Spectral Shields. 16 plays 19, but John got to keep a 4-card hand with an arsenal.
Yeah. The Figment of Ravages interaction really stole so much life away from Steven.
Steven has drawn up, hit the gas. Only 2 hyperdrivers in the banished zone, though. Wartune Herald in the yellow, coming in 6 go again at Steven. Now, John really wants 1 more card in Soul, because that would allow him to flip Figment of Erudition and swing it, gaining 2 cards. Steven, for my money, needs to block this first Wartune Herald out, but we haven't seen a single Angelic Wrath from John yet.
No.
Entirely possible that it's in the hand.
I'm not so sure it's even shuffled into this matchup.
It's a full block of 6.
Because I looked at his hand and it was all Phantasm attacks.
Ain't there. You're right, Marcus. It might just be out in the matchup. Herald of Triumph to follow. This one for 5. 2 resources ultimately just left by the wayside. This is the power of blocking the first Herald on a Prism turn.
Yeah. Yeah, the chain was not broken, so Steven doesn't get an additional block out of Mechanoid on this turn.
If he did, it would only be 4-2. There are non-blocking cards in the hand. Assembly Module is one of them.
Yeah, that's the issue with taking this approach to building Maxx, is that all these hyperdrivers and other non-blocking items are kind of at risk once you've already jumped into the mechanoid and you no longer need their utility.
There are cards that have costs. Question is, what do you do with the resources left over from the hyperdrivers other than create more hyperdrivers?
Yeah.
Zipper hit blocked on Herald of Triumph. So 2 damage finds home. Down to 14 goes Steven. And John gets to go searching, and also, more importantly, because of Empyrean Rapture, will be able to flip one of those figments in the arena into an angel.
I wonder if now Steven's taking the approach of playing a little slower and using Mechanoid with the evasion to root out all of these angels.
Oh, it's a big ouchie for Steven, though. John fetches up Figment of Judgment, which allows him to turn a card in the Banished Zone face down. Which card do you choose when you know about Hit the Gas? Definitely one of those 2 hyperdrivers. Could have been a huge moment for Steven if he was able to get 1 more hyperdriver in the Banished Zone, generate 3 action points, and then swing Nitromechanoid 3 times. That could have been a difference maker, even after a significant misplay like swinging at an angel.
Yeah. Hey, Figment of Judgment actually had relevant text for once.
Assembly Module played, cranked, finds a hyperdriver, which surely is being cranked. Yes, down to 1 steam counter. No more Puffer Jacket to give extra steam counters.
Is Steven just arsenaling and passing?
Surely we're swinging the Mechanoid, right?
I mean, we'll see for sure. It just looked to me like he immediately
I know.
put it into Arsenal and said, no, I don't want to waste a swing here.
It's a rough choice because then the Angel gets to stick around and just gives John more offensive capability.
Yeah.
Whether Steven blocks out that first Herald or not. But yeah, you're right. Simply draws up and passes. No punch this time around.
He's slowly unveiling the hand like, can I ship all this damage?
It's functional, but time is running out. John's probably going to be able to send at least 16 damage on this turn.
Yeah, because he's got plenty of Herald in hand.
It's a swing of the Angel of Judgment, turning the other hyperdriver in the Banished Zone face down.
So Steven really can't even play to the hit the gas out anymore.
Ain't no way.
There's just too many hyperdrivers turned over.
It's also
without his
4 go
say-so.
again.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's just brutal to see. Prism is probably the #1 hero in the game that punishes you for not having the requisite game knowledge.
Yes. If you're unaware of what she does and how she interacts, it can be backbreaking.
More so even than a Spinal Crush, I'd say.
Yeah. I mean, Spinal Crush is just for 1 action phase. Prism has been here haunting us for multiple years, Bryce.
Several turn cycles at least for Steven Suh. Total block of 5 on this. Was it a Herald of Every Edition?
Yes.
It is.
So covering that up, which prevents insult from being added to injury here against Steven.
The brunt of a Herald of Triumph finds home against Steven Suh. Now at 5 to John Kim's mounting 19. 23 if you count the ward established by the Archangel of Judgment. And John should be able to flip another one of these figments for free. Empyrean Rapture has not been utilized this turn yet.
This might just be this undefeated run that John is going to continue on.
Might be blessed.
Good day to wake up and play Prism, apparently.
And John has been waking up and doing just that for years now. This man has played Prism for quite a long time, knows it inside and out, which is exactly why his eyebrows hit the ceiling when Steven went after his Angel. He said, "You mean I get to do it?" Jumpstart. Coming out of the hand of Steven Suh. Only costs 1, boosted, of course. 3 resources left behind by the hyperdrivers. on the board. Still cards in hand for Steven. Can mount an offense. I don't think it's going to be enough to threaten lethal, though.
No.
And that's what he needs to be doing. Soulforge Gauntlet plus an Angel will get rid of all the damage from Jumpstart. When the combat chain closes, Soulforge Gauntlet will join the Soul. It is a Hyper Scrapper from Steven.
Let me read this card. I've never seen it before.
Very rare to see it played, that's for dang sure. It's in a lot of mech decks. As an additional cost to play it, Steven can banish X items from his graveyard. When this attacks, it gets plus X. If 3 or more Hyperdrivers were banished to play this, Steven will gain 6 resources and Hyper Scrapper will get go again. I don't think the resources are going to be particularly helpful here.
Steven is now floating 8.
Extra go again is really all that Steven wants. But I don't, was he able to, oh yeah, he's definitely able to banish 3 Hyperdrivers. We've seen so many die.
I'm wondering what he put in Arsenal.
I want to say it was the Pulse Wave Harpoon or one of those red attacks that he didn't get to send on the 0 to 60 turn. That might go down in history as the greatest blunder of the tournament. But you don't know what you don't know.
Okay.
Producer Justin saying that it's hit the gas in the Arsenal.
So he's going to close the chain to play this out, surely, and then actually get his action points. Oh my goodness, this might be a turning point.
My goodness, yes, because of Hyper Scrapper.
Hold
on.
What does this card do?
What does this card do? Asked John Kim. The world in this position is
like
the answer.
Most of the thinking that John has spent throughout all of today has been reading opponents' cards and not like figuring out the game state.
5 go again now from a zipper hit, but 3 action points have been generated by Hit the Gas. Back up to 3 now that
because of boost.
There's a boost. I think Steven is just representing it exactly as the rules dictate. Go again technically doesn't resolve until the chain link resolves, and so technically he's at 2 action points. The important bit, though, is after zipper hit gains that go again clause, it'll be 3 swings of the Mechanoid.
Yeah, I think John is just being cognizant of like how many overpowered swings can come through.
The answer is 3, which is a whopping 18 damage. Add it to the zipper hit, 23 on this turn, which started with 2 cards in hand? 3 cards in hand? Well, 1 card in Arsenal.
1 card in Arsenal, yeah.
God dang. Could Steven really still be in this, Marcus?
Maybe just about. It was all because of that Hyper Scrapper.
So with a total of 23 damage, that is over by 7 on John Kim's life total. John will have to block
with at least 2 cards.
At least 2 cards. Which could be enough, because all of a sudden, then when you pass back to John with 2 cards in hand, he sends simply 1 Herald, which even without Phantasm, Steven will probably be able to block out readily.
He does have his figment of erudition to wake up. To look for some more cards off the top.
But he doesn't have the amount of soul he needs. He needs 1 to banish.
Oh, you're right.
And then 1 to banish when he swings.
Yep. Because Awakening is 1 soul as well.
This is the first of 3 Nitro Mechanoid swings this turn. And John, even though he had access to one of the most powerful plays at Prism's disposal, still absolutely in the buzzsaw on the Mechanoid of Maxx the Hype Nitro.
I think he's also doing the maths on, like, even if he lives long enough, will the overpowered swings just get there and kill him? Because overpower means something into a deck that doesn't really run many defense reactions in the first place.
Do you think John has brought in Soul Shields?
I feel like he might have, but we're not seeing them yet. We're just seeing a bunch of Heralds and other light illusionist stuff.
Herald of Judgment gets in the way of the first Nitro Mechanoid swing. The second.
Swing number 2.
After John is now down to 11. Remember, there's 12 more damage ultimately that John Kim has to contend with.
Yeah, because after just blocking for 3 on this one, goes to 8. He would only live at 2 if he wants to keep a 2-card hand.
John counting up the material once again. Herald of Ravages blocks. Down another 3 life is John Kim at 8. Now Banksy into the Banished Zone for another 6. Only 2 more swings of the Nitromechanoid left, but Steven has definitely had his say out of nowhere. 5 plays 5 now. Ward board destroyed. John Kim left without cards in hand. It's full tempo back over to Maxx the Hype Nitro.
Yeah, Prism has her wings clipped.
Does he have the sauce to get it done? I did see a jump start. I saw a Fast and Furious.
There's enough
This could be
reds.
enough damage. Connor in the player cam of Steven Suh, holding the cash in front of these players, tempting them with glory and also legal tender. John making sure once again there's only 2 swings of this thing left. Assembly module out of the hand of Steven Suh.
This is...
There we go, finding yet another hyperdriver. Could actually be relevant here.
Yeah, it could be.
Because there was 1 more blue in the hand of Steven. Could it be yet another hyper scrapper? And with this additional hyperdriver joining the graveyard, perhaps this is exactly what Steven needs.
I think this is a contingency for him, and also takes out non-blocks and dead cards because he needs to like put his foot on the gas, quite literally.
I am incorrect. It is a hit the gas in the hand, not a hyper scrapper.
Okay, well, it needs to fund the turn.
Sure.
Oh, actually, it might not need to. He's about to send Fast and Furious for 4 go again.
Exactly right. I think he goes Jumpstart first to have it discounted. No? Oh, yeah, because then you get the resources from Hyperdrive.
Exactly.
You're right about that.
You stay like a card even.
Metagame into the Banished Zone. Fast and Furious comes in. 4 go again, thanks to the fact that Steven deployed Assembly Module and cranked it. So 2 resources left behind, 4 go again to deal with for John Kim, who can't quite see. Doesn't seem to have brought in non-blocking cards. I think you might be right, Marcus. Haven't seen an Arclight Sentinel yet. We haven't seen Angelic Wrath.
I don't think there exists like a piece of room for him to play an ALS out properly.
Down to 4 goes John Kim after devoting 1 card to the block. Steven Suh banishes a Fast and Furious off the top of the deck. Jumpstart now coming in for 5 go again. Should have costed 2 because there's no more hyperdrivers.
Yes. Yes, that is correct, Steven.
Yep.
We've made a legal game action now.
Now there's a basically useless card in the hand. Hit the gas. Not enough hyperdrivers in the Banished Zone to get any use out of it. Honestly, not enough material really underneath Maxx either. Excuse me, under the Nitromechanoid.
Yeah, maybe this Hit the Gas is just going to be made into a token hyperdriver then.
So John, I think, forced to block with 2 cards here because the Nitromechanoid will come in for lethal with Overpower if any damage leaks through. John has the opportunity as well to pitch into Empyrean Rapture. Gain Ward 1 for the turn.
Yeah. I wonder if Footsteps are going to get involved here or not.
Entirely possible. But again, if you leak 1 damage through, then all of a sudden Nitromechanoid can go for lethal. What it would allow John to do is force Steven into keeping that Hit the Gas rather than pitching into Maxx Nitro. Because if you close the chain, then Phantasmal Footsteps gets more value.
Yeah, he might just leave it open and then just swing the Mechanoid right after.
Well, if John has a blue in the hand, which he does, this leaves 2 resources left over after paying to Footsteps to flip one of the Figments.
Yes. That's his last resort, effectively.
And here it is, 6 Overpower. Steven not closing the combat chain to activate Maxx. No extra value gained by Phantasmal Footsteps here. If you're wondering why there's a Steam counter on that assembly module, hey, wait a minute, I thought he cranked it immediately. It's because Fast and Furious was banished off the top of the deck.
I don't think John can live through and fatigue Steven, because even burning cards to boosts...
It's a good question. I mean, the deck is still incredibly thick.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it
No.
in the top down, but in the player cam, you can see that the banish zone is still eclipsed by the deck. So I think there's plenty of damage still left for Steven, even if he's banishing cards. Herald of Ravages plus a Angel gets in the way, completely shores up all that damage. Only one swing of the Mechanoid left, and when it comes in, its power will be reduced to 5 because that last card, of course, is Galvanic Bender.
Yeah.
So Steven has got to find damage the old-fashioned way.
I mean, by the
There
looks
are
of
reds.
this, he has a bunch of odd breakpoints to throw at John.
There's a Trebuchet in the mix. Assembly module can be activated. I don't think there are any hyperdrivers left in the deck, though.
Yeah, he would have to double check.
Steam counter comes off. Maybe that's exactly what Steven's doing.
He's going to check that he can
Is
even
there a
two-tone
hyperdriver?
one.
I really don't think there
I think
is.
he might have like 1 or 2 yellows still.
Let's see. 2 were turned face down.
Yes. 3 were already...
He's already fetched 2 yellows.
Yeah.
I think that's what the players are laughing about now. Steven's saying, I don't have any hyperdrivers left in the
The
deck.
last one is under my robot.
Okay, let's see if we can get a better look at this hand. It is, of course, Heist, which could bring a hyperdriver back from the brink.
Ooh,
Speed Demon
that's good.
as well. Needs a hyperdriver to get the full effect of that card, though. Otherwise, it's just head jab at home. Steven, man, got to hand it to him. After a really big misplay, I think anybody would say that, has clawed his way back into this game.
Yeah, never give up on games that you think you can win.
He buckled down. He sprayed a bunch of silver paint in his face and said, "Witness me." And for his part, he's got, like you said, Connor perked up.
He's coming after the immortal John Kim.
So far in this hand,
That Teklo Trebuchet.
yeah. I think Steven was posturing like he was going to send Teklo Trebuchet and pitch the crankshaft, and I do like that line. I believe it maximizes damage potential rather than pitching the Teklo Trebuchet. Because there's 2 costs in the hand. Can only play one of them cleanly. I think exactly why Steven was hoping to get the hyperdriver.
Yes, because Speed Demon is going to scrap for him, and then he gets to crank. So he gets to open the chain with this. And it becomes a 0 for 4.
So this is 2 action... Oh, not 2 action points left over. It doesn't have boost.
Yes.
Just has scrap. So 1 action point remaining. 4 essentially go again, coming John Kim's way. Has he finally found a non-block in hand? I don't think so. Can't quite hit that player cam. He's holding it too close to the chest. John can't believe the position he's in here. I was going to go on a 6-0 undefeated run and have to deal with a glue sniffer.
That'd make a great expansion slot card.
Make a great t-shirt, too.
Sniff the glue.
That's Max Nitro's next expansion slot card.
I think everything in that hand blocks at least 2 or 3.
I think so, too. I know I see a Herald of Triumph.
It's just John is not...
Yeah, it's all heralds.
Yeah, John is not privy to where the other breakpoints lie.
And he knows he's got to contend with Overpower at least one more time.
Yep. Which is what he has to save his last Figment for. But he doesn't even have a soul to flip it.
Chosen line is different than I thought. Steven plays out the crankshaft.
Okay.
Back up to 2 resources now, so Heist can actually follow now that Speed Demon generated that token hyperdriver.
I like this because Heist is going to follow.
It's really,
Yeah.
And John has to descend down to 1. Now, he still has an out from Overpower. The issue is this Heist, which will leave John without any cards left in hand, so he can't pitch to Empyrean Rapture. He can't pitch to Phantasmal Footsteps.
Nope.
And that means the Nitro Mechanoid, the last swing, is going to get it done. It's a banish. The fist bump is extended. Steven does the impossible after a huge misplay. Comes cracking in with the massive wrench, and that's the way you draw it up when you're Max the Hype Nitro.
Doesn't it make sense that on Maxx the Hype Nitro, he didn't read the instructions before operating his robot?
Are you saying Steven Suh is a role player in addition to a strong player?
He could be, yeah.
Well, if we see him in the semifinal round and he's got that silver paint all over and he's holding a bucket of Elmers, then we know exactly what he's up to.
Yeah.
It's role-playing Maxx the Hype Nitro. Okay, we're going to take a look at our top 8 match and see if we have any other updates. Excuse me, not our top 8 match, our top 8 bracket. See if we have any other updates. It is Anthony Pham who reaches victory against Peter Budensick, sends him packing back to Las Vegas. Bryce Douglas takes it down against Brian Gutierrez, a matchup he did not feel confident in at all. He was nervous about losing it. I know so because he was in the backup feature match area complaining about it. Does seem like the Marionettes are reigning supreme right now. Can Steven get it done, though? We will do a quick checkup on Colin Eriksen and John Zapata in the meantime, see how that match is going. Colin does like to take games long and do so in fearsome stature.
You already mentioned this earlier in the stream. You've seen him in the games where he's pitched Heart of Fyendel 9 times. So naturally, it might do a bit of that.
The best thing about today is that Justin is getting his steps in. You saw him running behind us. Okay, we have our match results. Drum roll, please. It's John Zapata. Oh, my goodness. 3 Marionettes enter, 3 survive. Oh, my goodness. It's just Steven Suh, Maxx the Hype Nitro up against a field of assassins. I feel like chat is rising up and lending their glue to the Hype himself. Nobody wants to watch Marionette win today, right?
Witness.
Maxx the Elmers Nitro is trying to boil some horse hooves and see if he can get what he needs to take down the Graphene Calistera of Anthony Pham. We're going to go for a quick break, and then we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood action. Before we go, I do have to mention our sponsor one more time. That is Fabtcg, who remains the preeminent tournament organizer of the U.S. Nationals event in Minneapolis and, of course, Pro Tour Las Vegas. Go to fabfoundryevents.co or visit them on X and Instagram at fab_foundry in order to get your tickets for those events post-haste. Please scan the QR code at the top of your screen and navigate yourself over to fabfoundry.co. Purchase some singles from them and support independent grassroots Flesh and Blood. Be sure to use the checkout code AGELA10 to let them know that we sent you and get a little bit of extra scratch on your order. Fab Foundry is the place where it is simple to buy Flesh and Blood cards because you know they come from players like you. Marcus, you going to order something from Fab Foundry?
I think I will, actually, to get it all in one package.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. Don't forget that there are pre-orders of all Omens of the Third Age products as well, and you're going to want to get your hands on those because finally it's a return to limited. You can get value from your box breaks regardless of what's actually in them.
Exactly. You can practice limited before your nationals.
Okay. And if you are attending nationals, be on the lookout because Fab Foundry is going to make that so smooth. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood in just a moment, and our one bastion of hope against the sea of Marionette, Steven Suh. You know we're bringing him next. So get your glue, get your popcorn, grab your wrench, and start smashing into the wall. I don't know what edge runners do. We'll be back with Flesh and Blood after this. There's a brand new band in Wraith. It's called Maxx and the Marionettes. Their hit single, Up a Creek Without a Wrench. And we'll see if that is going to be the story for Steven Suh, who finds himself in the semifinals against Anthony Pham, a man that has earned his stripes on Arcane Marionette and then some off of a recent top 8 finish at Calling Yokohama. Also team captain of the AGE Pro Team. But because it's nothing but Maxx and Marionettes, I find myself rooting for Steven.
Yeah, hard to argue with that, honestly, Bryce, because we've seen him come all the way up through Swiss, beat the odds, even after a blunder into John Kim against Prism in the Herald of Ravages interaction, losing an action point in your turn.
Now, if you want to sniff some glue and spray some paint in your face, you can get out to an AGE Open near you. We represent 3 different regions in the United States. That's St. Louis, Los Angeles, and New England. And here's our upcoming schedule. In addition to what you see here is a July 11th Open in New England, which will be a double feature with Grave Troll Games Battleground event. So be on the lookout for that. If you happen to be going out for the Battleground, just rest assured that there is more action that weekend for you to partake in. So get out to an AGE Open near you and experience what the fun is all about. And Marcus, I think we've seen it on full display, but why don't you give the good people your favorite AGE moment?
Of today?
As a player.
Oh, quite honestly, it would have to have been Alan Chavarin's Beacon of Victory and then Roaring Beam to refill and charge at reaction speed. That was my favorite moment still.
A fair point. So now we're going to hit the gas, shall we say, and head back on down to the feature match area in our Volkswagen Bug. But before we do, we're going to talk about Anthony Pham. He did fill out a player profile for us. Man, he is our first Players Champion. Take a look at the badges down at the bottom right. He's qualified for every single Players Championship. Mm-hmm. This has been my player to watch for about a year at this point. Anthony is poised for a huge finish, not just at AGE, but in the Flesh and Blood World Tour. Mark my words. What do you notice about his player profile, though, Marcus?
He says he's getting excited for drafts at Tier 3 and 4 events again. And he says he won't let the draft portion bog down his tournament run. So I'm rooting for him. We're also, yeah, our beloved captain of the AGE Pro Team squad. And hopefully with a little bit more time this time around than High Seas to actually squeeze in limited practice before Nationals, can yield an edge that everybody needs when it comes to the limited portion of these events.
He's also been a Puff and Hightail fan since her inception in High Seas, and so he's most excited for Gear Turner and Crash Site Salvage out of Omens of the Third Age. He's so excited to be cranking it hard. In this case, he's going to be flicking it hard because he's playing, of course, Arcane Marionette, and he wants to send some daggers at high speed. Stop laughing. It's not funny.
It's not funny.
All right, great. Let's hit the button. Let's hit the gas as well because it's Anthony Pham, not on Prism Awakener of Soul, instead on Arcane Marionette versus the wrenching power of Steven Suh and Maxx the Hype Nitro.
Could you imagine on Anthony on Prism? I don't think
that'd be a sin.
I don't think I want to know that reality.
Nor do I. Although Anthony is going to try to glimpse the reality and send Hunter's Clave on this turn 0. Anthony has choice of turn order, did decide to go first here, and I think it's exactly to send Hunter's Clave, see if he can get Steven marked by the end of the turn, and then get his daggers in the right place. Graphene Calistera on the left, Hunter's Clave on the right.
I think this is honestly the correct choice for 2 reasons. Steven is playing a deck that doesn't have any defense reactions for the most part. So any damage that comes in at reaction speed is basically going to be true damage, as you'd refer to, because he's got no way to actually defend it once it's in reactions. Plus, Steven would love to get a bunch of set up on turn 0, but instead is going to eat a bunch of damage from Tarantula Toxin.
It's a roll of 5 for Anthony Pham, switching into Arachne Tarantula. I don't expect that to be the case for very long, though, because Anthony will likely be blocking with Mask of Deceit and changing himself into Arachne Orbweaver. All important for Graphene Calistera. That's what the way you want your loadout to be. You don't start in the right form, but you can very quickly get yourself there if you have the start that Anthony Pham has. Doesn't draw up an Orbweaver Spinneret, so I do think Mask of Deceit will be blocked with on this first turn.
Yeah, fairly face-up observation there.
Now for Steven, who did no blocking on that turn 0, now down to 34, has an okay hand here. I think that's a Meganetic Shockwave and a T-Bone in the blue. Also has a Hyperdriver to establish.
Yeah.
Now Medex could cheat that Hyperdriver out onto the combat chain, and with it, an extra action point if Steven decides to crank it. That's if Anthony doesn't respect Medex on hit.
I don't know. I don't think you'd push that one past Anthony as a mech enjoyer himself.
Now, it's been a different flavor of helmet every time we've seen Steven in the feature match area, banishing an assembly module off the top for this Medex. 4 go again. In the head slot is Hyper X3, though. One of those legendary equipment pieces that is probably worth, I don't know, a couple copper tokens. You don't even need real pennies to pick this one up.
Yep.
But it does have a nice little bit of static text. Whenever you banish a Hyperdriver from boosting, you'll put it under Hyper X3 instead, which is just more material for when you transform into Nitromechanoid. If you have put 3 under Hyper X3, then you'll get to draw a card as well.
Yes.
Battle Worn 1 does mean that Steven will be able to stuff something like a Leave No Witnesses first before transforming into Mechanoid as well.
Anthony honestly just opts to take it. Interesting.
And here's the punish. Hyperdriver out of the hand. No need for Steven to pay for it. Can also crank it. Has the puffer jacket, so this will be entering with 4 steam counters unless it is cranked. Steven really contemplating the crank. And the boon here for not having to pay for this Hyperdriver is the fact that the 2 resources floating can be sunk into a second Hyperdriver immediately.
Yes, it's true.
Now, if Steven cranks here, he'll be able to generate that second Hyperdriver, leave 2 counters on it, and still swing Banksy. Doesn't seem like that's the choice, though. 4 steam counters, activation of Max Nitro, and pass.
Yeah, he favors taking the Arsenal here and keeping 2 Hyperdrivers out undisturbed.
And who can fault him for that?
Honestly, that's kind of face up because he's left Anthony in the form of Arachne Tarantula. Because Anthony thought, oh, you're going to send a little bit more damage my way, surely. Then I'll block with my Mask of Deceit. No. Steven said, you're not going to block with it now? I'll leave you as Tarantula then.
Huge start for Steven right here. 36 plays 34. Anthony back on the affirmative, playing out an up, sticks, and run, which he just told me he thinks is the best card in the Arachne Marionette deck. Now crashing in with a Hunter's Clave that looks a lot more like a Sledge of Anvilheim. This one beefed up by 8, so it's 9 damage on this Hunter's Clave, and because Steven is marked, Anthony will draw a card on the next connection of a dagger. And now because he paid for that retrieve cost, he can willy-nilly flick the second Hunter's Clave that remains in the equipment zone.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Upsticks and Run is a great all-rounder in Marionette. Pertinent to pick up your daggers that you've already thrown so that you can remark your opponents at will.
Left in the hand for Anthony is Kiss of Death and Take Up the Mantle, a card that occasionally falls in and out of favor for Arachne Marionettes. I do wonder how many copies Anthony is on. The attack action cards in the graveyard aren't that great for Anthony yet. Has only sent daggers as of yet. And so won't be able to take full advantage of Take Up the Mantle, but you know, beefing up a Kiss of Death for 3 is a-okay, especially when you draw up Cut from the Same Cloth. So the bloodletting has only just begun for Anthony Pham. Steven now down to 28.
Might be a very swift game at this rate.
And now Arachne Tarantula is actually looking pretty sick on this turn because every single time Anthony connects with a dagger, Steven will lose 1 life. Players have just caught that. And now it's just daggers left in the hand for Anthony. Kiss of Death, while being an attack action card, is also a dagger. Will gain extra value from Tarantula.
Maybe he's totally fine just being in Tarantula all turn.
This is one of the demi-heroes that I was actually most excited about when they were spoiled in the Hunted. But in general, I think players feel like it's 9 times out of 10 one of the weaker ones. Cut from the Same Cloth, played out for Anthony. Instead of sending Kiss of Death, it's just another Hunter's Clave. Anthony perhaps thinking that it is better to park a Kiss of Death in Arsenal than go without an Arsenal, especially when there's still 2 copies of Tarantula Toxin left in the deck.
Yeah, so he's going to flick for maximum value of Tarantula here. And then Arsenal the Kiss of Death ready for next turn.
And he's back to the Brood as Arachne Marionette. And Steven already down below half of his life total, and we haven't even eclipsed 7 minutes.
But he does have every card in his hand and his Arsenal.
Now, we know he has not found a Construct Nitro Mechanoid yet. T-Bone is the chosen card, not Teklo Trebuchet. Gas Up hits the Banished Zone, and 2 resources are left in its wake. Anthony immediately blocks with Black Tech Whisperers, likely brought in specifically for T-Bones. Gas Up the second Banish from Teklo Trebuchet 2000. Follow-up is 0 to 60, banishing even more. This one comes in now for 6, thanks to the buff from Teklo Trebuchet 2000. And being that Steven is really marked still, Anthony able to finally transform into Arachne Orbweaver. But the way the game has gone and the amount of damage that he has done, excuse me, I stand corrected, it's Black Widow is the choice instead. That does make me think that they're, oh boy. Forget what I was saying. Magnetic Shockwave is the follow-up from Steven Suh, placed in the Arsenal on the previous turn cycle. Requires Anthony to block with X equipment they control, where X is the number of times Steven has boosted this combat chain. That's 4 boosts, which means even if Anthony had left Black Tech Whispers and Mask of Deceit at home until now, they all would have been blocking Magnetic Shockwave. So Flick Knives, Consumed, and Fiendel Spring Tunic before it can even generate a single resource.
Yeah, and all of Anthony's equipment is gone in one fell swoop.
But there was so much damage done by Anthony on the previous turn. I wonder if he cares.
Kiss of Death with 4 cards left in hand. Very devious.
And you're already marked. Anthony has a To the Point, Stains of the Redback, and Under the Trap Door left in hand. I'll give you 2 guesses, Marcus, as to which one is being discarded to Arachne Black Widow.
Oh, I think I know. It's that blue stealth card that only comes in for 1.
That's my boy. That's my boy. Now, you might think the bummer of this sequencing is that Anthony won't be able to flick his Kiss of Death on the next chain link, but oh, wait. There's no arm slot left. Steven Suh just robbed it out from under Anthony's nose.
With how tall Anthony can take this all a little wider, he's not really too concerned with it anyway. As long as it connects once, that's enough.
Now, Anthony is very impressed with the way his hands have been drawn up. You know who's not impressed? Sleepy Connor. Poor guy is hanging on by a thread. Will somebody get him a quilt, a pillow, something?
Connor saying, these hands are putting me to sleep, bro.
Connor, hear me now.
Good Lord, that's a lot of respect.
9, 10, 11 block on Kiss of Death. It doesn't have Go Again yet, so honestly, Steven could be gazing the universe. Anthony likely just going to be forced to play out some of these cards that he wants to filter away. Now up to 10, and wouldn't you know it, there's something to squeak over the top.
13 exactly, I think.
And now because Steven left 1 card in hand, we'll be forced to banish it to Arachne Black Widow. Down to 16 now is Steven Suh to Anthony's mounting 31 in the card banish. Construct Nitro Mechanoid. You could see the rationale for Steven's play. Just throw everything you possibly can in front of Kiss of Death and see if you can hold back that Construct Nitro Mechanoid for the Arsenal. But against Assassins, even the Arsenal is not safe.
I was going to say the Arsenal is the least safe thing you can ever play against Assassins.
Pain in the backside blocked out by Big Bertha. Seems like it's a close of the chain, potentially, for Anthony. That's, of course, because there's an Orbweaver Spinneret in the hand. Finally, Graphene Calycera comes out to play. And not a moment too soon for Anthony.
Does have to pitch a card for it, though. Or we'll just send a Meet Madness for 6.
Steven is meeting Madness. I would say he was mad to begin with. This Meet Madness now at 6 damage. On connection, Anthony will choose one at random. The opponent will choose a card in their hand and banish it, choose a card in their arsenal and banish it, or banish the top of their deck. So Steven has a 1 in 3 chance of dodging all meaningful disruption on this attack action card. There's no Construct Nitromechanoid in this hand. But Steven is so far behind here.
Yeah, not looking good here.
Not looking good for Connor either. Look at those heavy eyelids. There's no shot he makes it through this game conscious. Oh, second win. Gonna watch the more exciting Arachne Marionette mirror going on to the right.
It's probably just John Zapata saying, "Oh, this hand sucks. I'll deal 15." Wow.
That's our boy.
John, you don't play poker much, do you?
Puffer Jacket jumps in front of Meat Madness, which means 4 damage will find home. It's a roll of the die. It's a 3, so a banish from the arsenal, the worst mode possible for Anthony Pham. But you know, the way the life totals are, you can't be too sad for Anthony. Hit the gas in the pitch zone, jump start in the arena, and a banish of T-Bone to the boost. 4 resources are going to be left behind. Lair of the Spider jumps into the fray for Anthony. Mark conveyed.
With 5 floating, got plenty of resources to cash into a hyperdriver here.
Should be 4 floating, I think. Yeah, there we go. Now represented properly.
Okay.
3 floating after this zipper hit. 5 go again once again, which means that Steven has the resources he needs to create a hyperdriver, crank that sucker, and swing Banksy. Anthony's just saying no blocks. Snap all the way through. He must love this hand. You know, Anthony is one of the warmest people that you'll ever meet. But when he is in the arena, stone cold killer.
Yeah.
Gives nothing away. No takesies, backsies when you're up against this gentleman.
Unless it's Armory. He can be a little forgiving.
In Armory, I agree. Here, at the top
level?
stages,
No.
Ain't no way.
You're in the top 8. You don't make mistakes here.
Cut from the same cloth, a blue to send Hunter's Clave and Graphene Callistra, and a Codex of Frailty and an Incision. Oh, this is going to be a monstrous turn. Graphene Callistra coming in for 2 go again. Already given go again, because that's what's written on this token weapon. As Steven is marked. A 1/6 of his life total hangs in the balance, but that is not even the full story. Anthony holds back an Incision.
And the Incision can be spent on either this or the Hunter's Clave.
Which might be the better option, because I'm sure Anthony would love to have his opponent marked going into a Codex of Frailty play. And Steven is squirming. He knows that this is potentially a lose-lose situation. Graphene Callistra blocked by Pulse Wave Harpoon. Anthony says, A-okay with me. Cut from the same cloth. Reveals the rest of the hand. No Mechanoid in sight, but plenty 3 blocks. Hunter's Clave now coming in for 5 go again.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Anthony has to send the Incision now if he wants to resolve the Codex and not discard it.
Yes.
And this is a fantastic use of all of Anthony's resources, because the ideal situation for Steven is block with 2 cards. Codex will make it so that he can't keep the one left behind, but the choice for Steven is block with 1 card, take 5, down to 7.
Remain marked, most importantly.
And now here comes the pain. Codex of Frailty, going to find likely... No, there's no Leave No Witnesses in the graveyard for
No, he's still
Anthony,
got Kiss of Death, or he can choose Meat Madness, which I think is a sensible choice here.
Sure. Now Steven can block with 1 card from hand and at least have the possibility of dodging the disruption. But gosh, you got to understand that the damage is not the only thing. Excuse me, the disruption is not the only thing Steven has to contend with. After this turn, giving all of his cards on defense or discarding the Codex, he's taken 8 damage. Discard of Crankshaft, 0 to 60 in the red found. Pain in the backside, the chosen card.
I
for
kind of
Anthony.
like this option because it's going to give Anthony the agency to keep Steven marked so that he can transform into one of the spiders.
Random card drawn, random card placed into the arsenal for Anthony. Random transformation now. And it is Arachne Funnel Web. Can threaten the arsenal of Steven Suh on the next turn cycle. Steven kind of disincentivized from sending it because of that frailty token, but now that Anthony has transformed into Funnel Web, you got to get the value where you can. So it's only 3 go again here. 2 resources left behind by the hyperdrivers established in the arena.
Such a ridiculous life golf sculpted out by Anthony in this game.
Anthony sitting at literally triple Steven Suh's life. It's looking ever more like we're going to see a marionette mirror in the finals. Anthony says, I'll take it all. Down to 18 now. Activation of Max Nitro. No crank, of course. And a pass back of that frailty token for Steven Suh. That's all she wrote, at least for now. Anthony very well might have the sauce to get this one done right here and right now. Only 18 minutes elapsed in this semifinal match. It could be over in a flash. Graphene Kalysra now coming in for 2 go again. Now, Marcus, is there any out for Steven at this point? I feel like he's being asked a question without a real answer.
A hope and a prayer? Like, he's going to be in a real bad position if he draws any items.
Luckily, it doesn't seem to be the... there's a
hyperdriver.
Oh, pickles.
Very awkward for Steven.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is 1 go again on Graphene Kalysra. I misspoke. Of course, we are not Arachne Marionette, so you don't get that +1 from the opponent being marked.
And this has to be respected, otherwise he's just dead on the spot.
Looks like Anthony's going for the kill. Nothing to stop him from doing so. Finally, there's a leave no witnesses. But yeah, it gets the reaction potential. Yep. Fist bump extended. Anthony Pham scratches his brow and says, I don't know how you were ever going to win this against the meta mainstay that is Arachne Marionette. Anthony showing his stripes and then some in that match. Fearsome competitor to behold. And finally, the meme deck just can't stand up.
Well, Maxx gave it his best. Steven did a lot of amazing things on stream, but ultimately falls to the team captain.
And Steven Suh, we do witness you as you ascend to... What do they do in Mad Max? Do they go to Valhalla or something like that? They do? Is it a Norse backing of that mythology?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, great.
Witness me in Valhalla.
Yeah. Steven Suh, with a fistful of Elmers and the glory in his heart, does ascend to Valhalla, but unfortunately is dead, no longer live for the rest of this tournament. So we turn our eyes over to Fab Foundry once again. Fab Foundry is the place to get all of your Flesh and Blood singles from Flesh and Blood players like you. And furthermore, you can get it in one clean package as opposed to, the third parties, the middlemen that'll send it to you in about 50 envelopes in, maybe 5 months' time. Instead, buy it from Fab Foundry and support both local grassroots Flesh and Blood tournaments, and also the best tournament organizer in the game. The LA Open Series is brought to you by Fab Foundry, and thanks to them and for supplying the prize pool, they also bring you ad-free coverage all day long. No need to turn on that monetization on YouTube thanks to Fab Foundry. Go ahead and scan the QR code at the top of your screen, but be sure to enter the checkout code AGELA10 to get a little bit of extra scratch for your trouble, and also to let them know that we sent you. We appreciate you for doing so, and we appreciate Fab Foundry for supporting the AGE Open Series. Now, I do want to skirt over to the standings real quick. The top 16 race is completely underway. There are a couple names in our top 8 that we don't see in the top 16 right now. Brian Gutierrez is one of them. I do think that he is poised for a top 16 finish in this series. He made his way into the top 8. Yes, he died in quarters, but enough consistent results like that are better than spiking a tournament here and there.
This is true. Yeah, all these consistent showers basically carve out some points across the entire season, whereas like you said, you spike one tournament, but you don't really turn up for all the others, or you just crash out and only get 1 point. Yeah.
We've got showers and knowers at AGE LA. Peter Budensick is going home, but did make his way into the quarterfinals, will go home with 15 points, solidifying himself in this top 16 race. And the man standing next to us, awaiting his winner's interview, Anthony Pham, in the 7th seed, is going home with at least 25 points.
This is true.
Really huge moments. These are the AG stories that we have to tell, and man, I love the moments in these last few events when everybody is fighting tooth and nail for their chance at the top 16, and of course, the invitational event that is the Players' Championship. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with a winner interview with Mr. Anthony Pham, team captain of AGE, in mere moments. We'll be back with that and more Flesh and Blood very soon.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with our semi-finals winner, Anthony Pham. You just sent Stephen Sir home and broke his heart and the dream of Maxx the Hype Nitro today. So how do we feel?
I feel super hype, I guess, for a lack of a better term.
You don't feel a bit of remorse?
No. I just went up there, did the thing. I got to get side selection, so I went to go first, and he didn't block. So I was like, okay, we're just gonna roll with the punches. We're gonna leak 6 damage here, turn 0, and then get to set up a saver, and it was kind of the rest is history.
I was surprised that he didn't at least put like a single 3 block in front of the first clave.
I was surprised as well. I assumed because he didn't block at all that the decision was to either he couldn't because he had all items, or he was setting up for something big. And going into the first turn after he attacked, I assumed in his arsenal was either a setup card like an early construct or something like that. I would assume you would still block with your first copy of construct just in that game state, but I assumed there was something like Magnetic where it was required a little bit setup and he's playing towards like an out like that. So as soon as it was Magnetic, I was like, okay, it makes sense. Good thing for Mario is I don't necessarily need my equipment. And I also had that Tunic didn't matter.
I was going to say the life golf difference was just absurd at that point, so it didn't even really matter that Magnetic took the whole armor suite away from you at that point. Like you already had 20 life up on him, so.
Yeah. And then losing my Flick Knives, obviously it sucked on the Kiss of Death turn, but I just do so much damage anyway. And I was able to get an Orb Weaver not too far down the game. So basically with my setup, I didn't need any equipment from there on out and just kind of played my hands through. It was a game of all time.
It was a game of all time.
Yeah.
Looking towards the near future, what are you thinking about some of the omens of the Third Age? Not necessarily the heroes that are new, but like new cards bringing something new to existing heroes, let's say.
Yeah, I have been following here and there with spoilers. I have not really ramped up all the way to seeing all the cards yet, so my knowledge is not vast quite yet, but knowing myself, I definitely need to do a lot better in draft. I'm historically bad at draft, and it's been my crutch at a lot of events. I went 4-1 last year on Puffin, and then I tried to draft Puffin, I went 0-3. So this year, Nationals and PT Vegas, that's going to change. I'm going to practice really hard to make sure we get there. And there are some cool cards that you can do in CC as well. No, these are all lightning heroes rather than elemental lightning heroes.
Yep.
So their card pool is a little bit smaller than usual. Rest in peace, my boy Entwine Lightning, one of my favorite cards. I was so excited to play it in every deck, but now you can't. We lose a scar.
Truly. Yeah, I think there is something to be said about the draft practice and the lack thereof of the general player base. We spoke about this earlier in the cast, but like it's been almost 8 months since draft was on the competitive docket.
Yeah.
So some people are just going to be out of practice anyway, and that's kind of an edge that you can take by putting your own practice first and getting that edge, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. I think because it's so close to national season, 2 weeks away, and there's very limited time to between the set releasing and then you playing the game. I think people that are able to test online or have groups innately have an edge to get more experience, but it is a very short time window. So I think whoever shows up with a semblance of a game plan or strategy, it'll go a very long way, at least in draft.
Yeah, and I am also eager to see the Runaways queue back up again.
Oh yeah, I guess now they're the Rantaways or whatever their new pod is
The
called.
Ranaways?
I know, I've been slacking. Sorry to Noah, Lucas, and Cody. Sorry, I don't know what I forgot. But I haven't been really posting rock, paper, scissors. Been a little bit busy, but hopefully we can catch a couple games here and there. I'll be sure to get it in next week.
I feel like with all the daggers that you're just throwing scissors all the time, surely?
This is a strategy. I kind of have a read on Noah. Cody is supposedly putting this all on the computer, so and like doing a random one. He's beating me every time, so I can't lie. Ball don't lie. And Lucas is here and there. You know, he's got my number 1 week. I have his number for 2 weeks. It's very back and forth.
It actually makes a lot of sense that Cody is putting all of these numbers into a machine or like a log sheet because he's in IT. He's very like data minded, probably.
Yeah. No, he has me downloaded literally. So I will get him one day, hopefully.
Okay. Well, with that, I think that's all we need to say right now.
Yeah. Other than ban Hunt to the Ends of Wraith over there.
Yeah, that's a really bad and egregious card. So.
No. Let's bring it back up. I think everyone's talking about how Tarantula Toxins is 0 for 6, but when you think about it, if you're playing. Let's say Fang. Right? You're playing Fang against Mario, and you do Hunt to the Ends of Wraith, and they're not marked. Now you just made half a fealty. Let's just call it half a fealty. And then you also swing 0 for 4. That's almost 0 for 5. This is an attack action card. And this is a common. Tarantula Toxins and Majestic. So who's really, had the absurd cards in their deck?
Yeah, but Tarantula Toxin can be played against anyone, whereas Hunt to the Ends of Wraith is only good against Arachne for that reason.
Well, okay. All right. We have received news to spec on the ban list as well. All right. Marcus, you start.
See, I think it's going to be another case of like no changes apart from maybe like they touch one card from Arachne Marionette and maybe they do a couple unbans. We spoke about this at Armory. I feel like Brand of Cinderclaw has to come off the ban list. I don't think that card needs to be in there anymore.
Okay. This is the beginning of my hot take.
Here we go.
All right. So I personally think this BNR, obviously, it already has all the lightning cards. So we can't change their mind anymore.
No.
But I really want this game to be a powerful game. I spoke a little bit about this 2 months ago, where we spoke about the last BNR a little bit and how they're kind of powering down the game, and kind of the movement of heroes is either towards the LL system and letting them LL naturally, or nerfing heroes so that they're not too out of line with current heroes. And with the Acilio bans coming in, obviously the fear is that either Victor or Mario, the two other really crazy decks in the meta, are just going to be really far away from the rest of the crowd. So I think what they will do is ban some cards from Victor and Mario. Just to rage bait a little bit, I think Victor, they should ban Golden Sun. And I think for Mario, probably, if you really want to hit consistency piece, if you're like going along with the brand ban, you're probably going to hit up 6 and run. Probably red and let them play yellows, or maybe ban red and yellows. But if you really want to nerf the deck, you could always hit Tarantula Toxin. You could always hit Savor Bloodshed. Obviously, that hits Fang as well. But there are some power cards in Mario that you can hit. Or if you want to go the Brandon Cynical route, like I said, you can do some consistency pieces. What I really want them to do is I want them to unban. I want them to unban cards like Brandon Cinderclaw. I want them to ban Chart the High Seas. I think these are cards that, although they are strong, they lead to really cool plays and really cool comeback mechanics. And I think if innately... it's like a difference in, I think, balancing. I think if you want heroes to be that are strong to also be in the game, you can negate their strength by making another hero strong. Just so that it's like a checks and balances. You know, if Syndra's good, that means that Gravy's not as good. But if Gravy's good, that means that Victor's not as good. It's kind of like a triangle.
Yeah, they basically use the unbans as a way to lift these heroes back up to where they kind of were and let them reassess and reintegrate into the metagame and let the meta like sort itself out, basically.
Yeah.
Which I kind of agree with, yeah.
I think they're doing it right now to some extent, but I think bans are always going to hurt more than unbans or like keeping the game strong. I think the less movement of cards, the better. Obviously, you know, stuff slips through the cracks. Not a mention to Slippy there. Stuff slips through testing, and it's understandable, and it's really hard to design cards and playtest cards, and you know it makes compare the cards to the entire card pool that heroes have. So it's not an easy job that they have. But yeah, I personally just have been playing this game for so long. I have seen what Flesh and Blood can be with Prism, with Chain, Starvo, this very high power level sort of meta. And to kind of play games nowadays, it just feels so different. Not necessarily good or bad, like objectively, but subjectively for me, I just like high power Flesh and Blood. So not a fan.
I think we come from different lenses because I'm viewing the game, like all the things I liked about it, I came from like playing Bravo Showstopper. So when people quote to me like, oh, Bravo Star of the Show was too powerful, I'm like, I'm aware because I wasn't even playing him. I couldn't afford him at the time.
Yeah. I do. Sorry to cut off you. I'm just such a passion project. That's why I really like the meta back then, because obviously they were very egregious heroes in a vacuum. Like Star was crazy, Chain was crazy, but the fact that all of them were so strong. And all of them, had ways to play against each other and had hard counters in the meta as well. Like, you could play Oldham into Chain and have a good time trying to fatigue. Or against Starvo, you can play Prism and Aura Stack and stuff like that. So, like, there were very strong heroes, and each hero had a pretty good game plan into whatever deck they may be. There was very morphable, but I feel now it's kind of like a silver bullet meta where you're like, you sit down and your deck is very one-dimensional, unfortunately, and you kind of just... know if you're going to win or not based off who you're sitting across, which kind of is a weird feeling. That's why I like Mario.
I feel like that's touching on a slightly larger topic of modern fab design versus the older, because they do a lot of this like pigeonholed quest design, I'll say, where like they're really good in their own limited environment and they were built for that. And then they stick to that archetype and card pool very rigidly for the most part. Like a Pham, you can only play like Draconic cards and like a few select generics and warriors. Otherwise, like, you're not really running like E-Strike, for example. Whereas like E-Strike historically has gone in a bunch of decks over the course of Fab's history. But like, you can kind of see what I mean.
I think there is give and take. Like right now, the meta is really. It feels like Acilio, Victor, and Mario are really good, but there are also a lot of heroes that are just like kind of on the precipice of being good. So I think it has a give and a take. Obviously, in weaker metas, a lot of heroes can shine more and find those matchups and kind of have crazy runs like Steven today with Maxx. I'm not saying that Maxx is bad or anything, but typically you don't see a lot of Maxes in Top Cut. And that's either through representation or the deck's power level. But it's cool enough meta where heroes like that can thrive. And if they find the right matchup, they can kind of steamroll the competition. Get it? Steam counters, yeah.
Okay. I can kind of see where you're coming from with like the case for more power versus depriving power from a lot of heroes. I'm
not shaming anyone. It's just my personal preference. I like playing decks like Chain.
You love necropotence, as James White put it.
Yeah, Cody, shout out. We both love Chain. I run the Chain sleeves every day, so it's I don't know. Doing like the Ursa turns back then, it was so insane. It was like the crescendo of Shadow, and now I have to banish a card from my hand to play the game. So shout out.
You're not a Vynnset fan, huh?
Yeah, no. I played one Pro Quest. It was terrible. I think I got Stormstrider's. It was basically Stormstrider's Scour. It was like ALS against Vynnset. Oh my god!
I've had that happen as Fang, so I know your pain.
Yeah, we're just talking about pain points now. That's.
Anyways, we will wrap up on the painful stories and take a quick break before we make it to our finals. Please do not go anywhere.
Unfortunately, Maxx and the Marionettes, in the case of that band, the Marionettes have usurped, shall we say, committed mutiny against Maxx. The glue-sniffing, wrench-swinging edge runner is now out of the tournament, and we find ourselves just with 2 Marionettes left. The question, though, is which ones exactly? Anthony Pham we know about. The other is John Zapata. In this case, not sending shocks at all, but instead just flicking claves and Calicere. So it's the 5th seed versus the 6th seed. Wouldn't you know it, Arachne Marionette still reigns supreme, Marcus.
Yeah, we've got the Calicere brothers over here.
You weren't going to go with Mario Bros?
Oh, that's low-hanging
That's the low-hanging fruit. Little on your nose, but, you know, as it would have it, that's sometimes the easy joke is the best. And speaking of jokes, neither of the players here are jokes. They're incredibly prolific in the AGE scene in general. Anthony Pham, in his own right, the captain of the AGE Pro Team, fresh off of his first ever calling top 8 at Pro Tour Yokohama, is also our first ever Players Champion. That was back in 2023. Has qualified for every single Players Championship that we have had so far. Besides that, Marcus, what do you think about his take on donuts?
The maple bar? That's respectable, honestly.
A fair point, but
I feel like that's undersung.
the point that matters to me most is that the
ranking?
yeast donuts, yes, reign supreme.
I can see the rationale. I don't think it's my personal take, but, you know,
What's yours?
I'd go for cronut.
All right, that's fine. As long as it's not cake like Colin Eriksen, that's what I mostly care about.
No.
Besides that, the stats for Anthony Pham are off the charts. It's a 61% win rate. Basically, anything above 50 is pretty dang good in this game. Only he's scratching at Illustrious, the AG rating that everybody is looking for. He's at 89. At 90, he gets pushed into that final tier. But I do want to draw your attention to the top 8 finishes. 10 eclipsed only, I think, by Colin Eriksen at 11.
Yeah. Yeah, Anthony's been at it, and usually adept on the deck he's bringing.
You know who also has been at it is, of course, John Zapata in the other corner, normally known as John Zapatya, at least since the previous AGE Open where we saw him on stream. Zapping his way through John Kim, boasts a 65% win rate, eclipsing Anthony by 4%, still in that premier ranking, though. And it's 7 top 8 finishes. And man, are his player profiles epic.
A blessing of Aegis missed life gain already since Verdant's left. John, pull the other one, man.
I went straight to the booze questions. He celebrated.
I agree with those. The Verdant's, apologia, I will not stand for, John.
Well, will you stand for yeast infections? Because John will not.
Ooh.
Okay, that's all we have to say.
This is a typical
You
John
finally got
response.
there. Yeah, John is the king of player profiles. One of the favorites, of course, is what was his? I forget, but it was his. What are we going to catch you for in a criminal setting? And it was something like aiding and abetting, I want to say, for John. Anyway, I'm not doing him justice, but he's hilarious both in person and when it comes to the pen. He's just a swell guy to play against, but not if he says he has a bad hand. Because what does that mean, Marcus?
Oh, it means he's just going to kill you.
I
I believe him.
John always is writhing in his seat, seeming like he has no idea how to play out his hands, and he's one of the best players in
Don't
the room
believe
by
it
far.
for a second.
Yep. Has qualified for 2 Players' Championships in his past. Only missed 1 so far, and he is squarely placed in the race for the top 16 this time. Currently sitting at the 10th seed, going home with at least 25 points alongside our 7th seed, Anthony Pham. So both of these players solidifying their names in concrete when it comes to making it to the Invitational. I think they're probably going to be set for the remainder of the year. I have been surprised before, though.
Yeah, everyone that we're referring to today is basically bolstering their position that was already on the top 16. So looking pretty good for all of them.
We talked about how you can't spike a single tournament and expect to be in the top 16, but spiking 2, that is generally a
good way to
positive
get
sense.
there. Yeah, exactly.
100%. And besides being a 5-point match for these players when it comes to AGE points, it's also a $200 match. One player will go home with 400, the other will go home with 200, at least if the split is not reached, which these 2 players being from the same team, I would expect the cash to be handled diplomatically.
No, definitely not.
You don't think so?
This is John we're talking about.
John always feels like he's down and out in any matchup, and so I think he takes the split any chance he can. You don't think so?
I think he might have changed recently. He's been playing a lot on Marionette now.
Okay. So all of a sudden he plays the best deck in the room, and so he decides to never, ever go for the split?
Yeah, I think so.
This just in from the producer desk as well. John Zapata is one of the few ever 2-time winners of an AGE Open. That is a very rare thing indeed. Can he chalk up a third one for his coffers?
I think so.
You think so? Here's the thing. A little bit of backstory. John very recently picked up Arachne Marionette. He picked it up specifically for a Team Classic Constructed event being put on at Anthony's store in Fountain Valley. I believe he was on your team, mind you.
Yes, he was. We basically said to John, like, hey, we want to do Team Hunted. And I will play Fang. Moises Lopez will play Syndra. So we're both in a comfortable heroes and classes in our wheelhouse. And then John was like, I guess I'll play Marionette then.
And how did it go?
I mean, he was resolving like pitchless Kalista returns and going, 17.
Okay, so he wasn't the problem. Was it you?
That was fine.
Oh, so everything was good? You guys won the tournament?
No. We lost in semis. We got beaten by team double Bryce and Brian Gutierrez.
Double Bryce. Oh my gosh, there's so many Bryces in this world now.
It's very funny that like I've never met someone named Bryce in my life before playing this game, and now I know 5 Bryces, and they all play Flesh and Blood.
Who are they? We need to call some of these Bryces.
You? Bryce
Not
Platts,
me, though. Okay.
Bryce Douglas,
Okay.
that was just here in top
Give
8.
me their names.
Bryce Miller-Brooker, that also plays the EGE circuit.
Okay.
There is another Riverside Bryce that plays Wizard.
Goodness. What does the
And,
world come to? All these people with Mormon names. At least that's what I've heard. I am not a Mormon. But no shade to you if you are. I just have heard that Bryce is a Mormon name through and through. Anyway, we've talked ad nauseum about things that pertain not to Flesh and Blood. Let's talk a little bit more about Flesh and Blood, shall we? How about for the final time this evening, Marcus?
Yes, let's
All
go.
right, let's hit the button. Proceeding on down to the match floor for the final time. That's us and you at home, all your eyeballs and ear holes that are glued to your screens. It's Anthony Pham versus John Zapata. What I was driving at in that diatribe about that team tournament that you played with John was that the man on the right side of your screen has learned pretty much everything he knows about Arachne Marionette from the man on the left side of your screen.
This is true. Just getting that knowledge from the inside source.
Now, I do think that means Anthony has an edge in terms of game knowledge. That being said, Arachne Marionette is just a deck that throws huge numbers this way and that. And if you find yours before the opposing Marionette, that could be all you need to gain victory.
Ooh, this is interesting.
Ooh, wow, inertia trap out of the hand for Anthony Pham. I thought John had the reaction to make this turn sing, but no, it's Anthony. Sometimes the craziest things you can do in Flesh and Blood, the most detrimental things are on defense, not offense. So John now has the opportunity to dump the rest of the hand if he has more dagger reacts. Otherwise, he's going to lose it.
Yeah, it seems like the hand doesn't have it, though. He has an Orb Weaver.
No, this is okay. He can deploy everything. It's going to be Orb Weaver, Spinneret, establish the Graphene Calistera. The downside, of course, is that he would send an attack, not choosing to go for Mark of the Black Widow, instead just swinging Graphene Calistera. The most important part here, though, is that John is able to get some sort of value out of the entirety of the hand before the Inertia token rips it away.
I tell you what is helpful about this hand. Even though he's got Inertia, so he can't keep an arsenal, he's got a Calistera established naturally, so he doesn't have to spend his hat on it.
1 damage finds home. Mark removed from Anthony Pham's head. What do you think about sending Graphene Calistera instead of Mark of the Black Widow? I feel like that was an opportunity to call the bluff of Anthony's deck, essentially, because there are plenty of 2 blocks in the list.
It could have been just like a bit more damage on Anthony's turn, or in John's turn 0, pardon me.
And then you force the last 2 cards to be blocked, so then Anthony has no information whatsoever going into his first turn cycle.
Exactly.
One thing I will say is Anthony was forced to block with 2 Tarantula Toxins, laid bare by John Zapata, taking a look through that graveyard.
Honestly, that's pretty big.
It's huge. Then you only have to play around a single one. Honestly, a card that you can't really play around, but once 3 are in the graveyard, you can at least block Kisses of Death and Graphene Calistera with impunity.
I was about to say, you can block them with impudence.
Oh my goodness. What is not impotent is this Hunter's Clave coming in. Do we have any more?
No, I don't have any I words right
In position? How about that?
Yeah, John has put Anthony in position by knocking 3 life off of him.
How about this cut from the same cloth that is not going to confer a mark to John Zapata? No attack reactions to be found. There's a defense reaction instead in the form of Fate Foreseen. Orb Weaver Spinneret for Anthony now deployed. And both of these players pretty much immediately have their chosen loadout of weapons established. Graphene Calistera, though, coming in without the aiding and abetting of a mark. So it is just going to be 9 on this Graphene Calistera.
It's a good chunk
Oh, I'm
of
sorry.
damage.
There is a mark. I missed it.
Yeah. No, John was already marked from taking the clave that was flung.
But we're not talking about flunging here. We're talking about swunging. And the swung card here is Graphene Calistera. John with plenty of cards in hand to mount a defense if he wants. Probably knows in his heart of hearts that the last card in Anthony's hand is not a Tarantula Toxin.
John might honestly be thinking that if I fold with most of this hand, at least the information is out there. So I've gotten value on blocks. I don't have to feign anything because there's no feigning when you have all the information of my hand. It just says no blocks, okay.
No blocks yet. There is a Fate Foreseen, of course. It seems like the damage has been...
Anthony's just smirking to himself because he's like, you're going to play that Codex on me if I spend this reaction.
Anthony's the master of mind games. Card left on top of the deck for John Zapata. I want to say it was another cut from the same cloth. It was a very quick flash, though. May have missed it. So John now down to 33. 4 life points behind Anthony, but still, I think, firmly in the driver's seat based on the way these last 2 turn cycles have gone. Anthony, though, huge boon to him, has drawn up a copy of Overcrowded. Going to try to get that into the graveyard as soon as humanly possible. Hunter's Clave out for John. 1 go again, mark on hit.
Great opportunity to block for Overcrowded, because then it forces John to flick this clave if he wants to mark Anthony.
Just making sure real quick that both of these players have these headsets turned on. The main purpose of these is to make sure that they can't hear my boisterous voice. That has happened in the past, much to the chagrin of Evan Bridges. It was mainly to sling an insult at him.
I remember that.
It was a good time, huh?
One of my favorite moments of last season, circling the toilet bowl, Evan Bridges.
He actually wasn't supposed to hear it. I was really talking about Connor. John says, screw this. I'm not putting this on.
John looking like a director right now.
Some technical difficulties that were supposed to be ironed out before the match starts, but nevertheless.
Here, Connor, I need you to wake up and sort this out for me.
Graphene Calistera now following up the Hunter's Clave. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's a flick of the Hunter's Clave, bought back immediately by an Orb Weaver Spinneret. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. How did John's Hunter's Clave get into the graveyard? It
No,
can't have been flicked yet.
No, he threw his Calistera. He's made another Calistera with
Yeah,
Orb
that was
Weaver.
just an oversight that it was put in the graveyard. That's what I'm driving at. Okay, Graphene Calistera now coming in for 4. Because Anthony is not marked, doesn't get the additional +1. And a hush is falling over the venue. So we will bring our voices down as well. Even though those headsets are magnificent and noise canceling, we don't want to risk giving any information away in such a high-stakes game as this.
Now, Anthony does have the public information of knowing that John's arsenal is Codex, but I don't think John has a attack action card to actually play Codex out for. So that's probably why he just put it in
No, because
arsenal.
he pitched away Mark of the Black Widow. You're right.
Exactly.
Codex of Frailty, a fantastic card, but only if you have a legal target for it. And John hasn't found any in this hand either. It's all dagger pumps and reactions. No blocks on this Hunter's Clave. Anthony immediately flicks Graphene Calistera because there must be an Orb Weaver Spinneret coming afterwards. Both these players drawing up pretty much exactly the same hands this last turn cycle.
I mean, with so many of the same cards in a mirror, it's bound to happen at some point.
This Graphene Calistera coming in for 5 go again. +3 from Orbweaver Spinneret, +1 from the Arachne Marionette static text.
And I do know that John brought the same list as Anthony's to the team tournament. So I don't know if he's actually changed the deck or not.
There was a funny moment earlier today where these two faced off in Swiss. That one went the way of Mr. Pham. And when they sat down, John said, basically, I've learned everything I know about this deck from you. If you told me to change the sideboard setup right now, I would do it. And Anthony says, that's interesting. I have the opportunity to go into this knowing your sideboard when you don't know mine. No free mark once again for cut from the same cloth. Second time so far this game. The first one was a big L for Anthony. This one is on the other side of the table.
Yeah, John sort of like purses the lips and tilts his head to the side because he knows he's staring down like a Calycera pitchless next turn with double save of bloodshed.
Well, it's rough for John on this turn too. He's got an all-red hand. Granted, he's got Tunic up, but he needed that mark to facilitate so much of what's going on, Savor Bloodshed being the main thing. And John does not like it one bit. Still without a viable target in the graveyard for Codex of Frailty. John just decides to cash in the Fiendel Spring Tunic, gain maximum physical attack value on this turn.
It's still 13 on its own.
Soon to be 16, thanks to the incision. But, you can see how these little extra points of value can change the entire context of this mirror match. Graphene Calycera now up to 16 after Anthony passes on blocks. But even after taking 16, going to be down to 19 with a 4-card hand and an arsenal to clap back at John with. One of those cards, of course, is Shelter from the Storm, likely to be established into the arsenal.
Yeah, I'm surprised that off the back of like getting his double saber off, Anthony isn't deploying that Shelter from the Storm just as a reaction.
Just to insulate himself from an IP?
Yeah, exactly. Because he knows the arsenal is Codex.
A lot of confidence from Anthony here, seeming to know that this Graphene Calycera is going to connect.
Perhaps he just wants one extra card in the event that he has to pitch double red to like a Clave swing, let's say.
And in a match where attack reactions are everything, that goes doubly so for defense reactions. So Anthony perhaps just thinking, this needs to stop a meaningful on-hit. Otherwise, I don't want to send it.
There's an Under the Trapdoor in John's hand.
And
a T-Tox as
has
well.
not used a trap, I don't think, yet this game, though.
Don't think so.
And that card won't be able to fetch a trap and make it playable unless there's one already in the discard pile. John has also found his first copy of Tarantula Toxin. Not going to be too useful here. But where are the attack actions for John? That's the real question. Sorry, the meaningful ones, not the under the trapdoors.
Just lays down 9 here.
It's a Flick Knives activation. Hunter's Clave swings across the table. John gives a wince of pain as it hits him right in the eye. Down to 25 he goes. Mark conveyed. All of a sudden this Graphene Calycera is sneaking over by 1. Could be more if Anthony Pham wants to push it.
Yeah.
It's a fate foreseen from John. There's no attack reaction in the hand. If it's in the arsenal, John still covering this up unless it's a Tarantula Toxin or a To The Point.
I think, honestly, Anthony is priced into just passing after that and inting these 2 cards. But
perhaps the best case scenario for John, honestly.
Yeah, John gave everything, but is still up 6 life. And Anthony is now without a Clave until it comes into his turn.
There's a storied past between these two players. They've been competing in the AGE Open Series since its inception, both of them, but yet have only met each other in competition here twice, both of which were won by John Zapata.
How have I played
until today.
How have I played into John more when I've competed less on average than
I don't
Anthony?
know.
How is this possible?
Gem
John
does
is just
freaky
a,
things.
John is just a magnet to me.
Let's see. That's just kind of the way. That's just the way it goes. It's really weird. Your gem buddies follow you this way and that.
Now, even though Anthony suffered a bit of an intellect penalty because John rightly put up the shields, he has gained a defense reaction from rolling naturally into trapdoor.
But John just passed right back,
This is true.
thereby stranding that card in the banish zone. Sure, Anthony can play that card until he becomes not trapdoor, but you can't play defense reactions on your affirmative turn. A fascinating exchange of offensive salvos, IP penalties, self-inflicted. These two players showing that this is anything but an easy matchup to navigate. John finally finding his copy of Overcrowded in the hand.
Yeah, the mirror doesn't have to be all one note, to be honest.
Now, I did go ahead and do some digging here, Marcus. Seems that you have met John Zapata in competition 7 times, only 2 of which you have won.
Yeah, the win rate's awful.
John has a 71% win rate into you.
Yay!
This is just a small glimpse of the power that is available to anybody and everybody on the AG website. You can look up your opponents, often designated as your nemesis or your best matchup. You can compare your profiles against one another. Really awesome stuff. We are studded with stats at this point.
That's very interesting. Producer Justin has told me that Anthony has not won a open AGE, but has won the Players' Championship before.
Just goes to show you don't need a Spike 1 tournament. You need consistent competitive edges. It's a +3 on this Hunter's Clave, responded to by a Shelter from the Storm from John Zapata. Pain in the backside to follow, as the Hunter's Clave does not connect. 3 go again, blocked out by Persuasive Prognosis. John definitely in the defensive seat. Anthony forced to simply Arsenal and pass. It's back over to John, who still sits with the Codex of Frailty in the Arsenal.
Now, Anthony is going to return to the Brood, so he'll get that +1 on the Calicera whilst becoming Marionette again.
Honestly, I would say 9 times out of 10, the most powerful form of Arachne. There are niche cases in which you want to transform into other ones. The boon for both of these players is that they each got their Graphene Calicerae online by using Oreweaver Spinnerets. Now Mask of Deceit can be a point of counterplay between both of these players.
And I think that's Codex of Inertia as a Marvel in John's hand. Not the best card you want on blocking duty.
But at some point, John will pivot to attacking Anthony.
Yeah.
He just wants the hand to line up perfectly so that he can mount the most fearsome offense. And you are right, it is a Codex of Inertia there. Cut from the same cloth this time for Anthony does reveal an attack reaction, though John was already marked. Information was the main thing gained from that card, besides the cheeky +4 on this Graphene Calicera, now coming in for a whopping 6.
And John is set to come back on his Tunic turn before, because he went first. So he'll get to do his Tunic Calicera before Anthony does.
Bit of awkwardness for Anthony, forced to pitch a up sticks and run rather than pay for it with something like a Fiandel Spring Tunic or a blue, usually the way you want to be deploying this weapon. To the point is the response to a Leave No Witnesses block from John Zapata. Up to 10 on this teensy little token dagger. 7 damage coming across the line. John now down to 18, barely eclipsed in life total from Anthony Pham, but the bloodletting is not yet done. Mark of the Black Widow is the follow-up. There's always the threat of a Hunter's Clave flick and some disruption coming John's way.
I also want to note that both players have not touched their Mask of Deceit yet, which is very interesting.
Gonna wait for the opportune time.
Yeah.
For my money, I think both of them are waiting until they can slam the door in the opponent's face or wait for a prescient moment to transform into Arachne Trap Door and survive a huge onslaught. John posturing, blocking with 2/2 blocks. Would facilitate a turn of Pain in the Backside into Codex of Frailty. Not a bad 2-card hand if you shake it out. Yeah, 2 cards are committed now. Now Anthony has the option to flick the Hunter's Clave and go for a transformation. Would be random, but would also unlock the capability of Mask of Deceit.
I don't know. I feel like keeping that to the point might have been a better play for John, and then blocked in conjunction with his helmet. Keep that extra card.
Make for a random roll.
Yeah.
Flick Knives activation comes to bear. There's a Hunter's Clave sticking out of the other eye of John Zapata now. The roll is Black Widow. John gives a knowing nod of disapproval. Pain in the Backside now for Anthony to contend with, who has 2 copies of Kiss of Death in the hand. And finally, his first copy of Codex of Frailty alongside a Stains of the Redback.
Very, very good hand here. Does Anthony want to give this even any respect, though?
Would give John a free mark if he doesn't. But does John even have anything particularly meaningful in the graveyard at this point?
He's blocked with a number of cards at this point. I
still don't think there's been a Mark of the Black Widow, though.
No. Besides that red one on turn 0 where he pitched it, I don't think so. You're right.
He has blocked with a Leave No Witnesses on the last turn cycle, though.
But Anthony has a...
Shelter still, right?
No, he has his Overcrowded in graveyard. So Leave No Witnesses is a moot point.
Well, Anthony doesn't get to search up.
No, it's true.
And there's the Shelter, yes. I thought that's what he placed there some time ago. Now, if John had been able to find, say, a one-of copy of Death Touch, that is definitely back in fashion for Arachne Marionettes. That would have been a little bit more difficult for Anthony. But as fate would have it, Anthony completely insulated from this Codex of Frailty and potentially the next based on the fact that he's blocked with a Overcrowded. Kiss of Death, 1 of potentially 2 on this turn. Out on the combat chain, demanding respect from John Zapata. There is 1 more Tarantula Toxin left in Anthony's deck. John has got to be thinking about it now.
Not looking at the greatest hand for John either.
Thumbing a 1-card block is Mr. Zap at ya. He doesn't love it, though. John is prone to shaking his head at his hands, even when they're good, but based on what I know about him, he's actually not happy about this.
I honestly feel like John in this position should have flicked his Clave in the last turn, no matter what, so that he could have a informed block of Mask of Deceit and choose like anything he wanted.
It's a tough position. As Marionette, you never want to go down to no Claves.
No, it's always a risk, but...
2 copies of Stains of the Redback get in the way of Kiss of Death. Stains of the Redback of Anthony's own resolved there. John perfectly blocking out that Kiss of Death. And now that the chain is closed for Anthony Pham's Codex of Frailty, John doesn't have to worry about Kiss of Death being flicked. Also, Anthony simply didn't have the cards left in hand in order to discard to the Black Widow hero ability. Now, Mark of the Black Widow comes in only for 3, thanks to the Frailty token John was able to generate on the previous turn cycle.
It's still good enough to make John block, though, because he is still currently marked.
John debating between Kiss of Death and Leave No Witnesses as the blocking card. Kiss of Death is chosen because Anthony is getting a random card into the arsenal. I do like this. John likely knows that there's going to be no Overcrowded to get in the way of Leave No Witnesses. Only punished if Anthony draws exactly a 0/4 defense reaction. John sending in a Leave No Witnesses. This one not hampered by the Frailty token because it did, of course, come from hand. And Anthony gets Black Tech Whisperers in the mix. alongside a 3-block, in this case, Persuasive Prognosis. Now, Anthony has a Command and Conquer in hand, has a very clean line of Graphene Calycera, Swing, Command, and Conquer, but there are more cards in hand where that came from, so we'll see what he likes to do with it. 19 plays 17 now. The tension in this room could be cut with a sponge. Luckily, these players are playing with something much sharper.
John honestly put into another uncomfortable position again. Said no blocks.
Scar Tissue brings it up to 5. Lair of the Spider out of the arsenal.
So he won't suffer too hard on the Command and Conquer, but he will get chipped 2 again here.
Yeah, kudos to John for deploying that defense reaction as early as possible. John blows air out of his mouth. Now down to 9, accepts all of that damage and gets rid of the mark that was on his head. Huge here. 9 plays 19, though, and with 4 cards in hand, John has got to regain some ground. Savor Bloodshed is a card that can get it done. A Tunic counter brings this Graphene Calycera out essentially for free. And all of a sudden, it is 6 go again. On hit of any dagger on Anthony's head, draw a card.
There isn't under the trapdoor in Anthony's hand. So some utility on defense.
Gosh, you got to hand it to John. He has been in the blocking position for the majority of this game, but still found the space when he needed it most to finally put together a mounting offense.
Yeah, the on-hit of Command and Conquer was nothing when John got an opportunity to deploy the D-React on the first chain link.
Now, Anthony has played an Inertia Trap very early on in this game. Could be an incredibly prescient block in conjunction with Under the Trap Door. Depending on the rest of John's hand, could also stymie the efforts of any setup potential. But with the life totals where they're at, I want to say that John is a solid enough player to know that he may never Arsenal again.
Yeah. He might be putting all his hopes and dreams on just one giant chain link here with this Calycera. Because there is always the option of throwing your Clave to land the hit for Savor, drawing another reaction into hand, and then deploying it on that chain link.
It's 3 dagger attack reactions for John Zapata in the hand. 2 to the points, and 1 Scar Tissue. Insanity. So it's 17 damage.
It's a Brian Gottlieb special.
The total potential on this Graphene Calycera. This one's hitting no matter what. And because John has go again, it's almost assured that he's going to be able to convert whatever he draws off of Savor Bloodshed, especially if Anthony goes for that Inertia Trap play.
I think John has all of his Tarantula Toxins available to him as well. Because he hasn't shown
No, he's
any.
blocked with 1.
Okay, he's blocked with 1. So there's still 2 out there. But that has to be running through Anthony's head.
Anthony confirming what we know in the booth. Also confirming, I'm sure, with the flick of that graveyard, that there's so many attack reactions left for John, even though he's played quite a few.
He's blocked with a few.
If Anthony says no blocks here, even if he discards to Under the Trap Door, could be going down 14 points of life. Commits 2 cards, though, Leave No Witnesses and Incision. It's 6 on 6. And John is about to throw every single card left in his hand on the combat chain, bringing this Calycera all the way up to 17.
Yep. That's just 11 at reactions.
Freaking gross. Anthony does discard Under the Trap Door, likely to find, yes, Inertia Trap pulled to the 4. Additional 3.
I think this is where John just goes for it and throws his Clave to hope to get another reaction off the top. Or something he could play within this turn cycle.
Well, he's going to hit with the Graphene Calycera, so he'll be
Yes.
able to... Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
If he...
Anthony has done this move on me multiple times.
Yeah. But doesn't look like John went for the flick. And he passes. What was the card drawn, John?
We will never know. I'll have to ask him at dinner.
Oh, my goodness. That could have been a massive play for Anthony Pham and a massive blunder for John Zapata. Granted, not nearly as bad as swinging at an Angel when your opponent still has Halo of Illumination, but
Yeah, but Steven still won that game.
literally never punished. Steven never punished, sir. John Zapatya is now Arachne Tarantula, threatening extra life lost with every connection of a dagger. But he's got to deal with Anthony's Leave No Witnesses first. There's no Arsenal card. What John is mostly worried about is going down to 5. The hand seems to be Scar Tissue. Is that an Inertia Trap that he just put down?
Yeah, he's got an Inertia Trap, Scar Tissue, Incision.
Pain in the backside, I want to say? Yeah, exactly.
I feel like he's got to transform into Orb Weaver here. I think he's got to use his mask. Because he has no tunic. He needs to press his advantage now.
He hears you through the ether. Hopefully those noise-canceling headphones are still working.
I was saying, I'm whispering right now.
And it is Orb Weaver, the chosen transformation for John Zapatya. 2 damage will come across the line, down to 7, and a banish of the Inertia Trap on top of the deck. Now John, because he is one of the Arachne demi-heroes, will be able to convert every single one of these cards on offense, even the defense reaction.
Yep.
Pain in the Backside is the first card played, though. 3 go again. Headchab cosplayer, but can be much more upon connection, which is exactly why Anthony devotes some defense. Pain in the Backside, the second out of the arsenal from John. This is looking much more like a ninja than an assassin. Man, this is a wild mirror match.
Yeah.
In our meta at the moment. Every action has so many implications.
Yeah, there's a lot to consider with just the small amount of cards and decisions.
Graphene Calistera now coming in for free, not because John had 3 energy counters on his tunic, but instead because he is Arachne Orb Weaver, which discounts the swing of any Graphene Calistera.
Yeah, and this is definitely giving Anthony some pause because those 2 T-Toxes are still lurking in the wings. John is giving so little information away.
This dagger is only at 1.
Yeah.
Because, wait a minute. Oh, I think Judge Sleepy Connor is just reading Arachne Orb Weaver. Yes, okay, cool. I thought he was stealing it away from John.
Yeah. You know what, John? You have to pay for your Calistera.
Okay, Scar Tissue played onto the Calistera. And John, instead of discarding an Inertia Trap in order to juice up that dagger even more, just parks the Inertia token in the arsenal. Probably a better use case because he wasn't able to threaten lethal on that turn. So Mask of Deceit used in this case not necessarily to kickstart the game plan for Arachne Marionette, but instead just to clean up a clunky draw. What is not clunky here for John is the defense reaction in the arsenal, and now the Frailty Trap in hand as well.
I think what's really good in this position for John is that he knows that only 1 T-Tox exists for Anthony now, so he has a lot more security in playing defense reactions into Anthony now because he has not 1 but 2 in this hand. So even if 1 got shredded, he's got another one to bail him out.
Kiss of Death in the arena for John Zapata. Excuse me, for Anthony Pham. John Zapata is on the defense now. It's only 3, and Anthony is without a Hunter's Clave.
Yeah.
1 less trick in his coffers. Does have a silver token, though. Not the most useful thing, but it's cute. John thumbing a Mark of the Black Widow on defense. The downside of 2 defense reactions is that if Anthony doesn't go wide enough for John to utilize them, then the mere existence of Tarantula Toxin might make John lose some value.
Yeah, that's true.
Was there a blue in the hand for John?
I'm not sure on this hand.
I don't remember seeing one.
He does have the ability to say no blocks because of having 2 defense reactions.
He does. But instead, it's Mark of the Black Widow that gets in the way. Stains of the Red back in the blue played out for Anthony Pham. Must be paid for the old-fashioned way because John is not marked. But this does sneak Kiss of Death over by 1 point, which does mean 2 points of life because of the on-hit of Kiss of Death.
I think this is a great moment to deploy the Frailty Trap, though, because the Calycera would swing for 0, and all Anthony can do is get 2 damage by flicking the Kiss of Death.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Frailty Trap now activated by the Go Again clause stapled onto Kiss of Death. Graphene Calycera to follow, but that means Anthony is allowed to flick Kiss of Death and still get his 2 points of value. So that Frailty Trap, while it looked like it was only blocking for 1, in reality it was, I guess, 5? No, 3.
Yeah.
Excuse me, 4 total. The 1 on
Calycera,
the block,
the 2
the Calycera
on,
swing, and then the 2 on Kiss of Death.
And now John retorts with Kiss of Death and up sticks.
A much better small hand, especially when John is sitting on a defense reaction.
Yes, this is a 2-card 8. 2-card 9 if it connects.
Now Anthony reaching for the Mask of Deceit, potentially rolling randomly. Is luck on his side, though? That's the question. There are 2 defense reactions in the hand and the final copy of Tarantula Toxin as well.
I think he's considering it because any spider can add +3 to the Calycera. So it's worth the gamble.
Anthony looks to the sky for inspiration. Is his fate written in the stars, though? Or is it in a coffin? John Zapata is definitely trying to put him there and nail that coffin shut with the Graphene Calycera generated on turn 2. Right now, Kiss of Death threatens everything.
I have to ask both of these guys at dinner if this was the tensest Arachne game they've played today.
Both of them look incredibly confident and stoic. But yeah, this has been a lot of push and pull. Even though they're on the same team and there's no love lost between them, each one of them wants to bury the man on the other side of the table.
They want that bonus $200.
One thing I can guarantee you is each of them is going to be doing some serious VOD review on this match. Because unless a significant banned and restricted announcement has an effect on Arachne Marionette, you can expect both of them to be piloting it in the Omen season.
Yeah, until this deck is knocked off its pedestal, it's still going to be a lot of these same playlines that you see ahead.
I will say this, a lot of people fear mirror matches in Flesh and Blood. I think they are some of the most engaging in-card games.
I love Guardian Mirrors so much. My favorite.
Wow, I made a beautiful point, and you essentially retorted.
I had to make a retort.
I'm just kidding.
I had to make a staunch response, Bryce.
Oh my God. Put me out of my misery. John, for his part, the body language is saying he is much more comfortable than he has been for the rest of this game.
Yeah. He is unflinching compared to the early parts of this game.
Flick Knives and Mask of Deceit committed for Anthony, blocking 3 on 8 with 2 defense reactions backing it up. John has nothing left to play except for perhaps an activation of Black Tech Whispers. There's no way he's going for that, though, because it's just a defense reaction in the arsenal.
I think Anthony's reached the point where he's realized that I might not get another dagger back before I attempt to kill you. So I'll just set it to defend for 1.
John has to scratch his head here. Anthony rolls Arachne Funnel Web. Huge for John, because not only is he going to be able to play the card in Arsenal if Anthony decides to attack it, but also because the activation of Funnel Web will turn on Inertia Trap for John. And Anthony holding back a defense reaction here potentially for Arsenal could spell doom for him in the next turn cycle. With these blocks, Anthony descends to 1. Something you simply can't do when your opponent still has Flick Knives active. So one of these defense reactions, if not both, are going to be played to this chain link.
I think it's going to be the Fate for Scene so that he can...
I think so too.
Yeah, so he can discard to Funnel Web.
It's a Flick of Hunter's Clave for John. Up to 9 goes this Kiss of Death because John is still Arachne Marionette at base. Fate for Scene jumps into the fray. Another Fate Foreseen found on top for Anthony.
No, it would stay at 8 because he was already marked.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You're
It's-
absolutely right.
It's just to maintain the mark.
The mark will be robbed, though, if Kiss of Death connects.
Because John wouldn't connect if he threw his Calicera. He maintains the mark and still hits by 1.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. So 1 damage comes across the line, but it's really 2 blows to the life total. Anthony now down to 4 to John's 5. Really solid action speed turn from John.
Yeah.
And just shows the mental gymnastics that you have to do even when everything seems above board and face up. Just that card in the arsenal was so much for Anthony to consider, even though it was a defense reaction all along.
Now, this is the tensest turn we've had in this final.
With every passing turn cycle, as long as the players stay alive, it's going to get tenser. Leave no witnesses, up 6 and run, cut from the same cloth, and persuasive prognosis is the hand for John Zapata. Of course, the inertia trap lies in wait in the arsenal. And because Anthony held back a defense reaction, entirely possible he's trying to establish it in the arsenal. The better case for Anthony is that he chucks it away to the funnel web hero ability.
Yeah, exactly. John's still staring down lethal at the moment.
It's probably going to be lethal with each affirmative action from each of these players. 1 card seems to be committed to the blocks for John, lest he is putting it face down to say, I can't give this one away. John's taking a look through the graveyard of Anthony Pham.
It's so tense, even Connor isn't so sleepy anymore.
Oh, he's staring daggers into John Zapata. He says, you're standing between me and dinner. Black Tech Whispers, Flick Knives, and a card from hand. Postured to the combat chain for John. 4 plays 5. Almost 40 minutes elapsed in this, the final match here at the AGE Open Series May edition in Los Angeles.
Very interesting. He's making the call to use his Flick Knives here as well.
With this play, John says total blocks are 5 on 5. He's shaking his head, though. Seems committed. Anthony was also telling John earlier that he needed to work on his poker face. The last copy of Tarantula Toxin comes out. Anthony now brings this Calicera up to 8 and also nullifies a lot of the defense of John Zapata. It's 5 now on 8. Arachne Funnel Web will get over the top. John says, I don't think I considered this. It's 5 on 11. And the fist bump is extended. Anthony Pham against all odds. The push and pull this way and that. John in the defensive seat. Then Anthony on the back foot. And all of a sudden, in a flash of a pan, Arachne Marionette does what he does best. Steals games with attack reactions.
I think that was really well navigated by Anthony because at certain points, it really looked like John was like really recovering and was in a commanding position. But seeing through all of these lines, navigating the mirror, knowing what could happen, what's represented, Anthony found the way.
Now, if you're a fan of John Zapata, no, he is not a 3-time Open winner, but instead it is Anthony Pham who is definitely on his winning arc, straight off of his first calling top 8 at Pro Tour Yokohama, and now his first ever win at an AGE Open. Our first ever Players Champion has never looked better. And before we send it off with a winner's interview with Anthony in as many rounds, ultimately, we do have to mention our sponsor one more time. Fab Foundry is the place that brings you official tournament organization for events like U.S. Nationals in Minneapolis and Pro Tour Las Vegas. Besides that, they have helped us out at Calling Columbus and also Calling Kansas City. They are revolutionizing the way that tournaments are run in Flesh and Blood and enfranchising the players that enjoy events with their brand on it. Head over to fabfoundry.co and use the discount code AGELA10 at checkout in order to get 10% off your order. And also let them know that AGE sent you because their support means everything to us. It would be a boon to us if you could help support us in kind. Use the QR code at the top of your screen to navigate to their website and find out what it's like to feel good about buying your singles. You'll get it all in one clean package and also help both us and some really swell folks at Fab Foundry out. Marcus, are you ready to bring this one home?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, we will be back with an interview with a first-time Open winner, a reigning Players Champion, but no more Flesh and Blood after this.
And with that, we have our grand winner of May's AGE Open. You were already in the booth once today. It was like only a second ago that I was talking to you about the last round.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. It's obviously a very good feeling to be back. So I'm happy I'm sitting here again.
I was going to say that this is now your first official Open win that you've made. You have won the Players' Championship before, the first one on Icelander with Crazy Brew.
Yeah, Crazy Brew and Gambler's Glove. Yeah, that was peak.
But how does it feel to win an Open now, finally?
It obviously feels really good. Like just really happy to do well, but I'm more of a make sure that my results are consistent and not spiking. So finishing in top 8 again, really happy about that, and finally winning at AG is very, very nice. But just making sure that I stay in tip-top shape is all I can ask for. So really happy.
Yeah, we were honestly talking a little bit of this in the booth with AGE Premium's stats that we have available to us. Apparently, you have only met John twice in all of AGE, apparently, or at least from recorded stats, and both of them have been losses. So
yeah.
How does it feel to win not only against John and then also win the entire Open for the day?
Yeah, they do say third time's a charm. So I'm really, really grateful once again. We're playing the same exact 80. So he took my deck list and we were workshopping. We were actually memeing between rounds that if I played against him, I could just change the Mario sideboarding button and he would just be running random cards like Amulet. So after I told him that, he took a screenshot so he wouldn't forget it. So yeah, it's been good. John definitely had my number. I remember we met all the way back when. I was playing CMH Briar and he was playing Lightning Briar. And then he saw me do the combo and he was like, I'm going to try that out. And then the next time we play, we're both playing CMH Briar and he just completely wipes me. So he's had my number for a very long time. So this victory is a long time coming for me.
See, I didn't know that story about him where he was originally on before Ball Lightning was banned.
Yeah, we've played the same hero very often. We played Briar together, Icelander together. Now Mario. He played a little bit of Aurora as well. So our champ pools have been lining up together. It's been cool. It's good to be part of the same team, collaborating and all.
And touching on that, such a long storied arc of the Open, how do you feel like with it carrying on so long between players like John that we have such a grand story to tell because the Open's been going for almost 4 years consecutively now?
Yeah. I think personally this is what the stats page kind of brings to light. Obviously, if you can see all these stats, you can see all the records, and I would have never known that I was 0-2 into John. I would have assumed I played him a bunch of times, but these are the type of stories that you can make up and grudge matches. You've been even or someone's your nemesis. So seeing these stats is super cool, and hearing that I finally managed to beat him after a third time just feels like finally got the first one off my shoulders. Now when I play him again, I'm like, I've beaten him before.
I have made gods bleed, so I can do this time.
Yeah. Making John bleed is no small task. That guy is reinforced with steel. I'll say that.
Yeah, basically. With that, anything else you want to shout out at the moment? Just before we sign off?
Yeah. Obviously, shout out to the team. We're really excited to get into the grind of practicing with the Age Pro team. We're really excited to kind of head into nationals in Pro Tour Vegas shortly after to really harness this draft format. We have a beautiful experienced drafter in Alex, so he'll definitely be leading the team discussions.
Yes, we do.
I chose 2 of the best adjectives I can find to describe that man. And yeah, I'm just super excited. Like I said, been notoriously bad at drafts, so I'm really excited to get into it and kind of grind away. And obviously, shout out to all the homies back at Locals, Kingslayer. Just happy to show up and represent. Obviously, shout out to Ian. He said that he was rooting against me all day, but he said congrats. So I guess it was a softer AG without Luke and Ian here.
Yeah, the 2 rage baiters stayed at home, or one of them stayed in Prague for the world premiere. So with that, thank you everyone for tuning in today, and have a lovely evening. Here go the credits.